We're going to go ahead and get started. Thanks, everybody, for coming. Welcome. This is kind of like a family reunion for us at Economic Liberties, so hopefully you all are feeling that energy too. It says a lot about who we are as an organization and maybe yourself, so time for some inner reflection. But anyway, in all seriousness, we're really excited that you're here. I'm Morgan Harper, Director of Policy and Advocacy at American Economic Liberties Project. Just by a quick show of hands, who was here last year at our first ever summit? Great. So you can see it's kind of a mix. We had some people that came back, which is always a good sign, but definitely some new people, and please do consider yourselves part of that family too. So this year, we're back, we're bigger. We have over, 400 people that tried to come, 300 people that have registered. You all that were here on time for breakfast, salute yourselves. Thank you. Round of applause for that. We're all still here. And I think you know this is going to be a jam-packed day full of very impactful leaders in government, in business, and all focused on how to tackle our country's monopoly problems. As one of our friends commented leading up to the summit, this is kind of like a lineup that suggests the Hollywood of antitrust. I don't really know what to do with that, but we'll see. We'll see how it develops throughout the day. But anyway, I'll be your host. I have several housekeeping items to get through. The first is, I'm going to go into my airline mode again. So there are these projectors. They're on each side. If you walk in front of them, you will block the slides. So don't do that. That's just something to keep in mind throughout the day. We have the hashtag AMS 2024. Please consider this an online conversation throughout the day. Turn the sound off on your phones, but very much engage and let people know what you're hearing and liking and disagreeing with even throughout the day. We have the free table backed by popular demand with the books and the mugs. Those are free. Take as many as you, really just take one, but you're welcome to take that one. Continuous coffee service throughout the day in the back. Let's see. We're live streaming all of the panels that are here on the main stage. There's only going to be one interactive session that's live streamed, but we'll get into the details of that later in the day. And just to orient everybody, so there are three main chunks. We have the keynotes and the plenary sessions to start the day. Then we'll have the interactive panels that are going to be separated in a couple of rooms. And then we will all come back together here at the end of the day in the afternoon. So just to give you a sense of where we're headed. And then, of course, happy hour just like last year. It's a packed schedule. We're going to move through this efficiently. But again, turn off the sound on your phone. And I don't know. If I forgot something, Nidhi's definitely going to let me know. But I think I covered everything. And we're, again, just really happy that everyone's here. So before we get into the agenda, we want to show a quick video that just kind of captures some of the major milestones from the past year to kick things off. Let's watch.
Whether they're workers, business owners, or consumers, Americans are waking up to the fact that corporate concentration is the economic issue of our time.
Despite rising inflation, major U.S. corporations are reporting record profits.
It's almost impossible for a small business to compete.
Private equity firms have been buying up physician practices across the country. Patient costs went up 26%.
Pharmacy workers are fed up.
Hundreds of thousands of Arizonans paid much higher rent than they should have.
I wanted to have you on a podcast. Apple asked us not to do it.
I think it just shows one of the dangers of what happens when you concentrate so much power in a small number of companies.
We allowed the airline industry to merge into basically a monopoly centered on Boeing. How's that going?
You've sued Amazon.
That's right.
One thing we did hear from the Biden administration is a lot of conversation about breaking up monopolies.
The cops are back in the beat enforcing antitrust law.
Google is in court as the U.S. takes on the company's search dominance in the biggest antitrust trial in 2 decades.
Apple is the last major tech giant to be sued by the government.
The Federal Trade Commission sued to block Kroger's historic acquisition of Albertsons.
Does Kroger have a shot here of winning in court?
No, I don't think so.
We're looking to take on these junk fees across banking.
We're cracking down on big landlords who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents.
I really hope that your litigation against Kochava is something that creates precedent.
I look at Lina Khan as one of the few people in the Biden administration that I actually think is doing a pretty good job.
Anytime you see something bad for workers, good for capital, the president will be against it.
They're truly going after monopolies in every single sector of the economy. If you're a corporation trying to rip off the American people, nowhere is safe. and the results are starting to speak for themselves.
Big day for millions of Americans with hearing loss. For the first time, hearing aids are available over the counter.
Inhalers. 3 out of the 4 major manufacturers have now said they're going to cap how much Americans pay.
Ultimately, this victory is about the American consumer and the ways that they benefit from vibrant and open markets.
Overdraft fees, credit card late fees, and so much more. We expect our proposal will save people $9 billion per year.
The days of 6% fees for selling or buying a house are over, and that is going to make housing cheaper.
Suing Microsoft ended up being the best thing for the tech industry. The idea is in favor of more innovation.
The FTC has a new cars rule requiring dealers to provide a vehicle's actual price and cost.
Under new regulations that were just announced, airlines will be required to issue cash refunds automatically.
We have assessed the toughest penalties ever recorded in order to make sure that airlines treat passengers better.
The Federal Trade Commission wants to make it easier for you to get a new job. It plans on banning non-compete clauses.
This is the first time in 50 years that they've tried to do an economy-wide ban of a non-compete clause.
So they are going back to basics. A more realistic, less dogmatic, less theoretical, and more practical approach to making sure consumers, workers, and the overall American economy benefits from competition.
You can still be in business and make a lot of money. It's just going to require that you innovate, that you're creating value, not that you're just a middleman and taking away money from hardworking Americans. That's not going to go anymore.
Our enforcement is efficient, effective, and saves taxpayers billions of dollars a year. For every dollar Congress invests in antitrust enforcement, we deliver returns to the American public that would be the envy of Wall Street.
This is the end of the vertical acquisition blessing.
I love that video. I also love that it just ends with Jim Cramer being really ornery. But anyway, so celebrate wins, build power. That's going to be a theme you'll hear throughout the day. And it really, and as you saw in the video, there have been so many important milestones over this past year that we want to celebrate, but also emphasize that a lot of important and substantive work remains. So hopefully throughout the day, you'll hear about just what the contours of that work will look like and what your role in it can be. The video also highlights how people from the streets to government and national media are starting to take note of the monopoly problem, and we're really excited by this growth. So to provide additional reflections on the past year and the road ahead, I want to welcome to the stage now Nidhi Hegde, who's the Interim Executive Director of American Economic Liberties Project and our fearless leader. Thank you, Nidhi.
Thank you, Morgan. Wow, it's really wonderful to see you all here and how much interest in this movement has grown from our summit last year. So unfortunately, like all Americans, we're also dealing with shrinkflation. So if you were here last year, you'll know that this is a little bit of a smaller room. We have more people, and it costs us a whole lot more. But we're so thrilled that we're doing this again. When the American Economic Liberties Project was founded in 2020, the movement to tackle the monopoly crisis of America's second Gilded Age was just forming. 4 short years later, we are celebrating wins and building power. Our movement's goal is simple yet audacious. We are returning power to the people and holding our policymakers accountable. Decades of government inaction led to a concentration crisis that decimated American communities and lives. But that era is coming to an end. At Economic Liberties, we are so fortunate to work in partnership with diverse groups of people to combat monopolies. Anti-monopoly is a really popular issue, and it's a rare one that transcends partisan lines. It brings people of all political beliefs and persuasions together to create new communities to demand a return of their economic liberty from giant corporations. The anti-monopoly movement is a movement of pharmacists and farmers, workers and business people, musicians and physicians, Democrats and Republicans, people who live for politics, all of you here, and people who would rather not think about politics at all. And our community is growing in every city, county, and state. So today we're celebrating how much progress we have made. The Biden administration in particular is tackling monopoly power across the government in a manner not seen in decades. And they're being joined by state legislators and attorney generals across the country from Virginia to Arizona. Today you will hear from many of them. And it's really impossible to list everything that's happening across government. We try to do it a little bit in the video. But enforcers are going after price-fixing schemes, they're banning junk fees, investigating private equity firms, blocking hospital mergers, and mounting forceful challenges in the courts to the power of the tech giants, and fixing trade agreements so they can't circumvent domestic policy that holds them accountable. At the same time, they're also unlocking innovation and boosting entrepreneurship by banning restrictive non-compete agreements and using tariffs to protect the domestic economy. So step by step, we are building an economy where rule of law applies to everyone, and American life will no longer be a race to the bottom, but once again full of opportunity and promise. But it's not going to be easy. The CFPB, the FTC, the NLRB, and recently the Department of Transportation are getting sued by groups like the Chamber of Commerce and their corporate backers. Also, they're a little obsessed with this conference. Monopolists are just furious that anyone would seek to hold them accountable to the American people. But these enforcers and regulators who you're going to hear from today are undeterred. And just last week, Justice Clarence Thomas was on our side when the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of the CFPB. Woo! The people are on our side, both in this room and across the country. Last year, we were joined by 9,000 people watching this online. I only imagine it's more. Your charge today is to connect with one another and strategize for fights to come. And also, one last thing, this anti-monopoly summit would not be possible without all our partners. We've doubled the number of independent business and labor groups who wanted to join with us to host this day. So thank you to all of them. We'll name them throughout the day. But now, let me just get to the main part of the program. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce our opening keynote speaker today, FTC Chair Lina Khan. Chair Khan's FTC has made great strides in just 3 short years to promote fair markets, hold law-breaking corporations accountable, and secure economic liberty for working families. Her fearless vision for what government can do is a constant source of inspiration. For the farmer concerned about a big ag merger, or the independent pharmacist being squeezed by powerful PBM middlemen, or the grocery worker worried about his job with another big merger, or the Hollywood writer on the picket line, Chair Khan is from the government, she shows up, and she is truly there to help. And one of the strongest indicators of her success is CNBC's Jim Cramer and the Wall Street Journal opinions page's obsession with her. We're at about 98 op-eds and counting. Big celebration when we hit 100, so look out for that. It's because she's calling a halt to the decades of corporate control of our economy and our government. She's rebuilding trust in our democratic institutions. And so it's absolutely my great honor to welcome one of the visionaries of the modern anti-monopoly movement. It's why I got into this work, FTC Chair Lina Khan.
Thanks so much, everybody. Thanks so much, Nidhi, for the very generous introduction. It's so great to be here with you all. I want to just start by thanking the American Economic Liberties Project for inviting me to kick things off this morning and for putting together such a fantastic lineup for the summit today. AELP has been at the forefront of rigorously documenting monopoly problems across our economy and giving policymakers the tools and knowledge they need to fix them. Thank you as well to the sponsors and partners who have helped make today's event possible. Your advocacy and support are so essential as part of this work. And thanks finally to all of you here today for all you have done and continue to do. Together, we can reinvigorate our anti-monopoly laws and ensure that our markets are open, fair, honest, and competitive. The wide range of people in this room today, farmers and pharmacists, law enforcers and labor leaders, legislatures from the state Senate to the U.S. Senate, highlights how the problem of consolidated corporate power cuts across so many parts of our economy and society today. This remarkable breadth also shows why this movement has been so successful against such difficult odds. Together, we have gone up against some of the most powerful corporations in the country, companies with nearly infinite resources and walked away with concrete policy wins for the American people. In the last year alone, the Antitrust Division at the Department of Justice has brought landmark cases against industries from airlines to ad tech to meat processing. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, led by Director Rohit Chopra, who you'll hear from next, is fighting to cap credit card late fees at just $8, saving consumers $10 billion a year. The team at the National Labor Relations Board is cracking down on labor rights violations like workplace surveillance and securing remedies for workers whose rights have been violated, including back pay. The Department of Transportation is now requiring that airlines give passengers automatic refunds when flights are canceled or badly delayed, so that people don't have to gear up for battle just to get their money back. The Department of Labor made 4 million more workers eligible for well-deserved back pay. The Department of Health and Human Services set minimum staffing requirements in nursing homes so that private equity firms can't buy them up and gut the staff to make a quick buck and endanger people's safety. The U.S. Trade Representative is putting American workers and producers first, pushing back against the race-to-the-bottom approach that has lowered standards and wages and moved jobs overseas. The Surface Transportation Board is ensuring that businesses are not captive to rail carriers with poor service, making it easier for them to switch to a more consistent and reliable rail carrier if service slips below certain minimum standards. The IRS piloted free tax filing software so that Americans don't have to pay hundreds of dollars or turn over their personal data to private corporations just to pay their taxes. In Congress, Senator Elizabeth Warren has been a vigorous champion for consumers, workers, and honest businesses, pushing regulators to use all of their tools to protect Americans from corporate coercion and abuse. Senator Chris Murphy has been a sharp observer of how unchecked monopoly power hollows out communities, contributing to people feeling socially isolated and a lack of autonomy. And legislatures across the country are championing bold legislation to take on junk fees, non-compete clauses, unfair repair restrictions, and so much more. When we talk about the harms of concentrated corporate power, these are the things that we usually mean: higher prices for goods and services and lower wages to pay for them, less innovation and less opportunity, markets that are less resilient, and a democracy that is less robust. But there's another harm that we don't talk about often enough, one that is just as pervasive as the rest, and that is fear. I first noticed this when I was a business reporter interviewing chicken farmers in rural Alabama. They were afraid to tell me honestly how the industry really worked. Poultry farming, it turns out, looks kind of like an hourglass. On one end, there are thousands of farmers raising birds, and on the other end, there are millions of consumers buying meat at the grocery store. And in the middle, there are just a handful of poultry processing firms. Many farmers only have one local firm that they can sell to, two if they're lucky. And this gross imbalance of power allows the firms to micromanage every detail of their businesses, from the chicks they raise to the facilities they build to the amount of debt that they take on. It's the firms, not the farmers, that are dictating the process and the pay, even though it's the farmers that raise the birds and take on all of the risk that comes with it. If a farmer doesn't agree with some of these details, too bad. There's often nowhere else to go. And what's more, many firms threaten to retaliate against anyone who dares to speak out, and they have the power to sink a farmer's livelihood overnight. So many farmers stay home and stay silent. This kind of fear runs rampant across the American economy today. Fear stifles free speech, curbs fair competition, and limits economic liberty. We see it everywhere. Some small businesses live in constant terror that Amazon will punish them and demote their products, slashing their sales by 80 or even 90%. Others are afraid that their business listings will disappear from Google search results altogether. Meanwhile, non-compete clauses have held millions of workers captive in fear. These workers are often locked into bad jobs and blocked from taking better ones. Let me tell you about a young woman who reached out to the FTC about this. She was a bartender, making $10 an hour, and on her first day on the job, she was tricked into signing a non-compete, slipped into a stack of onboarding paperwork. She soon realized that this was not a good place to work. She was being sexually harassed and emotionally abused, and so she decided to look for another job. It took her a year to find one, and when she finally did, her employer threatened to enforce a non-compete that she didn't even know existed. She was terrified to go into work every day and terrified of what would happen if she didn't. Eventually, she chose to resign and take a job with the other restaurant, thinking there was no way that a non-compete could actually be enforced for an entry-level employee making close to minimum wage. But her old employer followed through and hit her with a $30,000 lawsuit. Tolerate sexual harassment or face financial ruin? These are choices that nobody should ever have to make. This fear is anathema to freedom, and an economy where workers or business people live in terror is neither fair nor free. Yet dominant businesses and gatekeepers can use fear to coerce and control. Everyone is vulnerable to it, from farmers, pharmacists, and doctors, to startup founders and even senior executives at sizable firms. I know that there are many business leaders here today who are speaking up against monopoly power despite the very real threat of retaliation. And I want to thank you all for your courage. By fighting against corporate consolidation, you are continuing a long-standing American tradition dating all the way back to the very beginning of our country. America was born out of a protest against monopoly and a rejection of the special privileges and arbitrary power that monarchy represents. Our founding fathers recognized almost 250 years ago what a growing number of people are once again recognizing today, that if you live in fear of unchecked power, you can never truly be free. President Biden has made taking on corporate power a core pillar of his economic agenda because he understands that when corporations have unchecked power, when they can bully and coerce people with impunity, that people feel powerless and less free. And that's true for people that I've had the honor of meeting across the country. I've heard from rideshare drivers from California, Minnesota, and Massachusetts about how ride-sharing apps use opaque algorithms to gamify their wages and arbitrarily cut them off. I heard from community pharmacists in Philadelphia about how prescription drug middlemen use coercive contracts and punishing fees to hurt their businesses and their patients. I heard from farmers in Iowa about how their ability to make a decent living is all too often subject to the whims of fertilizer giants. I even went on The Daily Show, and Jon Stewart shared how his former employer, Apple, even used its power to censor and stifle his speech. Across the country and across the economy, corporate gatekeepers are siphoning away people's hard-earned money, exploiting their personal data, and wasting their precious time, all while consolidating more power and profits. A few weeks ago, the FTC publicly shared the findings of its investigation into Exxon's acquisition of the oil company Pioneer. We found evidence that Scott Sheffield, the former CEO of Pioneer, tried to collude with some of America's biggest geopolitical rivals to pad his profits. It's alarming that one executive's shady WhatsApp messages could lead to Americans paying more at the gas pump. But it's true. The FTC is on the front lines of fighting back against unlawful corporate coercion and consolidation. One of my core priorities as chair has been to open up the agency's doors to hear directly from Americans about how corporate power is affecting their daily lives. It's something we prioritize across our work and especially in the rulemaking process. That's how the bartender got in touch with us about her non-compete. Her comment was just one of 26,000 that we received on our proposed rule. Thousands of Americans from across the country and across walks of life wrote to the Commission about how non-competes had forced them to uproot their families, forego better opportunities, or face financial ruin. Hundreds of healthcare workers told us how non-competes had forced them to leave their communities and abandon their patients, sometimes depriving rural areas of critical care. Aspiring entrepreneurs told us about how non-competes had blocked them from jumping into the market, depriving customers of a better product at a better price. Scientists told us how non-competes had even delayed life-saving discoveries. Non-competes have also kept people from exercising their core rights, underscoring how robbing people of their economic liberty also robs them of all sorts of other freedoms, chilling their speech, infringing on their religious practice, and impeding on their right to organize. Following extensive public input and a close review of the empirical evidence, last month the FTC finalized a rule to ban non-compete clauses. We estimate that the rule will raise wages by hundreds of dollars a year on average, unlock innovation and business dynamism, creating thousands of new businesses. More fundamentally, the rule will restore a core economic liberty to millions of Americans. The FTC's work gives people more breathing room, and in some cases, we are literally helping people breathe. Nearly 40 million Americans use inhalers, and it can cost them hundreds and hundreds of dollars every month, even though inhalers have been on the market for decades and cost dramatically less overseas. How can it be that a product that costs $7 in Paris, France, cost almost $500 in Paris, Texas? When our team dug into this question, we found reason to believe that powerful pharmaceutical companies were filing junk patent listings on inhalers and other medications to block competition and keep prices high. It's disturbing that pharma companies have gotten away with abusing patent listings for so long, forcing Americans with asthma to dramatically overpay and live in fear of what would happen if 1 month money ran short. So in November of last year, we partnered up with the FDA to challenge these listings. Leaders in Congress share our concern and opened up an investigation into why these essential devices have remained out of reach for millions of people. Since then, several companies have taken down their junk listings, and 3 of the 4 major manufacturers are now slashing costs so that the maximum amount that any American will have to pay for an asthma inhaler is just $35. We won't stop there. We're fighting hard to stop monopolists from using coercive tactics to crush competition. We're protecting Americans from hidden junk fees that cheat them out of tens of billions of dollars a year. We're holding individual executives accountable when they break or conspire to break the law. And we're blocking mergers that would raise prices, lower wages, or kill innovation. We're showing the American people what it looks like to have a government that's not afraid to fight for them. This is the vision that animates our work at the FTC, an economy where consumers can exercise real choice without fear of getting ripped off or misled, where entrepreneurs and small businesses can compete on the merits of their skills and ideas without fear of upsetting one of the existing giants, and where workers have the freedom to switch jobs, bargain for a better deal, and exercise basic rights without fear of ruin or retaliation. In short, we're fighting for an economy where people enjoy the opportunity and liberty that free, fair, and honest competition provides. For years, AELP and its allies have researched and advocated for policy that reinvigorates America's long-standing anti-monopoly tradition. Now, these ideas are not just being debated online or by TV pundits, they're actively driving law and policy. Today, you'll hear from fearless leaders who have been at the forefront of that fight, securing incredible wins for the American people and laying a strong foundation that we can all build on in the future. We all come from different areas, enforcers, advocates, lawmakers, and academics, but this summit is a reminder of how strong this movement can be when we all come together. Thank you so much for your time and for your courage.
Another round of applause, please, for Chair Lina Khan. I think we didn't quite lean in to just how big some of these wins are. So I'm going to come back to a few of them and underscore. And again, I think to summarize what Chair Khan was saying, we're really trying to chip away at this cynicism that government can't accomplish anything. And that is a long process, but it's a process of just these achievements along the way. And so dropping inhaler prices, banning non-compete agreements, as we saw in the video, there was an idea that no one would ever even think of doing such a thing and approaching that. And it's already been done in just a few short years. I also want to underscore this oil price fixing situation. I don't know. Have a lot of people heard about that before? Okay. Crazy. Okay. Likely criminal behavior that would have gone under the rug for sure without the FTC drawing attention to it, and hopefully we'll see more action there. We put out a fact sheet about that. You can look it up on our website, and the oil price fixing, and really calling out an executive. I hear from a lot of people that there's this idea if you're rich and you're powerful, you're above reproach. And I think the FTC calling attention to that just shows that we can have government leaders, just like Chair Khan said, who are willing to fight back. The other thing I would note is this whole of government approach. It's a theme that we've talked about before. I'm sure if you're deep in this anti-monopoly movement over the last couple of years, you've heard it ad nauseum perhaps. But it's not just about a lot of agencies doing a lot of things. It's also about having leaders that are about getting things done and not just about themselves, and recognizing that markets are complex and being willing with whomever it takes to get that impact. And so we really appreciate all that the FTC has done on that front as well. All right, well, we're about to hear from another set of fearless leaders in our first fireside chat of the day. I have the pleasure of introducing that chat, and it's going to feature MSNBC host Simone Sanders Townsend in conversation with CFPB Director Rohit Chopra. And I'll invite them both to the stage shortly, but I'm going to go ahead and introduce them as we get started. So Simone is an author, seasoned Democratic strategist, and host of MSNBC's The Weekend. Previously, she served as deputy assistant to the president, as well as senior advisor and chief spokesperson for Vice President Kamala Harris. She's a leading political voice, and we could not be more excited to have her for her first ever anti-monopoly summit, but hopefully not the last. So we'll work on that. We'll work on that for sure. And then we have Director Chopra, and you can go ahead and join us on the stage. Director Chopra has been a fierce champion, I'm sure most people are aware, of effective government. Formerly, he was an FTC commissioner, and he's, of course, currently leading the CFPB. The Bureau is protecting everyday Americans and honest businesses from large financial actors and their wrongdoing, saved consumers over $20 billion, and under Director Chopra's leadership, go ahead, you guys can go. The Bureau has taken up the fight against everything from overdraft fees to inaccurate medical debt on credit reports. For those who are here, as Director Chopra, you might remember, noted at last year's summit, making government impactful doesn't just require new laws. There can be a lot of attention on that. It's often just finding existing authority and being willing to exercise it and weed out bad actors and create the path for the good ones to grow. His governing philosophy has already created incredible results for the American public, and we're honored to have him here today. Simone, I'll let you take it from here.
I'm like, do I have a lapel mic on? Thank you very much. Director Chopra, it is a pleasure to be here with you. I was just writing down a note because finding existing authority and acting on it is, I think, part of the reason why your organization, your agency has ended up in the crosshairs of literally everyone, most recently the payday lenders. The Supreme, if you will, the Fifth Circuit's decision just last week. I think a clear win for you. I have a statement from your staff. I would love to hear your comments on the Supreme Court ruling in your favor literally, the payday lenders were trying to erase your organization, crippling you at the bank account.
Yeah, so on Thursday, after years and years and years of litigation, the Supreme Court, believe it or not, ruled in favor of the CFPB in an effort to kind of shut it down. And I think I'm pretty relieved, Simone, but I got to also tell you, because of that, we had so many law enforcement cases, so many trials paused. And you know, justice delayed is justice denied. And so we are going to work immediately to turn back on all of those cases and hopefully get back billions of dollars that people have been cheated out of. But more broadly, we need to realize that when we try and use the laws on the books, lawyers and lobbyists will organize and swarm to fight. And we have to make sure that we continue to soldier on day after day after day. And you really just can't surrender. You have to keep going.
I have one follow-up on that. Is there any concern that the Fifth Circuit, which is one of the most conservative appeals courts in the country, they did side with the payday lenders? They said that the way in which you all are funded was unconstitutional. Now, I know the Supreme Court, led by Justice Thomas, I know, you can laugh. It's fine. It's fine. You know, comedic relief out here. You got to laugh to keep from crying sometimes in these days, given our democracy. Led by Justice Thomas said, actually, that's not true. And if anybody goes back and looks at the arguments, the oral arguments before the Supreme Court, Justice Thomas, I think, telegraphed there that he wasn't buying the argument. Any concern about the Fifth Circuit Court? Because this time, it was in your favor, but what happens next time?
Well, we have a lot going on in those courtrooms. So currently, we put out a rule a few months ago regarding credit card junk fees. And so what we found was that there was a loophole that the credit card companies had been abusing for years and years and years to extract an extra $27 million a day. $10 billion a year. We finalized that rule, and the junk fee lobby sued us. And so that, too, is in court. It was put on hold, but we're going to work to make sure that that gets unfrozen so that all of that money goes back into people's pockets. But to respond, look, we know there's going to be bumps in the road. But, again, I just feel like we can't stop. We've got to keep going.
You know, I was going to get to our junk fees just a little later, but let's talk about them. Junk fees and what the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has done, the rule that was made about that. I mean, if we could just dig into it a little bit. It's my understanding that the junk fees ruling, last Tuesday, this was going to go into effect. Last Friday, court stepped in and put it on hold. And so because it is on hold right now, if we could just dig in for folks. I know that we have a lot of small business owners here in the room, right? And sometimes, clap for the small business owners. Yeah. And I think sometimes there are folks money is coming out and there is overdraft. Sometimes the fees are upwards $32, $35, some places $40. This rule would have made it $8. They would have capped that fee at $8. Now that the rule is on hold, that means...
Yeah, so we have a whole slew of these junk fee rules.
Yes.
So some are on credit cards. One is on overdraft. So overdraft where you sometimes swipe for $3 and then they tack on $38. We have proposed rules there. We have finalized rules in some places, but you're right. There has been courts putting it on hold, but with this Supreme Court ruling, we're pretty confident that a lot of this can get unstuck in the system and that hopefully we can get a fair shake for consumers all over the country. And I hope that we really show that it's not just about one particular fee. It's really about an economy that feels broken, where instead of innovating on creating something that people want, they're innovating on how to raise prices or gouge us for something we can't even explain what it is. We have found over and over that modern-day corporate boardrooms are not thinking about how to make products better. They're thinking about ways to design prices and extract from us when we're more...
on, really. It's some of the numbers that came out, like credit card on average APR margin is the highest on record right now. That that affects consumers, that affects small business owners. And so what specifically on price gouging is the CFPB tackling right now? And don't worry, I'm going to ask about the points on the credit cards, because people want to know if you're coming for the points, Mr. Director.
Well,
are you trying to take away my points?
Well, we're actually pretty worried about these credit card companies engaging in massive devaluation of points. They want to say you're going to be able to use this for free round trips, and then you try and use it, and it's almost worthless. That is not right. So we are actually trying to make sure that the promises are being kept. We're also seeing that these credit card companies, and this really relates to something Chair Khan mentioned, the more and more it's a clique of companies, the more that they are able to push up prices higher and higher. Our analysis shows that the big credit card issuers have raised their margins almost that it's an extra $25 billion being charged every year on people. When people, if they switch to a small bank or a credit union or a competing issuer, they could have a lot more in their pocket. So I really think, Simone, these airline rewards, Secretary Buttigieg and I hosted a hearing, and we heard from these airlines and these credit card companies, and the biggest ones didn't even bother to show up.
I was watching.
And so we're going to be asking more questions of them to figure out, are they really following the law? I think a credit card is something that everyone really understands. That monthly bill is going up for people a lot because interest rates on them are now sometimes 30%, and they really should be much lower, and we have to do something urgently about that.
What do you tell, I mean, I know you all, maybe what is it, about 3,000 complaints or calls a month?
200,000 a month.
200,000 a month, about 3 something a day. So that's a lot of folks who are calling with issues that you all have to sift through, who may have heard about what the agency was going to do on junk fees, if you will, or for credit card fees. What do you tell those folks? Because the courts are stepping in ways that are, frankly, hampering the ability of the agency to, do what it has been so effective at doing since its establishment. So what do you tell folks who are calling and saying, okay, but my fees are still high. I know you said you all were working on this. I saw a rule, but the things haven't changed. How do you bridge the gap between the obvious work that is being done by the CFPB, but the understanding of the people across the country, the consumers, the folks that you are there to protect and serve, for lack of a better term, about what is actually happening? Well,
we need to prove it to them. So first, we have to make sure that they know that the government is actually open. When I was at the FTC, I think there was a sense that it was closed. And now you hear the remarks from Chair Khan, and it's vibrant again. We have to make sure that when people are coming to us, we're solving real problems that are impacting their financial lives. And so the way I think of it is those stories, those consumer complaints, they really are the wind in the sails for what our agenda is. And people, Simone, are so sick and tired of being jerked around by these credit reporting conglomerates, by these credit scoring monopolies, and all sorts of other mischief in the market. And we use those complaints as the basis of big legal actions. We finalized something with a repeat offender, Wells Fargo, for billions of dollars, multiple actions against Bank of America. So we really think those voices need to be heard, and we have gotten back billions of dollars for people who have raised their hands and said this is illegal.
I was listening to a podcast just this weekend on my way in about how a gentleman called Consumer Financial Protection Bureau because Roto-Rooter was billing him multiple times, and it was you all that stepped in and got his money back. Let's talk about medical debt. I did not know that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau had the authority and could do something about medical debt for folks across this country. So I know you all are currently in the process. Can you please just explain for the folks in the room how the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is tackling the issue of medical debt and what are the next steps in that fight.
So some of you I met actually in the fights over a decade ago about student loans. And one of the things we were always worried about was somehow higher education was turned into a Wall Street security, and that you were turning education into a financial product on steroids. And it became a $1 trillion crisis that is still weighing on so many people. And I'm really worried that medical debt is creeping into that same storyline, and we have to stop that. We have a situation where there's medical loans that you can sign up for even when you're under anesthesia, we hear sometimes. The way it can be coercive and predatory, I don't want to see that turn into another $1 trillion crisis. And here's what we know. Medical bills, as of a few years ago, was the biggest item on people's credit reports that was in collections. We also saw there is an underworld of companies, investment funds buying and selling pools of medical debt. We also know that the credit reporting system is being used as a weapon to coerce people into paying bills they don't even owe. And we have all probably experienced this. You get two different bills, one from the facility, one from the provider. There's supposed to be one copay. They're in a doom loop. You're trying to fight insurance companies. You give up. And all of a sudden, it's just making everyone's life miserable. So we are looking at rules to ban medical bills from credit reports so that people cannot be coerced into paying something that they do not really owe. And we're going to keep on this because I do not want this to follow the same horrible story that student loans has followed in the U.S.
So a little birdie told me that in the next month or so, actually, you all will give notice, and then there will be a period for consent, if you will, where people can ask questions, they can give feedback, and then a rule will be produced. That's going to happen all before?
Yeah. So what's really great is that the big three credit reporting conglomerates already took off most of it. We published all sorts of complaints and data, and they said we better start changing. So they were proactive. They wiped away a lot, but I don't want this to be some voluntary thing. It should be in and codified in law and regulation that this stuff is out of control and we need to put a stop to it.
All right. I look forward to seeing the rule. And I mean, the basis for this was the Fair Credit Reporting Act. And so, I mean, look, the things you learn. From medical debt to the junk fees to the airline credit cards, it made me wonder what are some of the other things that maybe folks don't know about that your agency is engaged and involved in and it's really advocating for on behalf of the consumers. And so I had a couple questions about AI. And yes, I know, right? I know. Well, don't worry, we're not going to ask about Scarlett Johansson and Sky.
That was pretty creepy.
It was wild. I heard it this morning. It sounded just like her. I don't know. It seems like she's in good standing for her lawsuit. But there are different types of AI, right? So there's your generative AI, but there's algorithms. And it did not dawn on me that the algorithms, particularly when it comes to people who are looking for apartments, right? And how a number of these companies are really donning out there or shelling out their systems to these algorithms to kind of weed through these applications. It's my understanding one of the first things you did when you became the director was to go out and advocate on and make a rule on behalf of the tenants. Talk to me about how AI played a role in that and what exactly you did.
Yeah, so I think AI, I personally think it's a marketing term. And most of it is just a lot of math and a lot of data. And we know this for years and years, Simone. You know about the FICO score? That's basically an algorithm, a social score that is determined about each one of you, and sometimes you don't even know what is going into it. And it's making lots and lots of determinations about your life. And that's the creepy, creepy result of all this surveillance in our life. We are seeing all sorts of data being collected about us, powering these algorithms, and we have almost no indication of where these are being used and where they're being created. So what we have done is we have said there is no fancy AI exemption in the law. If you are using these algorithms to make decisions about whether someone is going to get an apartment, going to get a job, going to get credit, you got to follow existing laws on the books, including our anti-discrimination laws, including the Fair Credit Reporting Act, which means you got to fess up as to the reasons why you denied someone. And if you can't even understand your own AI, then you can't use it. That's what we've tried to be very clear about. And I think that this is really just about common sense using the laws on the books to make sure we can do it. Now, I'm going to be honest. I am really worried about how our identities are going to be able to be copied and weaponized. We will see new ways in which people can be scammed, defrauded, abused, and we have to make sure that we don't open up some sort of Pandora's box and all this harm will occur while just a small group of companies, these foundational AI models, get all the riches from it.
The rules apply even with AI.
Yeah. I don't see any exemption in the law for it, so that's where we're going to go.
I mean, you also have exercised this when it comes to some consumer financial products. I think about which, raise your hand if you use Venmo or Apple Pay or Google Pay. Okay. Raise your hand if your Venmo balance is currently zero.
Good.
Raise your hand if your Venmo balance is not currently zero. Please, Mr. Director. I did not realize that, first of all, if your Venmo balance is not currently zero, I want you to take your phone out right now and go ahead and cash out. And let me tell you why, because it's my understanding that your Cash App balances, Venmo, your Apple Pay, those are not insured. They're not protected. And so therefore, if something happens and so that is something that you all issued rules about. So while you are not regulating it per se, you have issued a rule about it to the consumer. You are currently trying to get in and look on, because these are these new emerging technologies. There's AI, but there's all these new emerging technologies and these products that are operating like financial products, but are not traditionally financial products. Therefore, one could argue that there is a loophole. But you say, not so fast.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things on this, Simone. I really think that we've lost a sense of what's the point of banks. And banks are really supposed to be the infrastructure and plumbing that is supposed to help all of us get ahead, be able to borrow for a home or to be able to, for a small business to, have cash to operate. And so we give some special privileges to banks that they can take deposits, pool them together, lend it out, and everyone knows their money is safe because of that deposit insurance. But we've seen a lurch about what is a bank. And we've seen over the past few years that people have lost a lot of money. There's currently a big situation going on right now with fintech companies and people not being able to access their cash because we have not been clear about what's a bank and what's not. And I really think that the more we let things lurch, the more that we're going to leave people unprotected, and we allow the largest tech companies to create rules for themselves. I remember 5 years ago, Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sandberg had this idea that they're going to create a currency. They called it Libra. And that idea was to have a way that they could track each and every flow of their own currency. And we were able, across the globe to put a stop to it. But it's not over. Google, Apple, others have reached into your phones, your digital wallets, and are now moving billions of dollars of payments. And I just think that raises a lot of questions about, do we want the largest tech companies in the globe controlling the flow of money and the data around it? That's exactly what they've done in China with WeChat Pay and Alipay. And I don't think we should cut and paste that here in the U.S.
But one could argue that, the Apple Pays of the world, the Google Pays, Amazon, I mean, now you can link your Amazon and whatnot, that it's here. And so should we not be using Apple Pay?
No, I just think we should make sure that if you're using any type of app, one, that it's safe and secure, that your money is going to be safe, that when there is fraud, you actually have the same rights that you have on a debit card or a credit card. But we also want to make sure that companies like Apple are not programming the phone or their software to bully out other types of payment apps. And that's a big worry. I was really pleased to see that the Department of Justice sued Apple for its conduct related to Apple Pay and its Apple device wallets. We're going to watch that one very closely. The lawsuit cited a CFPB report, and I think that is a big item for, are the phones going to be monopolized, or are they going to be a place where there's some meaningful fair competition?
There are other kinds of not real money too that I know, right? But like the Roblox, this video game currency, the CFPB. First of all, who among us here has children that participate in the Roblox and the? Okay.
You can say if it's for yourself.
You can say, okay. You know what? This is not one where the people are going to want to raise their hands because it's low. I don't want to embarrass anybody out here, but I will speak for myself. And then my stepson regularly is like, I need some Robux. And when I finally figured out what was going on, I said, well, this is real money. And he said, no, it's not real money. It's Roblox money. And I didn't understand what was going on, but I spoke to your team and did a little research. And these currency systems in the video games are very closely resembling real, live, in-person currency systems. And it's my understanding that you all are wading into those waters, again, to protect the consumers in that space.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're losing not just a sense of what's a bank, but what's money. And money is supposed to be a way that we as a society make determinations on standards about how we can have a medium of exchange. But now you're seeing companies wanting to control that. And so what we did is we took a look at all of these virtual worlds, especially video game platforms, to see how banking and payments is now appearing on it. I actually visited one of the big banks has a lounge in the metaverse where you can visit, and I know, but you
went to the lounge in the metaverse. How was it?
But the future is, I think we should accept that there is going to be different ways that we interact with each other. We already know that through digital means, but we have to make sure that there are not some ways where bad actors can create their own systems that ultimately defraud or really harm even teenagers, children, to manipulate them. And I just want to make sure that we don't create a whole separate system where it's complete chaos. And ultimately, parents every single day in America are worried about what is going on there. There's all sorts of purchases on their credit card. What is being moved around? Who is taking money from who? I just think we want a sense of sanity when it comes especially to kids and teens using these platforms.
I have stopped giving money to the Roblox, okay? I will not participate. There's an election coming up in less than 6 months. It's less than 4 months until folks start voting. How will the outcome of this election affect the work of the CFPB? If President Biden wins re-election, what does that mean for you? And if Donald Trump wins, what does that mean for you and your organization?
Well, I'm not in the game of predictions, but I really hope that over the past few years, we've really shown that when it comes to abusive anti-competitive practices, the scourge of junk fees, this is stuff that everybody wants to crack down on. So it's possible that the person, I'm thinking far into the future. By the way, I hope to be there for a very, very, very long time. And I think that that is going to be a way to make sure we create a sense that this is something all Americans want to tackle, and it doesn't really have a partisan bent. I hear from people all over the country about how much these fees are just draining their bank accounts. They cannot budget for it. So, Simone, I really hope that we're going to be able to continue the important progress we've made over these few years. And I have to say, the people who are here in this room have really helped to transform the debate in ways that I think are going to leave a lasting impact.
In the last couple moments that we have left, I want to know, what is your biggest concern facing consumers, the consumers that you work to protect, your biggest concern over the next year and a half or so? What's your biggest concern?
Yeah, I think that there's so much happening in the economy that while people are really been able to get great jobs, there's so many parts of their lives, their financial lives, where they're just feeling cheated and advantage of. We shouldn't live in an economy where we're treated like crap. We should live in a place where we really can bargain hard. We really can get what we want for ourselves and for our families. And I want to stay ahead of all of the predatory new things coming down the pike. Simone, for example, we're hearing reports around the country of hyper-aggressive practices on solar loans. We're hearing all sorts of new products that people are leasing that you would never even think of it. I mentioned the medical debt and medical costs that people are facing every day. And the high interest rates mean that people with credit card debt are on a treadmill and are barely able to keep up. So we have made progress, but we have so much to do to make sure that families are getting really what they deserve in this society.
You know, we started with the Supreme Court case and your win. Now that you've won, where are you going to go on vacation? I mean, it's not every day one goes up against this current Supreme Court and comes out victorious. Where are you going?
Well, no rest for the weary. And we're going to keep going and going and going, but I will let you know as soon as I ink my plans. I'm shopping for these airline tickets, and they're so expensive.
Well, hopefully you can use your credit card.
I'll use my points.
Your points on the credit card. CFPB Director Rohit Chopra, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Simone.
Round of applause for Director Chopra, everybody. So good. You are funny.
Credit enforcers on the beat, and Director Chopra has certainly been that. So we are going to keep rolling here. We have a lot of movement. I'm going to give people a chance to settle in. Oh, and actually a couple housekeeping things I did forget. Wi-Fi. We were getting questions about Wi-Fi. The network is Weston_conference, and then the password is that AMS 2024 for anyone who needs to log into Wi-Fi. And then also just a reminder, and I think Nidhi mentioned this in her opening remarks, we do have lots of people who are watching on the live stream, so I just want to shout them out, appreciate that they tuned in online from all over the country, and we have thousands of folks who are following the conversation along, even if they're not right here in the room with us, and we appreciate it. All right. Well, I think we are set, and I am going to go ahead and call up Ray Ramsey to introduce our next speaker. Ray is the president and CEO of the Nathan Cummings Foundation. He's also the founder and CEO of Century Capital, an investment firm designing and executing impact investment strategies. He's devoted his career to building and leading social enterprises, and we're so glad he could join us today and appreciate the foundation's support of the summit as well. Ray?
Good to see you. This is just what you get when you're one of the sponsors of the conference. That's all. But it's great to be here, and I just met Jarrett Bernstein, but I'm going to be introducing Jarrett and just say a few things. But before I do, and I want to thank Jarrett and sort of off script and the administration for this incredible array of appointees. It's just remarkable. I think I turn to Laura Campos, who runs our monopoly work at the Nathan Cummings Foundation, and it's one of our priorities. I said, these are the best appointees I think I've seen in a long, long, long time. So, Jarrett, thank you, and everybody for that. So it's an honor for me to introduce our next speaker, Jarrett Bernstein. He is the chair of the President's Council of Economic Advisors. He's a labor economist and a champion of progressive economics. He served Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and, of course, in this administration. The well-being of people and workers has always centered in his thinking, and he has published multiple books on income inequality and declining mobility. It can be seen that he is always on the right side of these arguments. He's been a longtime critic of NAFTA, and that's a big deal in the Democratic Party because that's not always been the case, and the free trade agreements that hollowed out the American middle class. He is also a friend and champion of this anti-monopoly movement and predicted in a 2017 Washington Post opinion piece that, quote, it's likely to prove to be an increasingly important economic policy with significant benefits for working families. It's true. He's here with us. He's helping people make this a reality. And again, thank you to the work that we all know that he is doing behind the scenes. Sometimes we see him on television, but he's here with us today. Thanks, Jarrett. Come on up.
Boy, that was a really nice introduction. And I got to say, I really appreciate, going back and finding things that I was saying about this and others. In fact, many who are, as you correctly said, are in the administration. History is important. Thank you for inviting me to dive into an important area of work at CEA and in the Biden-Harris administration, ensuring competition in economic markets. I'd also like to thank our CEA staff and my colleagues at the White House, some of whom are here with me today, for helping me prepare for today's gathering. I recently gave a talk, I was at the New York Economic Club, explaining the economics behind our industrial policies, wherein I acknowledged that this work is motivated by seeing market failures that past administrations often missed. I stressed that on their own, labor markets don't always settle into full employment, especially for more economically vulnerable populations. I suspect few here would question the assertion that the private market, with its high discount rate for the future, tends to underinvest in offsetting the existential threat of climate change. I stressed market failures in the affordable housing and childcare markets, where we have powerful corrective policies for which we're actively fighting. These are all consequential market failures with potentially devastating negative externalities. But there's this other part of our agenda, one which warmly embraces the power of market forces, one which aims to elevate transparent price signals to boost those forces in ways that classical conservatives from Hayek to Friedman would applaud, one which is designed to foster and boost competition, to repeal anti-competitive measures that diminish the freedom of workers or entrepreneurs to pursue their goals and dreams, to create a level playing field on which firms can fairly compete in ways that we know will generate more innovation, fairer prices, and wages. I speak, of course, of our competition agenda, which in the context of today's convening, we can easily and correctly think of in terms as an anti-monopoly agenda. In the next few minutes, I'll briefly clarify how we think about competition, market power, monopoly, and monopsony, and then discuss our whole-of-government approach to competition. I also want to be sure to provide some contrast with opposing forces whose goal is to block our competition agenda, thereby threatening the progress we've made thus far and threatening to restore and reinvigorate anti-competitive pressures. I'll also explain how our work in this area is quite personal to President Biden. Starting with first principles, I'm tempted to define competition as how firms, workers, suppliers, investors, and even countries compete, but that would be perhaps a touch circular. So let me turn to our Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, OIRA, from whom I quote, "Competition is the process by which individuals or firms vie to win customers' businesses for goods and services, to purchase suppliers' goods or services, or to hire workers for their labor services. Competitive markets are characterized by the presence of independent and rival buyers and sellers such that each market participant has many potential options to turn to. Competitive markets are associated with lower prices for consumers, higher wages for workers, more innovative products and services, more business formation, and greater reliance to unexpected events. When competition is diminished, OIRA points out that, quote, certain market participants have market power, end quote, and they can and do use such powers in ways that distort prices, production, quality, customer service, paychecks, innovation, and so on. Moreover, in striving for market power, firms may use up valuable resources in socially inefficient ways. The opportunity cost of firms fighting to thwart competition and elevate their market power falls broadly on the rest of society through reduced social welfare. I suspect that all sounds pretty straightforward, but in the real world, everything is shaded by degrees. There are first mover and first innovative advantages which reward firms with some degree of market power. I still vividly remember the day about 45 years ago when a friend came over my house with his new Sony Walkman and gave me those unusual spongy headphones to put on. I'm pretty sure I went out and bought my own Sony Walkman that day, and I'm very sure I paid a premium for it. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, intellectual property law, though it too must be scrutinized for overreach, see my friend Dean Baker's work on patenting, is intended to provide inventors, writers, etc., with some degree of temporary market power as an incentive to invest and create. So where and when does market power become excessive? The question introduces widely debated measurement challenges that are well plumbed in a 2019 overview by Professor Nancy Rose. She goes through the strengths and weaknesses of various metrics, concentration ratios, markups, factor income shares, concluding that there's evidence in support of increased concentration among large firms, higher markups, and lower labor share, but evidence is nuanced and there are, as always, many determinants in play. But there's another criterion by which to judge excessive concentration and market power, one that is less scholarly but more intuitive. It stems from a word you'll hear President Biden utter virtually every time he talks about economic policy. That word is fairness. You'll hear the president talk about fair share when he's fighting for tax policy that ensures that the wealthy and rich corporations pay exactly that, their fair share, and that funds the IRS to prevent costly tax evasion by millionaires and billionaires. You saw him just last week taking action against unfair trading practices by China, a point I'll get back to in a moment in the competition context. In our latest meeting of the White House Competition Council, of which I'm a member, the word showed up again as the president underscored that, quote, fair competition is the key to my economic vision to build an economy from the middle out and bottom up, not the top down, and it's working, end quote. Given the president's emphasis on the importance of worker bargaining clout, the dignity of work, and prominence of paychecks over portfolios, no one should be surprised that his instructions to his team are to watch not just product competition, but also labor competition, not just monopolies, but monopsonies, or labor markets where employer concentration leads to a power imbalance between workers and employers. In the simple textbook model of the labor market, any employer whose wage offer is below the level, below the market level, loses all their workers to other employers. In the real world, of course, this pristine equilibrium rarely holds. There are surge costs, asymmetric information, employer concentration or collusion, anti-competitive policies like non-competes, all of which jam competitive signals and provide some firms in some markets with unfair wage-setting power. Yet that monopsony power in labor markets is pervasive. A 2022 study by Ye, Macaluso, and Hirschbein found that the average manufacturing worker earns about 65% of their marginal product. A 2022 Treasury meta-analysis of the literature suggests that average wage losses due to monopsony are around 15 to 25%. So what is it we're doing, and what do we plan to do to rebalance competition in product, service, and labor markets? And what are our opponents' plans, or lack thereof, in this space? Starting with pushing back on monopsony power, the FTC announced a nationwide ban on non-compete agreements. When I first heard about this problem over a decade ago, I quickly understood how it was being abused, but what I didn't appreciate was how prevalent these contracts were. Estimates suggest that 21% of top quartile income earners are subjected to non-competes. Fewer low-paid workers are covered by non-competes, but many still are, and researchers find that there's enough there to ding their paychecks. As you know, the ban is facing a legal challenge, but we support the bold action of the FTC that the FTC has taken, and they've said they're going to aggressively defend their ban. Let me next turn to junk fees, a bullseye target of President Biden in terms of cost-cutting, but a cross-cutting issue regarding competition. First, junk fees can stem from an abuse of market power. If consumers have inadequate choices, they're more likely to be subjected to nuisance fees and excessive markups. As CEA's issue brief released earlier this year found, Americans pay more than $90 billion in these fees each year, and the Biden-Harris administration's efforts to crack down will save consumers at least $20 billion of these fees annually going forward. But even more fundamental is the way junk fees undermine competition by promoting non-transparency in pricing. As I alluded to earlier, one area where economists from all walks of life come together is the importance of clear price signals. As Hayek correctly argued long ago, there is no more important coordination mechanism in market-based economies. Jam the price signal and you jam the market, you jam consumer choice, you jam the ability of competition to work its powerful force in enhancing efficiency, innovation, and fairness. As my CEA colleague Evan G. put it, when noise is needlessly introduced into the price signal, the system stops working. That may sound like a lot to lay at the feet of those little old pesky junk fees, but Evan is right. Next, as OIRA articulates in a recent extensive analysis with the mouthful of a title, quote, Guidance on Accounting for Competition Effects when Developing and Analyzing Regulatory Actions, end quote, good competition practices start at home. We in the government, with our millions of employees, our hundreds of billions in yearly procurements, our industrial, education, and labor policies, and of course our regulatory responsibilities, have enormous power to shape competitive practices. In the interest of time, I won't go through the OIRA guidance other than to note that it carefully operationalizes the President's executive order on competition in directing every executive branch agency to consider competition in their rulemakings. Finally, as I hope you saw last week, our fair competition agenda extends beyond our borders, Ms. Wallach. After a review by our Trade Representative Catherine Tai, President Biden raised tariffs on a strategic and targeted set of Chinese exports. In each case, these tariffs are intended not to dampen, but to enhance competition, to level the playing field in key areas such as clean energy production, where Chinese overcapacity threatens to displace nascent domestic production. Our nation has already been through one China shock in the 2000s after China joined the WTO, when similar tactics led to the concentrated loss of manufacturing jobs in communities that were hollowed out by unfair competition. On our watch, there will be no second China shock. Speaking of our watch, thank you. Speaking of our watch, let me close with some growing concerns about the opposition party's competition agenda, or again, lack thereof. The prior administration clearly viewed these issues 180 degrees differently from what I've been espousing today, and in fact wrote in their 2020 economic report of the president that, quote, concentration may be driven by economies of scale and scope that can lower costs for consumers. Congressional Republicans have consistently opposed FTC reviews of oil, gas, banking mergers while staying in opposition to their non-compete ban. Many tried, but President Biden managed to provide Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug costs. With the support of Republican leaders, Big Pharma is suing to block such competition. Republicans are actively trying to protect the junk fees our administration is going after, including CFPB's credit card late fees and overdraft fee rules, fees that add billions, as I've explained, to families' expenses. We know that prominent right-wing think tanks are preparing to implement an extensive financial deregulation agenda that is likely to lead to consolidation and increased market power in the banking and finance sectors, setting the nation's economy up to relearn, not to learn, to relearn a very painful lesson about the impact on regular folks from such financial deregulation. Other broad efforts to reverse our pro-competitive agenda include requiring congressional approval of new major regulations issued by agencies and setting sunset dates for all major regulations. Spend a few minutes going through these materials and you see a tangible hostility towards the competition-enhancing agendas of DOJ, FTC, CFPB, and every other government agency that has been a key participant in the Biden-Harris administration competition agenda. It's a stark contrast, and it's one that redounds to the doctrine of fairness at the heart of every single Biden-Harris economic policy. I've spoken today about many technical issues in understanding, measuring, and promoting competition. But there's a way in which all of this is extremely simple and extremely Biden-esque. It's all about protecting the little guy and gal in a world where power, market power, monopoly power, concentrated power, is too often aligned against them. It's been my privilege to work with this president for long enough to recognize that this is what he believes is the role of government. This is absolutely foundational to him. Under this president, we will never act to enhance the power of the powerful. To the contrary, we will take every opportunity to use the policy tools at our disposal to rebalance that power on behalf of those who lack it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and have a great rest of your conference.
All right. Well, thank you again to Chair Bernstein. We, I think, at Economic Liberties have built a bit of a reputation for calling out policymakers when they're not doing the right thing, but we really commend him, actually, for especially, as was mentioned in the intro, speaking out against NAFTA at the time and really showing leadership all throughout on a lot of economic issues. So we've made it to our first coffee break of the morning. It's been already a lot, right? A lot of content. We're going to take about 10 minutes, and please feel free to get up, stretch, walk around. We're going to meet back here 10 minutes. So not 20, not 15, 10. And we'll see you all back here. Coffee in the back. Thanks, Seth. coming back to your seats. Just a reminder, these front row seats, Daniel here from Rethink Trade is in the front row. He needs company. Kevin Erickson, I've seen lots of friends. Yeah, if folks in the back could just start coming to the front, we're going to hear from Assistant Attorney General Cantor very soon. Sorry?
The sound is great.
Oh, the sound is... We've gotten a thumbs up on the sound. Hopefully everyone agrees. Yes, I agree. Yeah, shout out to our sound and Black Ops. We're going to talk. They're helping us with all the coordination of the event, and they do a great job. So thank you. What else do I need? Sorry? Oh, good. Great. We're so happy you're here. Yeah, so and thank you for the reminder, too, because another point I wanted to make, it's been so fun to have a little time to chit-chat. There's going to be more, but not now. So, again, just a reminder for everyone to come sit down in the front seats. Everybody in the back, I see you. J.D. Schulten, yeah, you need to sit down in the front. Just come up here. Yeah, you're tall, but you can still do it. Yeah. We have a lot of fancy speakers, and that's why I said earlier the Hollywood of antitrust, blah, blah, whatever. And we love fancy people, but we have a lot of heroes that are just scattered throughout the audience, and that's why I'm really happy we have these little breaks to meet some of them. In the break, I was talking with somebody who has really been leading the fight on GPOs. Phil, find him. He's here. He's a true hero to call out just how much GPOs have been raising prices and leading to drug shortages. So I just want to make that point, that we've got a lot of great speakers, but many other people who have been leading this fight for many, many years and decades along the way. Anyway, so we are now going to move to our next speaker, who is one of the fancy people for sure. But to get us there, we are going to have a fancy introduction from Matt Seiler. So I'm going to ask Matt Seiler to come to the stage. He is the Vice President and General Counsel of the National Community Pharmacists Association, one of our most dedicated partners. I know I've learned a lot about PBMs from Matt, and I'm really grateful for that. And he has a long history and career in healthcare law and was even a neonatal nurse back in the day. So a range of experiences. Matt, take it away.
I did not expect nursing to come up, but that's great. Thank you. So Jonathan Cantor is the Assistant Attorney General for the Department of Justice Antitrust Division, where he has vigorously enforced the antitrust laws and utilized the full extent of the DOJ's authority to ensure markets are competitive and fair for all participants, workers, consumers, and businesses alike. Under AAG Cantor's leadership, the Department of Justice has brought blockbuster antitrust suits against some of the most powerful law-breaking corporations in history, and he's been winning important victories. The DOJ successfully blocked the merger of Simon & Schuster and Penguin Random House on the grounds that it would have hurt authors' negotiating power, bringing labor market considerations back to the forefront of antitrust. The DOJ also made headlines when it blocked the merger of JetBlue Airlines and Spirit Airlines, which would have resulted in higher fares and fewer choices for consumers. And the DOJ won its first criminal monopolization case in over 4 decades, when a construction company executive pleaded guilty to monopolizing a market in Montana and Wyoming. More recently, under AAG Cantor's leadership, the Antitrust Division has turned its attention to the harms healthcare monopolies pose to patients, providers, and taxpayers. This month, the agency launched a new task force on monopolization and inclusion in healthcare, signaling a big tech-style reckoning is coming to these critical markets where corporate abuse is unconscionable and yet increasingly rampant. Hello, pharmacy benefit managers. From blocking mergers to launching monumental monopolization cases, one thing is for certain: Jonathan Cantor has been very busy, and we are honored he's taken time to share with us today his insights from the front lines of anti-monopoly. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Jonathan Cantor.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Matt, for that warm introduction. As you were speaking, I was thinking about one of the more impactful moments that I had during my tenure, which was an opportunity to sit down with members of a rural community. And in that gathering, heard from family farmers, heard from bookstore owners, and also heard from a rural community pharmacist. And what struck me in listening to that person was when I grew up, we knew the name of our pharmacist. His name's Norman. And if we had a problem, whether it was during business hours or not, when there was a question about a medication that we were for a sick child, or we needed to come in when the store is closed in order to fill an urgent prescription, we could call Norman. He knew us. He knew our history. He knew our family. Right? That's what local businesses do. That's what businesses that care about their consumers do. And we're increasingly losing that connection, not just the connection from the perspective of the consumer to the business, but the business owner who cares deeply about that consumer. The work that you all are doing is helping to restore that beautiful market reality and make it once again something we can all be proud of. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Jonathan Kanter, and I represent the people of the United States of America. Every day, every single day, I am deeply honored to do that work with hundreds of incredible, committed prosecutors and public servants at the Antitrust Division. And I am certainly honored to be here with you today. My congratulations to AALP on this extraordinary event once again. I'd like to talk today about what it means to be the people's lawyer. In the past, the Antitrust Division, antitrust enforcement, was sometimes defined by what it did not do or by which parts of the law it had decided not to enforce. Today's Antitrust Division defines itself based on the actions it takes to enforce the law on behalf of the American people when supported by the facts and the law. Proper enforcement of antitrust laws makes a difference in the lives of people across the country, period, full stop. People struggling to afford groceries, make rent, get meaningful employment, they all depend on antitrust enforcement to protect their interests. So what have we been doing? What have we been up to? Well, in the last 2.5 years, I can tell you what I've been up to, and we're going to talk about that today. We have built an unprecedented record of action on behalf of the American people. Our record runs the gamut from merger challenges to major monopolization cases to criminal cases and resolutions, amicus filings, and even, yes, board interlocks. In the last 2.5 years alone, we have taken, and I want to pause on this, more than 150 significant actions on behalf of the American people. And I'm going to talk to you about those today. Transformative and game-changing statements like our merger guidelines absolutely shape our thinking and provide transparency to the public. And it's really important. It's vital. But the measure of success, policy development, is whether our frameworks lead to tangible results for our clients. My client is the American people. To see those results, let's start with mergers. Look no further than the 20-plus mergers abandoned in response to the Antitrust Division's concerns in just the last 2.5 years. Our merger enforcement has also put a stop to consolidation that was making our supply chain more brittle by the year. Shippers, CIMC and Maersk, abandoned their anti-competitive merger near the conclusion of the division's investigation, as did Cargotec and Konecranes. And we prevented consolidation from hollowing out the construction industry, forcing the abandonment of Tenaris-Benteler steel pipes merger, the Versatech Crane wall panel merger, and the Top Hill SBI insulation merger.
The pandemic revealed how our nation's resiliency depends on competition in the supply chain and in construction materials. We took these actions to address the trends toward concentration in those industries and put an stop to antitrust, anti-competitive behavior before it takes hold, not after. Each and every one of these cases matters to the people we represent. When our investigation caused Fresh Express to abandon its plans to buy Dole's packaged small business, it helped to preserve the affordability of a household staple for 85% of American households that buy salads at the grocery store. Victories like that, sometimes even the unsung victories, keep prices from going up at the checkout counter. There are too many more to list, but we forced abandonment on another 14 additional transactions that threaten competition involving tens of billions of dollars in commerce across a broad range of markets. Of course, we cannot deter or force the abandonment of anti-competitive mergers if you are not able to litigate and win in court. Our litigators, our stars, our economists, our experts, our data scientists have amazed me and continue to amaze and impress the public on a daily basis. We have won our last 3 civil merger trials, going back to the precedent-setting Penguin case that was just mentioned, preserving competition in the market for authors' labor. These are not widgets. Books are not widgets. Ideas are not widgets. This is not just about dollars and cents, although it matters for our wallets. It's about the marketplace of ideas. It's about the currency of our democracy, the information that fuels the public discourse. We are a country of ideas, and without authors who are fairly compensated for that work, those ideas die and never reach the public and never give us the benefit, the vibrancy, the beauty that fuels our democratic society and our thought process. The JetBlue American case alone restored competition in markets involving 32 million air travelers. And the Spirit JetBlue challenge, we blocked an airline merger in court under the Clayton Act for the first time ever. Think about that, for the first time ever. And I'm proud of this. The judge in that case credited the antitrust division, my colleagues who work so hard every day, for, and I quote, speaking for consumers who would otherwise have no voice. The judge emphasized the importance of preserving competition for families trying to go on a vacation on a budget, or a college student trying to go home to visit her family during break or during the holidays. Speaking for the people is the heart of our mission and how we represent our clients. This is what it means to be the people's lawyer. Let's talk a little bit about civil conduct enforcement, protecting consumers, workers, farmers, and innovators. Advocating for the American people also involves protecting workers and producers like farmers and ranchers that have been the lifeblood of our economy for generations. When we secured a consent decree from Cargill and other poultry processors, we put a stop to a long-running conspiracy that suppressed wages and benefits for poultry plant workers. When we stopped Cook Foods from imposing unfair termination penalties on chicken growers, we restored family farmers and their ability to earn a living how and where they choose. What better reflects the balance of power in our economy than whether dominant corporations determine how farmers bring their goods to market, or whether farmers have that freedom? Our law enforcement actions are protecting Americans' farmers, and we will continue to do so without fear and without favor. The power imbalance in our economy is particularly stark in digital markets, where more and more of our social, democratic, and business lives play out. Our actions protect competition in digital markets, and we are addressing this anti-competitive behavior through strong, decisive, meaningful, and sound law enforcement. These are the new arteries of commerce. These are the new rails that allow ideas and businesses to flow and thrive in the American economy. And we must keep them competitive. In March, we sued Apple for monopolizing smartphones by making the feature on iPhones less innovative and connective than they should be. The law does not permit hobbling innovation in digital ecosystem just to protect monopoly power. So we took action. And over the last year, we completed the most historic monopolization trial in generations, challenging Google's exclusionary conduct to protect its monopolies in search and search advertising. Our team expertly litigated one of the most significant antitrust monopolization cases in decades. They're an extraordinary group of public citizens, extraordinary group of committed antitrust enforcers who went toe-to-toe with teams that had more lawyers than the entire antitrust division. Give them an applause because they deserve it. The collection of skill and know-how that we are assembling, the antitrust division sends a powerful message to America's monopolists. If you break the law, you will face a formidable opponent in court. Let's talk a little bit about interlocking directorates. When businesses we know stand to capably enforce, know that we stand by and are willing to enforce the law, all of the laws, then they follow it. It's pretty simple. For every case we bring, there are 5, 10, 50, maybe 100 that we don't have to bring. Because businesses learn to take the law seriously. There's no better example of that than Section 8 of the Clayton Act. It's a law against putting shared directors on the boards of competing companies. The law's been in place since 1914, but had gone under-enforced. No systematic enforcement by the government of Section 8 of the Clayton Act since its founding, since it was enacted in 1914. No longer. Now we have a program to enforce the law, and that is what we are doing. When we looked, we found violations, dozens of violations. And so you've seen our public actions involving Warner Brothers, Discovery, Pinterest, Nextdoor, Sumo Logic, Sun Country, SolarWinds, Definitive Healthcare, Skillsoft, and numerous others. The 16 interlocks we have unwound may seem like a lot, and certainly they have massively and quickly deconcentrated, perhaps more quickly than any other action we can take, critical industry. But it's nothing compared to the scores of client alerts from law firms that follow those actions, and all the directors who quietly resigned from interlocks before we came a-knocking. Enforcement works. Okay, let's talk about criminal antitrust, corporate crime, and accountability for companies and individuals. Our most impactful deterrence is the Department of Justice Criminal Enforcement Authority. Congress established felony antitrust offenses because the most egregious, collusive, and exclusionary conduct can strike at the heart of our society. I am proud, honored, to report that we have more than 50 criminal convictions and resolutions in just the last 2.5 years. Give you some examples. In one case, we secured a guilty plea from a long-running fugitive who fixed prices of parking heaters that truck drivers rely on to keep themselves warm. Our prosecutors, this is a true story, followed him to the Canary Islands to prove that no one is above the law. In another case, we secured guilty pleas from 2 realtors who rigged bids for farmland and timber rights. Rural property owners deserve better than to have collusion deprive them of fair prices for their land. Taxpayers deserve better too. In many of our criminal cases have protected the public and public projects from procurement collusion. From our case against J&J protecting U.S. military contracts in Korea, to the Padron case challenging fraud affecting government contracts intended for veteran-owned small businesses, they reveal the scope of the problem and its impact on the public. There are many more. In one case, protecting competition in sports school equipment, another stopping bid rigging, harming the New York City public school system, another case that protected the MTA, and yet another defecting the integrity of procurement for the U.S. military. We also acted to punish felony monopolization for the first time in over 2 decades. Not one, but the 2 first criminal Section 2 monopolization resolutions since the 1970s. Section 2 of the Sherman Act, passed by Congress, says that monopolization is a felony. And we are taking Congress at its word. These actions have real results with wide impact. Our recent generic drug price fixing resolution is a fantastic example. The resolution required the companies to pay, and this is a big number, more than $200 million in penalties, the largest ever for domestic criminal cartel. But wait, there's more. For the first time ever, we forced them to divest, to break up, and sell the drugs lines that they were widely used drugs that they were fixing prices on and involved in the cartel. This is accountability for monopolization. In total, generic drug manufacturers have paid us more than $600 million in penalties for their price fixing. They've returned over $50 million in free pharmaceuticals for people in need, and they've been forced to divest the products and services that were the subject of their price-fixing conspiracy. This is law enforcement. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about our appellate and district court filings. Our litigation prowess has been on display with the incredible string of more than 30 appellate and amicus filings over the last 2 years that have led courts to reaffirm important principles that support and provide the foundation for antitrust law enforcement. For example, earlier this year, Court of Appeals fully restored our ability to pursue anti-competitive collusion by the National Association of Realtors. In a case, the Deere case involving tractors, the court repeatedly cited the Antitrust Division statement of interest in denying a motion to dismiss and vindicating that the antitrust laws protect the right to repair. In Relevant Sports versus U.S. Soccer Federation, the Second Circuit quoted our amicus filing for the proposition that members of an association with anti-competitive rules can be the subject of Sherman Act liability. And in Chase Manufacturing, a really important case, the 10th Circuit agreed with the United States of America, agreed with our filing by the Antitrust Division about the scope of Trinco, citing our brief in explaining that the refusal to deal frameworks apply only to narrow situations. In many cases, the courts validated legal principles reflected in our revised merger guidelines, even while the defense bar debated whether the courts would follow those same precedents. Guess what they did? We saw our filing in Deslandis, a case that we proudly showed up to argue in the Seventh Circuit, validating the application of the antitrust law and per se treatment to labor markets. Regeneron case, where we filed a brief, vindicated the flexible approach of Brown Shoe with respect to market definition and the same approach we took in the merger guidelines. And PLS.com versus NAR, the guidelines approach to the Amex decision. And most recently, we filed several statements of interest relating to algorithmic collusion in rental housing to underscore that anti-competitive collusion is illegal, whether it happens in a smoke-filled room or in a data center. But wait, there's more. We've built law enforcement partnerships advocating for a whole-of-government approach. Our actions go beyond the courts as well, and we've dramatically increased our partnerships and interagency collaborations with more than a dozen new initiatives that support detection and enforcement of both our statutes and those of our federal partners. Thank you for that, person. We have new MOUs and expanded partnerships with the USDA, CFPB, Department of Labor, HHS, OIG, NLRB, HHS, DOT, and so many others. For example, under our expanded partnership with the USDA, the DOJ is now bringing Packers and Stockyards Act cases for the first time ever. This is what law enforcement looks like. Under our expanded partnerships with HHS, we've launched new complaint portal to better identify antitrust violations in the healthcare industry. And we're just getting started. Our partnership with the Department of Labor has allowed our investigators to actively share tips and potential cases with each other. And we have filed 16 interagency comments, briefs, and policy statements ranging from USTR's supply chain rulemaking to the Copyright Office's right to repair rulemaking. The whole of government executive order from the Biden administration has truly changed the policy dynamic around the federal government. And we are proud to be there with our partner agencies day in and day out fighting for competition. Let me conclude with a question. Why do we prioritize action and walk our talk? Because that is how a small group of law enforcers, the Antitrust Division, can help return power in the U.S. economy to the American people. All of these actions collectively touch nearly every American in hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars in commerce. But more than that, they reorient the anti-monopoly laws in the minds of business and in the minds of citizens. All over this country, companies see our growing Section 2 prowess, our dogged pursuit of criminal violations, our Section 8 interlocking directorates merger enforcement, and our merger enforcement using the newly enacted merger guidelines, which enforce the law as written. And when they see that, what happens? Guess what? They call their lawyers and ask a simple but beautiful question. What do the antitrust laws actually say, and how do I comply? When law enforcement is meaningful, the antitrust laws are no longer a suggestion. In the United States, in 2024, the antitrust laws are once again a requirement. And that is why we are an antitrust division of action, an antitrust division of law enforcement. And it is why I'm so proud to count myself among the incredible team of public servants who work there. My name is Jonathan Cantor, and I represent the people of the United States of America. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much to Assistant Attorney General Cantor for being here and for the fantastic work he and his team are doing. I think we deserve another round of applause right after that. Now, you've been hearing a lot about federal issues here, rightly, but there's a whole world of anti-monopoly action happening at the state and local level, too. That's what our next panel, Fighting Monopolies in Your Community, will highlight. My name is Pat Garofalo. I'm the Director of State and Local Policy here at the American Economic Liberties Project. And when we founded our state and local program 4 years ago, we did so suspecting there was an untapped source of anti-monopoly energy at the state and municipal level just waiting to be unleashed. And we were right. Today, there are fantastic state AGs, legislators, advocates, and regular folks all across the United States coming together to take on local monopolies in areas ranging from healthcare to housing to big tech. Last week, for example, Arizona's Attorney General Chris Mays sued Amazon for violating state antitrust and consumer protection law. And just yesterday, Minnesota became the second state to enact an economy-wide ban on junk fees when Governor Tim Walz signed legislation championed by Senator Lindsey Port and Emma Greenman into law. And yes, let's clap for that. Come on, Minnesota. Today, you have a great opportunity to meet some amazing champions taking on monopoly at the state level. Virginia State Senator Stella Pekarsky and Arizona State Representative Annalise Ortiz are both on the front lines of challenging corporate power in their states, fighting for fair pricing practices, against monopolization, and to bring corporate lobbying out of the state house darkness and into the light of day. We're so lucky they were able to travel here today, and we're also lucky to have our moderator, George Zornick, Chief National Editor of the Huffington Post and an old friend from our days together as scrappy political bloggers, here guiding the discussion. With that, I'm going to get out of the way and turn it over to George.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you. Let's get right into it. I think people would like to get to know you both a little bit more. You are both first-term legislators. Tell us, each of you, why did you run? Why did you get into this? And what was your background coming into the State House?
Yeah, thank you. I'm really honored to be here. I'm Annalise Ortiz. I was born and raised in Arizona, grew up just really recognizing how unjust our state was, from Sheriff Joe Arpaio and the terror he inflicted upon our Latino community to the outsized influence of corporate power and how that impacted everything from our public schools to our public programs that were being stripped of funding. I went to ASU's journalism school to become an investigative reporter. Through that process, saw just how much change really had to happen, and I wasn't satisfied with just reporting on it. I really wanted to get involved in the fight, started working at ACLU of Arizona on criminal legal reform and federal immigration reform, and then ran for office in 2022. I represent the people of West Phoenix and South Glendale in the Arizona's 24th legislative district.
Senator?
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. Stella Pekarsky, representing the 36th district in Virginia. That's Northern Virginia. 30 minutes on a good day, 2 hours on a Tuesday morning. But really, happy to be here. I came from a working class Greek immigrant family, spent my early years in Greece, then came here when I was, we were back and forth for a while, and then settled in Northern Virginia when I was about 9 years old. English was not my first language. My parents struggled as immigrants. They had very much the quote unquote, quintessential immigrant experience. And public education was very important in my house. It was stressed that that was your ticket to success, and you better do everything to take full advantage of the opportunities you had. And I did, and I fell in love with public education, and I believed that is important for every child to have the best possible world-class education. I became a public school teacher, taught ESOL, went on to have 6 children. Daycare is very expensive, so I stayed in the advocacy world of education and kind of made a pivot into small business. Air charter, which was a new industry for me, owned a business for about 18 years. And then was asked to run for our local school board in Fairfax County, the 10th largest public school system in the country. And I came in right as a pandemic started, so that was quite fun and interesting, and really brought a lot of the inequities in our education system to light in a very obtuse way, I think. Frankly, I wasn't happy with the investment of our state in public education. We have fallen behind in Virginia, and I believe that is a ticket to success for children, And I wasn't happy. So when redistricting happened, I was asked to run against an incumbent. And I said, you know what? I think I'm going to do that. And I came in as part of the most diverse group of senators, the youngest, most diverse, the most women, and I think our policies this year have really reflected those lived experiences and backgrounds that we have brought. And we had the largest investment in public education ever in Virginia, amongst a whole host of other, successes. So happy to continue those. That's why I'm here.
So aside from being first-term legislators, which you both also share in common, is that you got to the State House and decided to take on junk fees. Why is it, start with you, Senator, of all the things going on in the state, why did you go after junk fees? What made that something that you had to change?
Yeah, thank you. I mentioned that I owned an air charter company for 18 years. I don't have to tell all of you that is an industry that is often talked about here, but our customers would come to us and would tell us, we love you as a company. We come back because you just tell us what it costs up front. And they wouldn't believe it oftentimes. They'd say, but what about this? Are you going to put this? Are you going to tack on this? I said, no, this is the price. So we really stood out in that way, and we built great trust with our customers, which I think is important for businesses to be successful. I have 6 children. I don't have a lot of extra time in my life. So I figured if I'm going to be in Richmond, I'm going to tackle something that is going to make a real impact on the lives of my constituents. And I'm going to be a voice for people like my parents who didn't have a voice, who really needed people in those seats of power to look out for them, and that has not always been the case. So when, we saw junk fees was something that was gaining some traction around the country, and really, is there anything more, straightforward than just telling somebody what something costs? I said, let's try it.
And why in Arizona?
People are really struggling out there. I think the price of everything has gone up. For my community in West Phoenix and South Glendale, we have some of the highest eviction rates in all of Maricopa County. Along with people struggling to just pay their regular essentials, we have corporate landlords who are tacking on junk fees and hidden fees. And as we are dealing with a housing shortage, we have corporate landlords who are not being transparent about the cost of rent when people are searching for something in their budget and already facing a challenge because of the housing shortage. So all of these things compounded on top of the fact that my community is home to many incredible small business owners in Arizona. We really thrive off small business in my district. And these practices of junk fees really put small business owners at a disadvantage. They cannot fairly compete. And this was something I saw would have a tangible difference for my constituents, and is also overwhelmingly popular across the board. And it's time for politicians to deliver on issues that we know people are demanding.
So totally right. They are overwhelmingly popular. I've seen polls in the mid-70s to low 80% support for taking on junk fees. Jumping ahead, though, as a spoiler alert, unfortunately, in neither state house did these bills succeed this time, and they were the subject of heavy and intense lobbying campaigns. I think as members of the public and as reporters, we always wonder what's said behind closed doors. So when the lobbyists are coming in and trying to convince members of the legislature not to do this, what's their argument? What's their pro-surprise fee argument?
I'll give you one of the funniest examples. So I had 2 bills. One was a ban on junk fees for all types of goods and services. The other was specific to renting, the Truth in Renting Act. And that bill not only required accurate disclosure, but it also gave tenants the right to opt out of non-essential fees, things like trash valet, smart device services, different things that are really not needed for your quality of life or safety. And I did have the apartment association, very powerful lobbying entity, come in and tell me that giving a renter an option to opt out of trash valet fees would be really bad for the environment because they have seen a huge difference in people recycling when they are forced to pay the $25 fee. And they thought that that would work with me as a Democrat and someone who cares about the climate, but I thought it was a bit of a stretch.
So in Virginia, 2 words. Unintended consequences. Words that are often used by lobbyists. I did not know what it meant because they never gave any concrete examples of what those would be or what those would mean. And so every time I would hear it, I would say, they're right. Their unintended consequences will be that they have to actually tell people at the beginning transparently what the price of a service or a good will be. We really did not hear any good arguments as to why we shouldn't do this. I will say we did work with different industries to make sure that some of the things and the requirements that are happening at the federal level would still work with what we were doing we were trying to do rather in Virginia, and we came very close. When I started, I did not think we would come out of a subcommittee. Not only did we make it out of subcommittees, we made it through committees. We made it onto the floor on the very last day, where corporate lobbyists were at the State House, which doesn't happen on the last day of a session, lobbying very heavily, and we lost on 1 vote and 1 legislator who did not vote against it, but just sat and watched it die. So next year.
So obviously a Republican governor, Glenn Youngkin in Virginia, would he have signed that bill if it got to him?
So I think it's very, very hard for anyone, Republican or Democrat, to not side with consumers. I will tell you this bill started as a very bipartisan bill. In fact, some of the strongest supporters that got up and spoke in favor of it were from the other side of the aisle. Now, where it ended up was not there. So I think the best way to avoid having to make a choice is to make sure that people know a bill should never get on the desk of a governor who has made his wealth in private equity and is, friends with those who did not like it much.
And there was significant bipartisan support in Arizona as well. Is that right? Tell us what happened with the legislation.
I wish that we had as much success as the senator to actually debate the bill and put it out into the daylight. What ended up happening with my bill, we had a Republican co-sponsor who came to this from the perspective of consumer protection. And I thought that would be successful because we also had a Republican chairman in the Commerce Committee willing to hear the bill. Unfortunately, the Speaker of the House, I believe, intentionally put the bill in an unrelated committee, the Judiciary Committee, to discuss a commerce-related issue, and it was never released from Judiciary to have a hearing or to be transferred to the Commerce Committee. And I feel as though if it had an opportunity to be debated, we would have seen those corporate lobbyists come out, and we would have seen those politicians who tend to vote in their favor doing everything they could to kill the bill, even though it is overwhelmingly popular. But this was the first year we're going to introduce it. I'm going to continue to introduce it until it does have a hearing and until we can get the community organized to really push for what we know is going to save people money and protect consumers.
You both all know very well about the level of corporate lobbying that happens at the state level. As reporters, when we try to look into it, it is incredibly opaque. It's hard to find out who is meeting with whom, who is paying. When we were speaking earlier, you told me about Hell Week. Why don't you tell the audience what Hell Week is in Arizona?
So Hell Week is the week before the legislative session begins. Arizona has a law that you cannot donate to a sitting legislator while session is in progress. So the Monday before session goes in progress, they call it Hell Week because it's just back-to-back fundraisers with corporate lobbyists that are trying to give as much money before the cutoff date. So as someone who ran for office for the first time 2 years ago, I wasn't really privy to a a lot of these things, and I thought it was really gross. And, it really shows just how much of an impact these corporate lobbyists have. And then the gift, regulations around lobbyists giving gifts are also very opaque. They can buy you as much food as they want as long as they're actually sitting with you. They can't give you a gift during session, but they can travel you all across the country, and they kind of have to report it, but it's not really clear about how much money they spent on you. So all of those kinds of things really contribute to this atmosphere of corruption and this inability to get things done that we know are going to help people because corporations have so much power.
Were there any unique actors in Virginia? I mean, we know nationally airlines, food delivery, those are like some of the big culprits of junk fees, but were there unique corporate interests in Virginia that were really working against your bill?
Publicly, you've named some of the same actors that were very vocal in Virginia, and I think there were more that were not vocal, but when you look at the national landscape, I think it's many of the same actors who are having issues with this. And I think what was also interesting for us was some were very vocal, despite the fact that the Virginia Consumer Protection Act, which this is, the vehicle that we tried to go through, did not even cover some of these industries. But they were still quite vocal, which I think says something in and of itself as well. So yeah, we had a lot of backroom dealing too. I think a lot of people did not want to come out into the open and publicly say they're anti-consumers, they're anti-lowering costs, they're anti-competition, they're anti-small business. So a lot of these things were done quietly on the side.
Junk fees are a big issue, but certainly not the only fight against corporate power taking place in your states. Tell us, I guess when she is not playing Where in the World is Rudy Giuliani, what the Attorney General of Arizona has done in the past year or so on this front.
Yeah, so one of the interesting dynamics in Arizona is that we have a Republican-controlled legislature, a Democratic governor, and a Democratic AG. So working in this divided government has been really interesting, but it's been incredible to see what Attorney General Chris Mays has been able to do. Yes, please give her a round of applause. And she's not shy about saying this. She won by 280 votes, so never let anyone tell you your vote doesn't matter. But one of the things I was most encouraged by was the RealPage lawsuit that she brought against RealPage and the apartment complexes that were price fixing and causing rents to remain incredibly high in the state of Arizona. She has joined the lawsuit to trying to stop the Kroger-Albertsons merger, as well as sued Amazon over deceptive practices like their very confusing cancellation process when you're trying to cancel Amazon Prime. So these are the ways that we can really lean into the power of our Attorney General's offices in a way that really complements each other, even when my party isn't necessarily in power of the legislature. And something she did with the Kroger-Albertsons merger was travel across the state and hold town halls, even in the most rural, ruby red parts of Arizona. And this was huge because it was really activating grocery store workers, the senior citizens who can't afford their groceries, people who might not think that our politicians have control over these kinds of things, that we can stop these anti-competitive practices in order to protect consumers. And doing that on the ground, organizing with community members, I think was so crucial for our long-term fight to hold corporations accountable.
So one vote away, if we're here next year and you're explaining the triumph of the junk fees bill in the legislature, what changed? What's the obstacle to success that you have to kind of solve?
Outside pressure. We need people to really be vocal with their elected officials to remind them why they're there, why they have been given this great honor of representing working families and children and something that I often remind myself is who stands to gain and who stands to lose. And if I can't answer, my constituents are the ones who stand to gain, then that's a problem for me. But I am hopeful. I am hopeful next year. I'm also hopeful because we've seen this federal push. We've seen, like the representative said, this will make a tangible difference in the lives of people. In Virginia, I think the statistics say it would save about $3,200 a year for a family. That's huge, huge. So there's no excuse. There is no excuse, but we need people to talk to the representatives and let them know that this matters to them, that they're done, because people often feel like they don't have a voice.
Do you think on the campaign trail, people who voted against this legislation might hear about it? I mean, it's a popular issue. Are there plans to make them people remember their vote?
I sure hope so. I plan to talk about this all the time. And I think, this started in Virginia kind of slowly, and people were like, who's this new lady? What is she doing? Wow, that's kind of a big thing to take on your first year. Heard that a lot. But I was really fueled with trying to make a difference for people. And I think the fact that there were so many people across the aisle that voted for it initially until those corporate interests got involved, and it was very heavy one-on-one lobbying, very heavy. I'm going to make sure that we remind people who their elected officials are working for when the time comes.
So same and final question to you. How does it get across the finish line in Arizona?
So one of the things I want folks to walk away kind of pondering is, who are those advocacy organizations or community organizers and community leaders that you can really lean into to help you do that on-the-ground base building? We know this is popular with 80% of voters. An example of an advocacy organization in Arizona, they're called Fuerte Arts Movement, and they organize local artists who have been struggling to pay their rent. And they created a documentary series called The Rent is Too High, and it features kind of showing how apartments have been monopolized in Arizona and how corporate landlords are taking advantage of renters. And they're doing a screening across the state at all of these different community colleges and areas that young people are organizing. And they're pulling those people into the movement. And they are sending letters into the governor's office and to the state legislators asking for certain pieces of legislation to be passed. And should we ever have a debate and people vote the wrong way, they are going to be holding them accountable and working within the political infrastructure to have those organizations who do spend in elections making this clear to voters where their politicians stand. So find those organizers in your community who can help elevate your message and make sure you're building those authentic relationships with them, because this is not something that politicians can do on their own. We can't pretty much do anything on our own. So we need the community to be involved and people to raise their voices, and every single one of you has the power to activate within your own community. So please do that.
Our clock is flashing here. Thank you both for a wonderful conversation and for being here.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you to our panelists and George for moderating. Ending on community organizing is really getting at my heart, and I think just underscores the importance of educating folks about these issues to really build that outside support for elected officials. So thank you again. I also want to shout out Pat, who I don't think always gets enough attention for the stealth work that he is doing across the country. Especially on junk fees, it feels like every day Pat will come back with, I connected with this state, I've got this legislator, and he has a map now, and it's growing. So really impressive, and thank you to Pat as well. All right, we have reached our final panel of the morning. Well, now we're really in the afternoon. So final panel of the beginning, before lunch. Last panel before lunch, let's put it that way. I have the pleasure of introducing this panel. I'll invite everyone to come up on stage as I begin the introductions. It's cutting the cost of corporate power. And I think we know cost of living is top of mind this election year. So it will be interesting to hear actually how this panel builds on some of the themes that came up hearing from the legislators around algorithmic price fixing, for example. Please welcome to the stage Dave Leonhardt, a veteran business and economic reporter who is currently senior writer at the New York Times, to moderate this discussion. He'll be joined by Doha Mekki, who is the Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General at the Antitrust Division, Department of Justice, Swati Bojedla, who is partner at Hausfeld, which is a plaintiff's firm with a global presence, bringing a lot of important cases. And last but not least, Jake Friends, who is CEO of SmithRx, a transparent pharmacy benefit manager. David?
Thank
over
you
to
so much.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us. I want to start by kind of acknowledging the historical irony, or maybe it's historically fitting, in the title here, which is our title is about cutting costs. And so much of this work around antitrust now is a reaction to the movement from the 1960s and 70s and 80s, the anti-antitrust movement, in which Robert Bork was the most important figure. And what so much of that movement argued is that all we should care about is prices, and that consolidation often led to more efficiency and thus lower prices. In Doha, we are lucky to have not only a very important member of the Department of Justice, but also a former high school history teacher. So I wanted to ask her, can you just sort of walk us through why was it that theory that consolidation and larger companies should cut prices didn't deliver on what it promised?
Sure. So first, thank you to AALP for having me. It's really a treat to be here. To understand why this was so perverse and why it did not work, you have to know that there is a deep anti-monopoly tradition that is rooted in American history. There are many people who will tell you that the Constitution of the United States itself is a document that is grounded in the dispersion of power. And so you see that tradition really reach its pinnacle in some of the abuses that are documented around the Standard Oil monopoly. There's a really lovely piece in an 1893 issue of Puck magazine where Henry Demarest Lloyd talks about the misery of life under Rockefeller's trust, and how we know about the oil refineries, but really that piece is magical in how it frames Rockefeller's conspiracy with the railroads. And he says the railroads have bred the millionaires that are buying up corners in newspapers and corn and soy and wheat. And so you see the rise of those trusts. And so we get our first anti-monopoly law, an antitrust law, rather. They are different, in 1890. And for decades, we see enforcement. And as you might expect, companies don't always like enforcement. There are really interesting accounts of councils like the National Association of Manufacturers thinking about ways to defang antitrust. There are interesting accounts of how Milton Friedman's Capitalism and Freedom is largely funded by businesses. And so you see that rise, these guys writing in the 50s and the 60s, and their ideas really taking hold in the 1980s and becoming the policy of United States antitrust enforcement by the 80s. And I think that the last 40 years have been a natural experiment of sorts about whether that approach to antitrust enforcement in fact worked. And what we know is that new business formation has cut down by almost 50%. 75% of industries are more consolidated than they were in the 1970s. Markups in 40% of industries have tripled. And so against that backdrop, against widening wealth inequality, against the double barrel of the financial crisis and the massive demand-side market failure that was ushered in by the pandemic, you have people starting to ask, why does the economy not work for all people? Why is it harder to make a living? And someone much smarter than me once said that people look to antitrust when they are uncertain about the future. And so there has been an effort to think about whether our policy really serves our interests, right? Markets are structured by government intervention. They exist to serve humans. People don't exist to serve markets. And so there has been an effort to revive antitrust enforcement and to focus not just on whether prices go up and down, but quality, about reduced wages, right, that are a result of abuses of market power. And so antitrust economics during this period have really, I think, caused to calcify a very perverse notion of economics. And I think our effort has been to resurrect the law as it was actually written and interpreted by the courts, and to think about markets as they actually exist, right? And not dull away the things that actually speak to the human experience, like power.
Swathi, in your legal work, how do you see power, as Doha just described, translating into higher costs? Because I get the theory, right? If we have even just 3 companies, they're big, they're efficient, they should be competing on price. Why is it that just doesn't work out in the real world?
Well, my microphone on? Sure. Well, as we all know, corporates are profit motivated. So while, we may be being promised efficiencies, they aren't necessarily materializing. One of the big cases I'm working on, which has been discussed a little bit today, is this RealPage algorithmic price fixing case. And here is a case where, the defendants in the case are saying algorithmic price fixing is wonderful because what it helps us to do is clear out our inventory, reduce prices, be more, responsive to market demands. But as we all know, the ultimate goal of these companies, of these apartment buildings, is to make money. So while that may be a potential use of the software, we know in real life that that's not actually how it's being used. And so while you may see these things being promised, we're not seeing them. And that's partially because when you have this easy access to be able to consolidate your pricing authority into one algorithm, in this case, you can abuse that very easily to increase prices. And that's anybody who has to report to shareholders or to report to an owner, that's what they're going to do. We can't really expect these corporations to just do what they're going to do in the greater interest of the American people. And that's why, enforcement is so important. And I just want to say, from a personal standpoint, being here, I'm a plaintiff's lawyer. We do all antitrust class actions. And when I go to these conferences and AAG Cantor gets up to speak or Doha gets up to speak, there's kind of like groans from the audience, like, oh, that enforcement action. And it was so heartwarming to see everybody sitting here today clapping and not letting AAG Cantor get through one sentence without applauding him. So the work you all are doing on pushing these issues forward is so important.
Before we get to Jake, can I just ask you one question, Swathi, about
Sure.
that? So the algorithmic price fixing, why doesn't competition take care of that? Why doesn't another company come in, undercut the price, and then we don't need to worry about it?
Another algorithmic price fixing company?
Yeah, any kind of company. If they're making too much money, why doesn't the magic of the market solve this problem?
That's a really wonderful question. So there used to be multiple algorithmic price fixing companies, as we call them in my practice. There was RealPage, and they purchased LRO from Rainmaker. And that merger went through back in 2017 or 2018. And so now there's one dominant player in the algorithmic price fixing market. So yes, there used to be competition, but that was eliminated through merger. And, we can get into this more, but the way mergers are analyzed in this country through the case law we have over decades of jurisprudence is not necessarily conducive to looking at holistically how that's going to impact the market down the road.
Yeah. Okay, Jake, you're seeing this on the front lines as the CEO of a company. Can you tell us a little bit about what your company does and why concentration is an issue in your industry and how that then affects consumers as well?
Absolutely. So I think the question of rising drug costs here, I think that's without question. We have a runaway train here where drug costs keep rising here. And I think with SmithRx, we service 650,000 members across 3,500 employers. It's a commercial segment of the market where we're offering that drug benefit. And we are truly pass-through transparent, where we look for the lowest net cost. We're not incentivized to find the highest cost or to push up drug costs. We're not making any more money there. And I think that's really important to be able to find that true business model that we're servicing our clients, these small, large businesses, the fabric of our country, and we're providing relief. And I think that's where we've gotten a great foothold here, yet obviously are facing massive headwinds here where the rest of the market under a traditional model is profiting over higher cost drugs.
And so companies are hiring you to do what specifically?
So companies are hiring SmithRx to manage their drug benefit. So under U.S. healthcare in the commercial space, a self-insured company who pays for their own healthcare has a medical and a drug component. The pharmacy benefit manager pays for that or manages that drug component, and through formularies and access points, through independent pharmacies, through retail pharmacies, mail order, and specialty. And this is all part of the ecosystem. I mean, in the 80s, when pharmacy benefit managers first started, that's when drug prices were in the single digits from a percentage standpoint. So it's a very small piece. And the drug industry has just grown over time, and now we end up where drug costs are 20 to 30% of healthcare spend, and these pharmacy benefit managers have become really immovable points in our healthcare model, where they wield a lot more control. And that is where our small and large businesses throughout every state and in every market are looking for alternative pathways forward, and that's why they choose SmithRx.
And similar question I asked Swathi, why is it that competition doesn't solve the problem? If the big PBMs are charging too much, why don't new entrants come in and crack open the market with lower prices?
I think it's a control and market access challenge, where the big incumbents wield their control to be able to be exclusionary, to push out the competition in a way that is just anti-competitive. And we see it every single day, where I'm getting emails from small, large businesses that want to move to Smith but can't. If you look at each state, sometimes there's only one or two medical insurance companies that have a network that has adequacy. So there's very few options or opportunities for SmithRx to enter a market and work with them. If we're blocked out by those one or two who prefer their preferred pharmacy benefit manager, that excludes us from that market, where that small, large business is looking for relief, they're looking for a lower cost product. We can't provide that because the large incumbent, the insurance company, is not agreeing to work with us. And yet we work with over 110 third-party administrators, these entities that help with the medical side of it, and 17 big insurance companies. It's still hard to unlock this space.
Yeah. So, Doha, let's come back to the framework here of how we should be thinking about this. And I'm going to come back to Robert Bork again. I published a book last year on the American Dream, and Bork was one of the figures that I talked about in the book. He's fascinating because he's famous, but actually the reason he's important is a little bit disconnected to his fame, right? And so when Bork was making the case against antitrust, he often liked to talk about this merger of two small to medium-sized shoe companies. I think one was a retailer and one was a manufacturer. I'm making up the numbers, but I'm not far off. One had 4% of the market and one had 3% of the market, and the Supreme Court kept them from merging, and he said, this is ludicrous. They don't have market power. And he helped develop this idea that we should just measure whether prices come down, and if they do, everything's good. That framework had a big advantage, which was simple and easy to describe. It had a big disadvantage, which is it appears to have been wrong about how it affected the American economy. But we still, in my view, don't yet have a clear framework to replace it, right? To say this is when mergers are okay or even good, and this is when they're not so good. Can you help us think about the outlines of what a new framework should be for this new era of trust busting? When are mergers okay? When are they not okay? And how can we come up with a language that voters can understand, right? That ultimately judges can understand, and that can be as influential as that whole Bork, Milton Friedman, National Association of Manufacturers movement was 50 years ago?
So it's a great question, and I'm fortunate because we just finished a multi-year effort to update the merger guidelines. And what we did was announce an RFI, which was a request for information, and we got a lot of information back from not just the advocates, the antitrust lawyers, economists, practitioners, and so forth, but people outside of Washington, right? The folks for whom Washington was actually and figuratively very far away. And we got their accounts of what happened after there were mergers. And so we heard from maternity ward nurses, for example, who said, after my provider group or hospital merged, there were new requirements and there were fewer of us on the floor. I couldn't round as frequently. I couldn't see my patients as frequently. And there, I think, was real cause to real concern that maybe the experience of healthcare was getting worse by virtue of that consolidation. And that's just one example. We heard from farmers who talked about the squeeze. There's this notion of the chickenization of different proteins, right, where companies outsource risk to working people and take a disproportionate share of the profit. And so we also looked at all of the old cases that are still very much good law in the United States, and we reduced those principles to a series of guidelines to just walk people through how the accrual of market power or changes in market structure by virtue of a merger could be harmful. And so it's not as simplistic as saying low price is good, high price is bad, right? But it does speak to a human experience. And I think that people understand market forces, even if they don't use fancy words like hypothetical monopolist test and SNPs and can't regress out harm to the fourth decimal point, which we like to do in antitrust. And so those principles talk about when mergers make it easy or easier to coordinate, right? Maybe we should be suspicious. When mergers grow power in a product market, when mergers make it so that you have to enter at multiple levels of a value chain. So one thing that's so interesting about Jake's company is that he has a service. By all accounts, they do it very well. And he's facing companies that have ownership stakes end-to-end in the healthcare system. And against that backdrop, I think most people understand why it would be difficult to be a disruptor at just one level of the value chain. We talk about digital platforms, right, and competition to displace the platform. And so by breaking down the logic, we have provided a framework that is faithful to the law as Congress wrote it and the courts have interpreted it. And the document itself attempts to make it understandable to real people, right? The first 5 pages are designed to be as understandable as possible and let you know if you're doing a merger and you're worried, do you need to call a lawyer? If you're a person and you're worried about a merger that's coming to your employer or is going to affect your town, should you be worried? Should you be calling the antitrust division of the DOJ or the Federal Trade Commission, right? And then the wonky, more complicated stuff is in the back. And so I guess my answer is speaking to the human experience, speaking to actual experience of the market, I think is tractable, right? It just makes sense. And I think the old approach was really difficult to square with actual market experiences.
I really like that frame. Should you be worried? So what are some of the examples are if they are layering different ends of the production process on each other?
Sure. Yeah.
What are some other things that should cause someone to be worried?
So again, if it makes it easier to coordinate, I love the example of potential algorithmic collusion among landlords, right? If there is a merger that makes it easier to combine information and engage in price setting or dull competition, we should be worried. If there's a prior history of collusion in a market, maybe you shouldn't be merging further, right? Because you are already price fixing. And what's interesting is you have old Supreme Court cases in the 1930s that talk about how monopoly and price fixing are two sides of the same coin, right? It is the same degree of coercion whether there's one or whether people are ganging up and forming a cartel, right, that affects your economic opportunity.
Yeah. Jake, how would you answer that? What if someone said, what kind of mergers should make me nervous as a citizen and a worker and a consumer, and which ones should I welcome? What would you say?
Mergers that increase price are bad. And I think without checks and balances or controls, then we can safely assume that the insurance companies and this current behemoth will continue down the path it has gone down for some time. But if you look at history, back in the 90s, all the drug manufacturers at that point bought pharmacy benefit manager assets. They made the drugs, and so they thought it was going to be a good idea to control the piping as well. So they can own the PBM, the lives behind that, so they could preference their products. Well, the FTC broke that up in the 90s and realized that costs were rising. Now what we have, though, is just recently the insurance companies are building their own drug manufacturing capabilities in Dublin, Ireland, and the Cayman Islands, out in the open. We're just 180 degrees. So we have a good historical context on this of what happens when you get more vertical integration pieces aligning and you let the control go. So I think that looking at history and looking at the pathway forward, we just have to chart a path that levels the playing field. We have to be clear about that and also put controls in place and then enforce it.
Swati, do you see any sign that things are changing in the courts? Are these new merger guidelines making a difference, or is it so early that the courts are still acting the way they long have?
Sure. I think the DOJ and the FTC have done a really marvelous job of bringing these issues out into the public consciousness. I mean, Chair Khan was on The Daily Show, and my husband showed me a clip, and he has never cared about my work before. So, But I think a lot more people are paying attention. I think courts are too. I mean, this seeps into their consciousness too. They read about the ProPublica article about algorithmic price fixing. They're hearing all of these things that are going on. And I think, we have a lot of precedent that tells us how to interpret substantial lessening of competition, how to interpret market power. But I think, courts are becoming more open to exploring these newer areas of how to look at lessening of competition. So again, I mean, not to bring it back to the case that I work on, but even in the real estate case, I mean, that was one of the first algorithmic price fixing cases, and the judge, it is, not a novel theory, but it's a new way to apply the antitrust laws to conduct. And the judge, very capably dealt with that and denied the motion to dismiss, even though there had not been a case like that before. And so I do really think, given the really, really hard work that the DOJ and the FTC have done and advocates in this space to make people more aware of how this affects them on a day-to-day basis, I think that is seeping into the courts and helping us to kind of move cases forward in a way that we were not seeing, a decade ago.
I think that's such an important point, that the ether matters, right? I mean, you mentioned Milton Friedman's book, Capitalism Freedom, which came out in 1962 and was largely ignored. In fact, Milton Friedman kept a list of publications that didn't review that book. You will not be shocked to hear that the New York Times was on the list of publications that did not review his book. He was not yet Milton Friedman.
Didn't he eventually make a Reader's Digest version?
He did.
That was dumbed down, further dumbed down, and no, this is serious, right? I mean,
yeah.
This is Naomi Oreskes' book about what neoliberalism became, and she describes how Reader's Digest gave this really retrograde, very simplistic account of his book, and it was picked up by an actor whose career was revived doing GE ads.
Right.
And his name is Ronald Reagan.
And I guess what I would say is whatever you think of the content of the ideas, and I've already said I think many of them turned out to be wrong, I would actually defend the simplification of the ideas. Right? We live in a democracy, and if he was describing the ideas in ways that ordinary people could understand, there was, and maybe this is your point, there was real value in that for him of sort of spreading the ideas. Right?
I guess I would only quibble. I don't believe he was talking to real people.
You don't?
I believe he was talking to business interests. Right? I think that discounting the effect of lobbying and political activity, which Tim Wu writes about extensively in The Curse of Bigness, when you have concentrated economic power, your political power grows. You can drown out the voices of ordinary people. Milton Friedman actually wrote that voting was anti-democratic. He thought that exercising your economic power was more faithful to his notion of liberty.
But his policies were able to be implemented because that former actor won a landslide victory.
Became
right?
president.
Became president.
Right. And installed people who had similar views. And look, it is a fact that it is easier to disintermediate democratically legitimate law that is, again, passed by Congress, interpreted by the Supreme Court and the courts of appeals when you are pulling back on enforcement. Right? They can exercise their executive power not to do the thing that they are tasked with doing, right? And that would give me great concern as an enforcer, but I think that some of their success was largely bound up in that. And you had 8 years of Reagan and another 4 years of George H.W. Bush, right? And so these ideas were able to calcify over a 12-year period.
This is a perfect transition to what I wanted to ask about next, which is related to politics. So we do see bipartisan interest in antitrust, right? It is not even bipartisan interest. But J.D. Vance said that the one member of the Biden administration he thought was doing a pretty good job was Lina Khan, right? How, inside the administration, then I'll ask everyone, how do you think about the parts of this antitrust effort that are bipartisan versus the parts that Democrats support and Republicans oppose?
So I should also add that during Jonathan Cantor's, I think, first oversight hearing in the House, Matt Gaetz asked, "Sir, are you tired of winning?" I think bipartisan support is real. And I think that is the thing we are most proud of. There's no separating out bipartisan antitrust from what is sort of within the administration. Antitrust is tractable. It is consistent with our form of government. It is consistent with the human experience. And so there is a wave of populism that you see, largely, again, kind of gaining steam after the financial crisis. And I think it is ahistorical to try to break apart the forces of populism that galvanize the left to get interested in antitrust from those that galvanize the right. And so whether you are worried about the power of one company to deplatform ideas that they don't like or individuals that they don't like, or you're concerned about censorship, or you are concerned about the disintermediation of antitrust by folks who had different policy ideas that they didn't bother going through Congress to implement, antitrust is there for you. And what I find so encouraging is that even someone like me, who is a counsel to Jonathan Cantor's predecessor, a guy named Macon Delrahim, that I can find a home in antitrust and have worked on labor issues during a Republican administration, and I think worked on a number of policy issues that we've talked about today and will continue to talk about in the afternoon sessions in the Biden administration. And I think that is good news. I think that is welcome news, and that is what we hear from folks who want to learn more about how they can get involved in antitrust, because it's not the same set of characters opposing an issue and then supporting an issue. And I think that's fresh air in Washington.
Yeah. Swathi, how do you see the politics of this?
Yeah, I in my practice, we work with state AGs quite often on co-prosecuting cases together. When the state AG brings a case, that money goes back into the public coffers. When a private plaintiff brings a case on behalf of a class, that can go to the class members who were harmed. And so we have very good relations with a lot of AGs. And I know, particularly in the tech space, it has been very bipartisan. I mean, the Texas Attorney General has been bringing antitrust actions against some of these tech companies. And it's not somebody we typically work with in our own practice, but it's been really great to see. I think I totally agree. It's not a partisan issue in the same way that many things are. I think the only people who aren't happy with all this enforcement are the defense bar.
Jake, have you been able to get both Democrats and Republicans interested in the problems in your sector?
Absolutely. I mean, this is healthcare, and the cost structure here keeps going up. If you look at every state, I think the harm being caused to these local communities, especially in the rural areas, and the urban as well, but these independent pharmacies, they represent over 50% of all pharmacies, independents, and they're being put out of business by a lot of these predatory pricing. And it's not going to end unless we build that new pathway forward and reinforce it. So I think the bipartisan nature of this, there's many lawmakers, some of which are even pharmacists, that can see the challenges that they face day in and day out. And I think it's small and large businesses that make up, again, the fabric of our country that need relief. So being able to see that harm from a bipartisan standpoint at every level is there.
Yeah, and I also think, there's only so much we can do with litigation. Some of this does eventually require legislative solutions. And I think I've been really encouraged to see Senator Klobuchar's bill come out. There have been some bipartisan antitrust proposals coming through the Senate. So, more work on, maybe lessening some of these very strict standards that have been developed over the course of decades of jurisprudence, as we've been focused so much on prices, would be very helpful. And so all the lobbying you folks are doing has been great.
So that's actually a nice way to frame the end of our conversation. I'd like to ask each of you one way in which you've clearly seen change and, in your view, progress on this issue, and something that you still see as kind of an obstacle or a problem. And you know, we were talking about capitalism and freedom. These movements that are meant to change policy and change people's minds, they can take decades to succeed. In fact, that's the norm, that they take decades. But they're not guaranteed to succeed, right? There have been movements that have succeeded and movements that did not succeed. And so I'm interested in you all helping us think about the ways in which things are succeeding and the ways in which there needs to be a lot more progress. And you know, in part, this is something where there, as you've noted, there are real opponents of this approach. All of you have noted that. And they don't lack for resources, right? And I mean, you can open up the Wall Street Journal editorial page every week and read an article about how these efforts are failing, right? And they obviously have an interest in that. But so can each of you talk about something that you think really is working and that worries? And we'll go in the other order. Swathi, you'll start, and we'll end with Doha.
Sure. One thing I think has been great over the last couple of years is more involvement from the business community in kind of looking at and trying to remedy these issues. So I always, tell people we basically represent little companies against big companies. So while we do some consumer work, a lot of it is it's like almost a form of commercial litigation. And so more recently, like as companies that maybe have been not so litigious are seeing that, I can band together with other small companies like myself in a class action and try to remedy some of these harms that I'm facing from my suppliers or whatever it would be. I think that's been really great. It hasn't been just like a dirty word to bring a class action case anymore. And I think that's really helping move forward the law, because we need people who are willing to go out and be class representatives and bring these cases to be able to bring these cases. And as far as the plaintiff's bar, we can be more agile in researching and bringing a case very quickly. And so we're able to kind of test these theories out before maybe the government enforcers are able to. So one thing I would say is, if you're ever interested in talking about or thinking about something you're seeing as a harm, as Doha mentioned, like, are you seeing something that looks wrong to you? Reach out to your friendly plaintiff's lawyer, COSAL, AI, these organizations that do a lot of this work on behalf of the plaintiff's bar, and we're always there to do it and help you with it.
What worries you?
A lot worries me. Speaking again from the plaintiff's bar perspective, we definitely face an anti-litigation experience sometimes from courts or from the Supreme Court in terms of getting classes certified, showing how damages can be proven on a class-wide basis. These cases are very expensive to bring, and so there are so many times I talk to people about really like the pharmacists, for example. There are times we really would love to bring a case on behalf of pharmacists, but the way that these cases are analyzed are on a market-by-market basis, right? So for a private plaintiff to bring a case, it has to be looked at in this very small market, and there have to be enough damages for us to be able to bring it. And because of the way that that's analyzed, it's very difficult for us sometimes. So, I would love to see better jurisprudence on certifying classes, recognizing that the class vehicle is one of the best ways to combat corporate abuse on behalf of private actors.
Jake, one thing that worries you and one thing that encourages you.
Let me start with what's encouraging. I always go to the positive. I think that we're at a precipice for change. As I mentioned, more collisions are happening now than ever before, and I think that small, large, self-insured businesses are making change. These independent pharmacies and the structure that Smith is a part of, including marquee and cost plus and many other components, we have a viable model out there. This is not a theory that we're trying to figure out what's that next pathway forward. We're creating that right now. And we're part of an organization called Transparency RX that are all pass-through transparent pharmacy benefit managers that represent 14 million Americans. So we're driving down this path, and what I'm encouraged by is that I see a lane going forward here that's very positive, where change will continue to happen. What worries me is that we just allow everything to keep going forward, thinking the market's going to fix itself. I see the challenges today if we have no action, and it's only going to continue. And I think with some support here and a leveling of the playing field, there are paths, but without it, we're just going to be stuck in the same place 5, 10, 15 years down the road?
I'm an optimistic person. I'm hopeful. I'm really encouraged by the last several years. As just one example of a reason to be excited among many, we blocked an airline merger for the first time in history. And not only was that merger blocked, it was blocked by someone who took the bench around the same time as Frank Easterbrook and Robert Bork. And he says at the end of the opinion that for those travelers who love Spirit, this one's for you, because the Clayton Act, which is our merger statute, is a statute that is 107 years old and keeps delivering for the American people. Mm-hmm. That is a reason to be hopeful. Things that worry me, it's the opposite of the thing that makes me really excited. There are 802, as of Monday, people who work at the antitrust division, and the American people do not know how much value they get out of those people. They work day and night to hold bullies accountable, and they are doing it, right? We just finished our Google search trial. We are picking a jury in our Google ad tech trial on September 9th, and we have filed a massive monopolization case against Apple among all of the other things that we are doing at the division. It is Standard Oil, AT&T, and Microsoft, but all at the same time. Mm-hmm. And the thing that worries me is that we will not have sufficient funding to take on all of the bullies that the Justice Department is uniquely suited to take on.
Are there specific threats to the funding?
Yes.
Yes. What are they?
Gosh, do you want the polite answer?
No.
Or the appropriations process is what it is. Congress decides our budget every year, and we are grateful for every dollar that we get. It is not a surprise that companies that do not want to face a potential lawsuit from the Justice Department do a really good job of lobbying to make sure that we don't quite have enough budget to take them on. And so it is very much a fact today that we have fewer people than we did in 1979. Meanwhile, the economy has exploded at multiples of the size of the economy that existed in 1979. And so we view ourselves as the people's law firm, right, the public's law firm, and with a budget that is a fraction of what is needed to police the entirety of the U.S. economy. And it's not just mergers, and it's not just monopolization cases. We charge criminal price fixing and market allocation, right? And monopolization can be a crime too, and we charge that, right? So that is what we are up against.
Well, I don't know how the story is going to end. None of us do. But I have to say, I've now been in Washington for 16 years writing about these issues, and the amount that the discussion on this issue has changed is just remarkable. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
There we go. Boom. Okay. So before everyone heads out for lunch, which we made it, and just another round of applause for the panel, actually. And I do think Congress was coming up quite a bit, especially at the end there. And you might be wondering, where are the federal legislators in today's anti-monopoly summit? They're coming. So that's an incentive to stay till after lunch. We're going to be hearing from some Congress people and senators. But here's where we're headed next. It's the interactive panel. These are not breakouts. These are interactive panels because there's going to be a back and forth. We've done away with that breakout turn. Okay. So here's how it's going to work. You have a choice for each of the interactive sessions. The first is going to be a choice between a conversation on the right, where we'll hear about how the conservative spectrum, political spectrum, is thinking about competition policy, or a new trade policy to break up corporate power. And that'll be moderated by Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro. That is going to be the only interactive panel for folks who are on the live stream that will be live streamed. So for the over 6,000 people who are watching so far on X, that panel's for you, a new trade policy to break up corporate power. So the first session of interactive panels will start promptly at 1:10. We have to cut lunch a little short. There's a lot happening. Okay. The second round of interactive panels, there'll be the choice between break up big medicine, which I know there's a lot, we heard it from PBM, from Jake on the PBM industry, a lot of momentum on those issues. So encourage everyone to check that out. It's going to cover more than PBMs though. Or growing the Labor Business Alliance to fight corporate power is going to feature one of our sponsors and partners, UFCW, Kroger-Albertsons merger that's come up already. So check that out if that's of interest. Each panel will be 45 minutes. Like I said, there will be time for Q&A. You don't have to remember anything I just said. It is in the little pamphlets and on the agenda online. And what else? I think that's it. Once you finish the interactive panels, come back into this room, grab a coffee, sit down. We're going to start promptly at 3 p.m. and hear from Senator Warren, recently called the indispensable senator. So we know that's going to be good. All right, enjoy lunch. Thanks so much, everybody.
All right, everybody, thank you. We're going to have more people coming in, and thank you for everyone who is watching online. Welcome back after the lunch break. I am Lori Wallach with the Rethink Trade program of AELP, and I am just going to kick off the panel because we have an incredibly special moderator who is also sort of the keynoter. And so I'm going to introduce someone who kind of needs no introduction, and she will introduce the rest of us, Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro, who represents Connecticut's 3rd District. And as I often say, she's sort of like the person who needs no introduction, because everyone who isn't even following politics says, oh, that's an amazing lady with the amazing hair who took millions of kids out of poverty with the child tax credit. She's that lady who keeps the government from not shutting down and keeps stopping the Republicans from cruel and devious cuts to our basic programs. That is who will be moderating here today. But most people don't know she also chairs the House Trade Working Group, which is a very long-standing, since NAFTA, collaboration of members of Congress and unions and other outside groups. And we can also thank Congresswoman DeLauro for saving us from the TPP, yes, and making Trump renegotiate his renegotiated NAFTA to put in the labor standards that Thea is going to talk about, among other things. So all-around rock star and our chair, Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro.
Well, thank you, Lori. My God. Let's go on the road with this show here, Lori. Thank you very, very much. And I'm so delighted to be able to join with all of you today. And I want to say a thank you to the American Economic Liberties Project, organizing the panel, and really helping to shine a light on what is a growing need for a 21st century approach to trade, that one recognizes the missteps of the past, but also is identifying a strategy for us for the future. Joined today by Thea Lee, Deputy Undersecretary of Labor for International Affairs, the U.S. Department of Labor, Scott Paul, President of the Alliance for American Manufacturing, and the indomitable Lori Wallach, Director of Rethink Trade for the American Economic Liberties Project. And I might just say that Lori talked about our journey with TPP, but the gang's all here when we embarked on that effort, and also the renegotiated NAFTA agreement. I find it hard to say the USMCA, so I talk about it as the renegotiated NAFTA agreement. These folks are really public intellectuals. They have a long, long history of addressing this issue, but all trade issues. And we're looking forward to hearing your thoughts, how we can, in fact, advance a more progressive, a more worker-centered trade policy for this country. Let me just say a few words, if I can, about how I view this issue. This is an issue that's really near and dear to my heart. And I've staked my career on it in many ways. And Lori mentioned this. I fought and helped organize in the Congress the opposition against the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. Because I saw what the earlier trade deals did, how they hollowed out the American middle class, our manufacturing capacity. I watched shuttered factories in my own district, weakened communities, et cetera, across this country. And TPP would have tilted the balance in favor of massive corporations even further, allowing them to set the rules for themselves, creating a race to the bottom on wages, environmental standards, and consumer protection. And let me just say that it was no easy road to be up against the full strength of the administration. But a collective effort, an effort that was so needed and undertaken by this group of people, and some who were here, in the audience, and we succeeded at doing that. I recognize, as I believe we all do, the value of international trade. I think, its role in both increasing our prosperity for working people, protecting global stability, but it has to be done right with purpose and with forethought. When you get self-interested corporations, they should not be allowed to write all of the rules. And Lori pointed out, yes, they shouldn't be allowed to do all the rules. I worked with the Trump administration to rewrite the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. Look, I'm prepared to work with anyone who will come to the table with serious ideas of how to conduct trade while we protect American jobs and our ability to maintain high-skilled labor and talent. The fight has always been about corporate power. When corporations run amok, as they did in the 1990s, when what they did was they latched onto a strategy of using trade negotiations to lock in the rules to protect themselves, expand their power while limiting government oversight. They pushed for investor protection. They made it easier to deal with offshoring, and they shot down any of the provisions that would allow us for stronger labor standards. And it was limiting government oversight, and at every step of the way, who lost here was the middle class and workers. They lost at every turn. And the companies used the negotiations to craft the rules that limit competition. And look, the restricting generic drug competition to protect the pharmaceutical patents. And they were counting on, which has changed, and we'll get to talking about that, lax antitrust enforcement that cannot compete with the power of increasingly consolidated corporations and the legal defense teams that they had put together. But what's the good news? Finally, I believe we are at a turning point on trade and antitrust. We have the best chance in decades to really try to make significant changes to how we conduct our policy today and our corporate power. It's both home and abroad. You know, I think the Biden administration has empowered our trade and antitrust officials. Look, FTC Chair Lina Khan, what a hell of a job she is doing at this, and it's a pleasure to work with her. Assistant Attorney General Jonathan Kantner at the Department of Justice. Yes, you know, this is advancing bold worker-focused strategies rather than a corporate one. Utilizing the rapid response mechanism that we fought for in the renegotiated NAFTA agreement to hold trading partners accountable for labor violations. You know, and this has recently been used to remedy violations of labor law at facilities in Mexico that are manufacturing products as wide-ranging as garments, automobiles, rubber. They have also gone after some of the largest tech monopolies who are serial abusers of U.S. digital trade policy, applied targeted tariffs to combat Chinese product dumping strategies on crucial areas of clean energy technologies. You know, the administration, 100% tariff on Chinese electric vehicles that are undercutting American manufacturers and workers. So after years of skyrocketing corporate profits gained from the global race to the bottom on trade, I believe we are finally seeing momentum, and that is starting to shift. People are realizing that we have more tools at our disposal to fight the trend than we thought, and international corporations are not immune to the law. From outbound investment screening to closing the custom loopholes, Earl Blumenauer and de minimis, you know, fighting to keep drugs like fentanyl out of the country. So there are opportunities ahead. We're going to review the renegotiated NAFTA agreement in 2006. How will it better help us to rethink bringing workers and consumers, small business, and environment to the center of our agreements? We have to continually raise the bar. What we mostly have to do is that we have to make it clear to the most profitable American consumer markets that it requires more from them than bare minimum of social responsibility. It is a bare minimum, no longer good enough. So, and finally, we must reimagine how the deals are negotiated. In the past, we went crazy during TPP with the secrecy around the negotiations, terrible fast-track procedures, hundreds of corporate lobbyists, executives in the room, while labor unions, climate advocates, consumer watchdogs on the sideline. If we want our trade deals to reflect the needs and the interests of the American people, then they must have a seat at the table. And just make two comments about we need to be in the room where it happens, and if you are not at the table, you're on the menu. So we need to really understand that. Trade is good. But like any good thing, without guardrails, it is disastrous. I look forward to a new era of trade policy that recognizes this fact, puts people, not corporations, in charge of our vision. And now I've gone on long enough for you to hear from me, but we need to hear from the experts here who are arrayed today. And what I'm going to do is, I think the general ways, I will ask each of our panelists a question and then a general question and follow up from there, and hopefully there may be time for audience questions. Let me go to my dear, dear friend, the Deputy Undersecretary, Thea Lee. You were engaged in the NAFTA fight. Yes, in the early 1990s, you wrote about how a trade agreement model that placed corporate interests first had, and I quote, hidden costs for workers. Now we are 30 years later. We've seen several other significant changes to the global trade order, the formation of the WTO, the granting of permanent normal trade relations to China, and many other free trade agreements. What has been, in your view, the outcome of corporate trade models for working people and for the U.S. economic resilience writ large? What has been the result of all of this?
Well, thank you so much, Rosa, and what a pleasure to be here with Lori Wallach and Scott Paul, two titans of the trade debate. So this is a great pleasure, but you know, we were there in the early 1990s. I was working at the Economic Policy Institute at the time, and you know, the premise was, should trade agreements be just for corporations? Should they be just for multinational corporations to have more power and more wealth and more flexibility and more mobility than they already had? Or were there other considerations at stake? And, you know, at the end of the day, I think we were proven right.
Amen.
I don't always like to say, you know, I told you so, but we did. We told them so.
Exactly.
And the outcome was job loss in the millions. I mean, not just from NAFTA, but from the China PNTR and from the other trade agreements, that we hollowed out our manufacturing sector. We hollowed out communities across the United States of America. And we had a complete rupture of resilient supply chains. And we saw that particularly during COVID, where all of a sudden, like who knew, we couldn't make ventilators, we couldn't make personal protective equipment, and we were dependent on a somewhat hostile trading partner, China, to deliver things that we needed for our lives, for our live existence. And now we're seeing also the same kind of thing with respect to clean energy supply chains, where we made through corporate globalization, some kind of short-sighted choices maybe 10 years ago, like, hey, let's just buy it cheaper from China. Who needs to produce things here in the United States of America? And now we are finding that those supply chains are fatally tainted with forced labor, in many cases with actual slave labor, and we are faced with this horrible choice. Are we supposed to continue with deployment of solar panels and electric vehicles at the cost of slave labor, or do we have to stop and think back again? And, you know, this administration is going in the other direction. But so the outcomes were atrocious in terms of the manufacturing sector and our ability to produce. But it wasn't just the number of jobs, it was the quality of jobs. That good quality unionized manufacturing jobs were lost, and they weren't replaced with very much. And if you think about it, it was really by design. This was corporate power, corporate ambition and overreach, that they glommed onto the idea of the trade agreement, and NAFTA was kind of the embodiment of all of that. And they used it to further an agenda of anti-regulation, anti-taxation, anti-union, anti-environment policies. And so they fundamentally undercut democracy. And that is, I think, why we were able to build a really powerful coalition. It was a multinational coalition. It wasn't us against Mexico or against Canada. It was worker activists, environmentalists, civil society activists, human rights activists in Mexico and Canada and the United States coming together. And over time, I think that really served us well, because that's why we always had a vision of what trade agreements could be, or what trade policy could be, that was not just about maximizing profits and corporate power. But if you think about it, of course, in today's conference, it's about shifting the balance of bargaining power. That there is already an inherent imbalance of power between employers and workers. You know, the employers have the capital, they own the factory, the workers have their own labor to offer. And when you think about taking globalization on top of that, you can magnify it 1,000 times. So now you take a multinational corporation, one of the wealthiest entities in the world, and you put it against a worker who might be illiterate, who came out of the rural areas, who's never held a job before, doesn't know what their rights are. And that tremendous imbalance of power is exactly what corporations were looking to, that it wasn't good enough for them. That in the United States of America they'd already beaten back unions, that they'd already taken away a lot of jobs. They wanted more power. They wanted the power to go and to force governments to compete with each other for the scraps of the global economy. Whether developing country governments, desperate for jobs, desperate for foreign investment, having to offer up weaker regulation, less taxes, busted unions in order to attract investment. So, at the end of the day, if you contrast what was in NAFTA and the trade agreements of that era with what was not in, I think you see a very clear picture. So there were strong protections for intellectual property rights, for pharmaceutical companies, for copyrights, as you said, Rosa. There were strong protections in terms of financial flows, that the big money corporations needed to be able to move their money around without any barriers, without any hiccups. And, of course, the investor-state dispute settlement, which empowered individual foreign investors to sue governments over regulations they didn't like. And I'm sure Laurie will talk a little bit more about that. And then on the other side, you see almost nothing for labor and environment. So the labor and environmental side agreements were so pathetic and weak. We at the AFL-CIO, I ended up at the AFL-CIO, tried to use those agreements for a couple of decades, but there was no dispute settlement. There was no remedy at the end of the day. So you can spend tens of thousands of dollars getting the workers to testify, showing some egregious abuses of workers' rights that were happening in Mexico with American companies or multinational companies, and at the end of the day, there were no teeth to it. And that was by design. So, it was just the contrast between weaponizing the market access, and if you think about it this way, the corporations were selling off access to the U.S. consumer market to the highest bidder, and they were doing it in a way and on terms that were uniquely favorable to multinational corporations and uniquely damaging to worker power, to environmental protections, to even to consumer protections, because they got the governments of the global south and the labor movements and the activists to have to compete for scraps while they strengthened and embedded their own protections and trying to reduce the risk of outsourcing by locking in market access, locking in low tariffs, locking in investor protections that had not existed before and don't exist in any democratic government, and then forcing governments to compete by keeping taxes low, keeping regulations weak, not enforcing labor protections, and busting unions. So that was the end of the day. It was a sad picture, but I know we're going to go to a brighter place as this conversation evolves. Thank you, Rosa.
Well, thank you, Thea. Excellent, excellent. Just a couple of points. We did tell them that. We told them so. And I can recall, I don't know if some of you can remember as well, that those of us in the Congress who were opposed to NAFTA and spoke out about it, and I'll be very, very clear, the Clinton administration said we were thugs. That's the way we were described, as thugs. But it was equally question. The outcome was atrocious, and I love this as shifting the balance of bargaining power, which is what this is really all about.
to both the Democratic and the Republican parties, and it was there for a very long time. And I'll just close with this. It was also perpetuated by corporations in a number of different ways. I mean, the members of Congress who would generally rise to become the leaders of the committees that did this were blessed by these corporations more often than not. That applies to some of the party leadership on both sides, too. That applies to the presidential candidates on both sides. That applies to the advisory committees that USTR has on all of this as well. And so when you looked across the board, and obviously these corporations were funding all of this economic research, which has been debunked, about how great all of this would be. And so so there is a reckoning now, and I know that we'll get to that, but I think that it was helped to crystallize in part by the pandemic when people faced shortages and a real crisis, and there were some real life and death situations, just about how fragile and corrupt this whole system was. And I think that helped to create the space, along with this desperation and the overwhelming body of evidence, and then also the fact that you saw some in the Republican Party that picked up this issue and co-opted, I think, working class voters that way as an alarm bell, that we got to act differently than we have been.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Scott. I'll just tell you a very quick vignette, if I can, here. You were talking about being in the library and, and losing it, etc. It was my husband, Stan Greenberg, and I. Well, he's come over to my side, but we were out to dinner with one of my daughters, and I can remember the restaurant was the Bombay. It was an Indian restaurant, and she said, "I'm going to leave because the two of you are shouting at one another about," I said, "you can't be for NAFTA, and so forth." But the view that, and it's only recently where we have, he said, as I said, he's come to my side of the equation here. But I think we had, no one believed when we just relayed what would happen. And it happened, which allowed us then, when we were dealing with the loss of those jobs, Connecticut manufacturing jobs to a fare-thee-well, jobs never came back again. The salaries never came back again. And the social consequences, which you laid out there, Scott, but that helped us when we were dealing with the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. We had something to look at and say, look at it, look what happened, let's not go down that road again. And that brings me to asking Lori, and you're right about the biggest corporations getting the benefit of it. Lori can speak to really, as I say, I think the level of knowledge she has on trade agreements, there's no word for it. It's just overwhelming. But the specific problems with the old trade model and the provisions, the mechanics that allowed corporations to get away with what they did, and look at where we are today in that regard. So, Lori, take it away.
So it's a pleasure, a thrill to be with my friends and colleagues on this panel. And basically, I think the bottom line of it is that old system of trade agreements concentrated corporate power, increased corporate power, increased monopoly worldwide, was a feature, not a bug. And the specific sort of thing about it that is worth noting, Rosa mentioned this, there are 500 official corporate advisors who have an official role as trade advisors from the Nixon days. That's still there. That needs a study called Loaded at rethinktrade.org, and you can see all of these corporate lobbyists who basically can see the texts, like the TPP when Congress couldn't. It's crazy. So before I explain some of the specific rules very briefly that these corporate interests imposed, I want to say two things about these rules. One, a dirty little secret. A bunch of these NAFTA, WTO, etc. trade rules aren't actually about traditional trade stuff. It's not tariffs and quotas. It is basically a delivery mechanism for all the neoliberal domestic policies of deregulation and special corporate rights that have basically nothing to do with the tariff. And part two is it's enforceable, and each of these agreements has a rule where the domestic that domestic laws must be made to conform with these international rules. So it's a means of international preemption. So when democracy is strong and people fight back and get a new Congress and they're going to change the laws, it can have a chilling effect. But also, unlike any other form of international law, please God, this were true for the International Labor Organization's conventions, it's enforceable with sanctions. So it's actually enforceable international law. So that combo, then what rules? Because we've heard the implications have been horrific, and I want to point out it's not just been for the U.S. This has been a corporate coup d'etat via trade agreements on people around the world. These denying the use of these different policy tools because there are some special new corporate rights that are imposed, and then there are a lot of constraints, handcuffs on governments. This has been a catastrophe in many developing countries. It's not just the rich world. So like exhibit number 1, new corporate rights. Okay, free trade agreements, right? What is like the thing you're not supposed to be for? Oh, that would be the government issuing a rent-seeking monopoly license. Like, oh, I don't know, a patent? So the WTO and NAFTA, for the first time ever, David Ricardo, Adam Smith, rolling graves, requires every country to issue 20-year patents. Poor countries, rich countries. The U.S. had a 17-year patent on medicines. Big Pharma was trying to get that to 20 years. They couldn't do it in Congress. The consumer groups, et cetera, beat them. Stick it in the WTO, implement the WTO, we have a 20-year patent. Medicine prices went up. And we saw the implications during COVID of having those terrible monopoly patents in a free trade agreement when the developing world couldn't get the damn vaccines that were saving lives here. Like, disgusting. So just exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 2, the constraints. So agribusiness, incredibly concentrated. I see our friends from Farm Action here. So how has this come to pass? Well, yeah, it's been merger mania and bad antitrust enforcement, but also the damn trade agreement, thumb on the scale, it allows export subsidies, but it forbids most forms of support for local and domestic and small. So you can't do the kind of things we had in the U.S. from FDR on, where you have what's called supply management. It was basically from the Dust Bowl era. How do you have small farmers and reliable, affordable, safe food? We had to chuck that stuff out. We've lost millions of small farms. And guess what? We now have 4 grain trading companies that have 90% of global grain trade because their export subsidies totally kosher under the WTO. Stuff for actual farmers, ixnay. And so you end up having a situation where consumers pay more, farmers get paid less, and these big companies walk away with the profits. And that is part of the deal. So I would just say there's a lot of talk about neoliberalism is dead. And it certainly is wished dead by many, many people, and has certainly with this administration, thank God, many governments are also rethinking. However, a steely skeleton of neoliberal policy imposition remains in place in the carcass of these trade agreements. And part of the answer going forward to have the policy space to do the wonderful things we need to do is to actually fix these old rules, a lot of which really had nothing to do with trade.
Oh, excellent, really. You know, listen, I think you laid it out beautifully. And again, there was nothing for us to juxtapose what we were talking about at that time on NAFTA against anything, but that led us to a renewed strength when we got to the TPP. As you, well, as I said, it was not an easy road, but we got there. And where we were with USMCA, largely removed the ISDS, corporate, friendly investors, et cetera. And I think we should note on that because with this current administration, both the President and Ambassador Tai have said that would not be part of any agreements again. However, that is not binding legislation. So when Laurie talks about, this neoliberal notion that if you just open the market, you have free trade, everyone benefits, not the case. Let me just now move to something that is more general. What's next, guys? what is next? What's the vision? And I'm going to ask each of you to comment on that. What is the vision for a progressive, worker-centered trade agreement for all of us? And if you can, I would like, because I'm in the business of trying to legislate, and where can we make a stand on the issues that can bring us to where we want to try to go? Who wants to go first? I'm not. Come on. Don't be shy. This is not a shy crowd. It's all type A personalities up here. Really. Thea, go for it.
Well, I'll make a start because it's a wonderful question. So where do we go from here? I mean, you think about it, we've learned a lot of lessons, and I think that this administration has done an amazing job articulating a worker-centered trade policy. And part of what that means is about who do we choose as partners and what are the key elements that we're looking at. But another piece of it, honestly, is also just having an actual consistent across-the-board enforcement for the worker rights provisions that are in place in trade agreements and in preference programs. And that's something that I think there's more we can do, and we can talk more about that later. But I also want to just highlight the coherence between what we do at home, so the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, the CHIPS Act, where this administration has made a real push to invest in America, but particularly in strategic sectors like clean energy and infrastructure, things where we had underinvested for decades. We kept getting a D+ from the American Society of Civil Engineers for our infrastructure. And so some of that is being rectified, but we're connecting that with good jobs at home, and then we're connecting it with a trade policy, which is also supportive of doing that. And I think that's just a really important piece of it, which is that if we want to build a clean solar supply chain in the United States and in countries that don't use slave labor, we need to invest because we're behind. We spent decades outsourcing everything and letting China buy up all these key sectors and other countries who are not, and now we have these problems. And so if we want to overcome the first mover, the economies of scale, the subsidies, and the forced labor, we're going to need to use trade policy as well as industrial policy, as well as our investments and our training in order to have a chance at being successful. And I think that's the direction we need to go.
Okay, great. Good job. Lori?
I think that we're starting to see an important shift with this administration, not just in the actual policies, but in the thinking, which is to say, first comes the goal of an economy, and it's much more focused on delivering for people. And then the question is, what tools do that? And it's both domestic tools and it is trade tools. And the trade tools are part of the answer of things we can use to try and deliver the goals. So I would say there's like a three-part at a high level way to think about it. First, stop digging the hole. So the administration is not doing more of the same so-called free trade agreements where you just have basically doing more agreements and having more trade volume as the goal, regardless of what that does for income, what that does to communities, what that does for the security of supplies of essential goods or the safety of food or the treatment of people in the supply chain. So that's part of it, but also they're still cleaning up the mess and not digging in the hole. So I want to call out the Biden administration basically removing the proposals from the Trump administration that I'm sad to say the Obama folks had kind of pushed forward too on so-called digital trade. These were rules that were going to let big tech pull the same stunt that big pharma did, which is they were going to have new rights and guarantees like special secrecy that would totally conflict with the administration's AI oversight executive order, where, of course, you want to preview this stuff for civil rights and civil liberties violations to make sure it's not going to be AI run amok. It'd be new secrecy rights. It would be like basically the FDA being told by the pharmaceutical companies, you can't look at our medicine, but just trust us. So that was in there. The administration realized that's inconsistent with what they're trying to do. They stopped that. Or there was a rule that would undermine privacy. There was a rule that would undermine competition, certainly the bipartisan bills in Congress, but even the enforcement that we're seeing FTC and DOJ do. So that was great. Stop digging, put down shovel, turn around, all of that. Number two is there is a whole set of restructuring we need to focus on the kind of economy we want to deliver for people, where they have affordable, safe supplies of the things they need to keep themselves healthy and happy, be it food and medicine, be it key services like healthcare, but also that communities are rebuilt and strengthened, and that people have the dignity of work, have the ability to have, for the 60% of Americans who don't have a college degree in the workforce today, that's the number, it's 60%. We're not just going to college degree our way out of this. And for everyone to have a job that adds value and gives them a standard of living that actually delivers what they need for themselves. And so if you start with that vision, then what are the tools? Well, we're seeing, for instance, some of the domestic policies, but you have international policies. I'm going to say the T word. Sometimes you need a tariff because you have to block unfair imports from coming in. If you invest in Inflation Reduction Act, both on generating consumer demand with those tax credits, but also with the manufacturing tax credits to develop some particular capacities here in key things we need going forward, well, then you have to make sure that unfair stuff isn't coming here to crush your investment. And that is part of the deal. We have tools that have been used in the past regularly, different supply management tools, commodity agreements, the old-fashioned multi-fiber arrangement, where we set up pockets of countries who agreed to certain standards and we doled out market share. Literally, should we decide we need 4 or 5 redundant markets to make pharmaceuticals and active pharmaceutical ingredients worldwide? What is that number? So that because of climate, because of a pandemic, because of an earthquake, something goes down. Same for our communications technologies, our green energy technologies. We're going to have to structure those markets. And efficiency, as we've learned the hard way, in the sense of efficiency at its highest scale is a monopoly, and then it becomes highly inefficient, maximally inefficient. We can't just continue that way. So, and then the third thing is removing some of these old rules, which, thank goodness, has started, for instance, with ISDS, but it's a long project.
Scott.
Thank you. I agree with what Thea and Lori have said. I want to add just a couple of thoughts. First, I want to second the idea of tariff as a tool for social and economic justice and for growth coupled by other policies that can be broadly shared bottom up and middle out, and that's what this kind of industrial policy coupled with that tariff is trying to do, so that we're not just trading kind of like a carbon source produced by oligarchs with clean energy that's produced with slave labor by an autocratic state that may not have our interests at heart. So that I think we need to continue that rationale. The second thing that I think is important that we do is that as there's obviously a strategic shift going underway, and diplomacy traditionally was a primary goal of trade policy for many years post-World War II. And we don't need to go into the whole history, and it kind of evolved as corporations saw what the opportunity were in some of these emerging markets. The rationale behind that kind of disappeared after with the end of the Cold War, but is reemerging again. Clearly with this concern about China. So as we're doing that, we need to be careful not to use trade as a tool that can be exploited by corporations and used primarily also for diplomatic purposes in a way that's going to have detrimental economic impacts in the United States. I think that's important as well. As we're conducting industrial policy, we need to make sure that there's fierce competition and that there are performance standards, that we're not just doing handouts to companies, but that they need to use well-paid workers. They need to respect the right to organize. They need to pay attention to what kind of benefits are being provided in the community, and that way there will be a benefit for the companies and for American consumers and workers at the end of this. And just finally, and the last thing, because this is a group that cares deeply, I know, about competition and monopolies, we need to take back the language from, I think, the free trade neoliberal crowd and these corporations, is that the consumer is at the center of their concern. which is kind of the Bubba or myth that they perpetuated for 30 years now,
right,
that you guys hate consumers. You want to, do all sorts of bad things to this with tariffs and by not denying these opportunities. Well, that is BS, obviously, and we know it's BS. But we need to kind of reclaim the idea that we care deeply about people not only as consumers but as citizens, as workers, as stakeholders in a broader community, and that they also tend to pass along cost savings and revenue on a short-term basis, but mostly to their shareholders. They're always going to pass along price increases, but that's beside the point. But at any rate, so there is a lot of work to do, but we have a different playing field than we did before, and that's thanks to a lot of great work that folks up here did.
Let me just say a thank you to you all on this issue. I mean, I look at tools. I want to take what you are saying and translate it into, where we can take the public policy initiatives to move forward. And one of the areas that has been that comes with the issue of the CHIPS legislation, and while we are providing something, $52 billion to manufacturers to bring back, an industry here. On the other hand, I think we need to take a look at, and what we're trying to do is deal with an outbound review mechanism. So to not allow us to offshore technology, particularly to China and so forth. And in many respects, that is being fought by the very industries that are getting the beneficiaries of the $52 billion. So what we need to do is to understand that, yes, in terms of what policy we have and with the administration, is that it's not, yes, we need to work with our trading partners, but we should not be, once again, selling off our technology or whatever else. And I think that there's a need to really focus, to galvanize around, an effort in that regard and stand up for it. At the moment, I think the administration and the de minimis closing that loophole is critical. And I think what we need to do is to identify and prioritize some of these efforts, and whether it is through executive order, whether it is through various agencies, whether it's Treasury or Commerce or whatever it is, that they have to be on board as well to understand how we're going forward. We have, we're looking at a totally different administration, but I think we have places where we can really tighten up some of the things that we are trying to accomplish in order to make our trade agreements what they should be for the future. You've gotten a little bit into this, but the issue of obstacles. This is not, we're not Pollyanna, going forward here. There are still considerable obstacles. It's great. Vision is terrific of where we want to go, but where do those obstacles exist, and how are we going to push back and really look at a stronger countervailing, worker-centered strategy in doing this. Let's be quick about that. I don't know what our timing is, but what the hell? Let's just go. Let's just answer, really, I mean, because I think it's important. Washington, the window doesn't open for very long. We have a window at the moment to move through this and to try to make our voices heard, to deal with specific policy where we can change the way things have been done. We have started on that road. So let's continue. Quickly, obstacles that we need to try to overcome in this effort. Laura, go ahead.
Speed round. So shorthand for we need to build power and bottom-up power and bring together the diverse audiences that are here: small business people, independent farmers, labor union activists, people who care about the environment, etc. I mean, if you just even think about the fact that we need to have resilient supplies to beat the climate crisis of, say, the solar panels, that when China got angry with us, they just cut us off with the supply. So, if you're coming from the climate perspective, think of it that way. If you're coming from the union perspective, think about good union jobs making the stuff here. If you're coming from the business perspective, think of the supply chain you can invest in. And I just want to call out Arthur Stamolis, who's the head of Citizens Trade Campaign. See him if you want to know how to get involved campaigning. He has grassroots coalitions across the country who are basically the field troops behind General DeLauro when we have these major fights. So please see Arthur. I think another thing just to flag is sort of I think a great guidebook is we have a study out on the table that we did at AELP on the CHIPS bill.
Okay.
Good step in the right direction, but what Rosa has pointed out is every single kind of issue we're concerned about. So like the money should go to new entrants as well as to the existing companies. If the existing companies are getting money, there should be conditions that they are not being anti-competitive. There should be no stock buybacks. There should be labor and organizing requirements. So some of these conditions, for a variety of reasons, didn't make it into round one. But that study helps lay out the kinds of things that we can be fighting for together. And then just, when you had asked originally, what is it exactly of the new rules, one of the things I ran out of time to say, but in the international structure, I just want to underscore what Thea was saying, which is if we establish a floor of decency, for instance, the existing International Labor Organization standards, the existing multilateral environmental agreement standards, as Rosa's fought for decades, if that's the floor that international trade operates on, then we have a possibility to have to actually lift up economies around the world.
Okay, speed run. So I think, first of all, I would say what's been successful has been linking labor rights to trade agreements, both the Tariff Act of 1930, which bans the import of goods made in whole or in part with forced labor, which has been a game changer in terms of corporate accountability throughout their supply chain. Whether they've outsourced everything, whether they know about it or they don't know about it, they are actually responsible for not having forced labor anywhere in their supply chain. And that is really important and it's really powerful, and we should use it more. The other thing is the USMCA labor provisions have been extraordinary because we were able to completely turn around a failed trade agreement, NAFTA, and turn it into something powerful for working people, to empower workers to be able to form independent democratic unions. Around 30,000 workers in Mexico have a union, a real union now, that they didn't have because we were able to use the trade agreement as a force for good, as a way of empowering workers, as a way of shifting the balance of bargaining power from multinational corporations to working people. And the last obstacle I would just say is that this country, and actually around the world, there is such a strong anti-union bias and prejudice. And this is a moment when corporations are on the hook. I mean, you see it every single day. You pick up the gosh darn newspaper and you see some horrific labor abuse. And these are big-name corporations. They're auto companies. They're apparel companies. And yet they have this because they're wasting their money on third-party audits, almost $30 billion a year, because they don't want a union. You can pay a bunch of auditors, expensive people in suits, to fly around the world and stay in fancy hotel rooms and show up announced at a factory and not find any problems. Or you could have a darn union that's there 7 days a week, that is elected and democratic and trusted by the workers, and you might not have to worry about those kinds of abuses. So if we can overcome that prejudice, I think we could make a ton of progress.
Here we go. Scott.
I'll just be very brief. I think there's a great opportunity for kind of transpartisan, kind of trans-ideological collaboration on this. And we've all experienced this in the past in fighting against trade agreements, and I think it could be very powerful if wielded the right way. So I just want to encourage people to be open to that as well.
Just a couple final comments here. And Laurie referenced Arthur. Let me just take what happened with the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement was this was an inside-outside endeavor, if you will. There was the organization around the country, through a field effort and raising awareness and people writing, calling, and doing what they need to do. Internally, there was the education of members of Congress about what was what this was about, and very specifically what it was about. I would venture to say today that what we need to do is to engage the Congress on how we want to go forward, and not sit back and say we renegotiated the NAFTA agreement, we got some good things, and that's where we're going to leave it. We cannot afford to do that. And this is the moment to try to engage with Congress, engage with the advocacy groups outside of the unions and others, the environmental groups, the broad coalition that we try to bring together in the trade working group, to make it possible for people to understand what is at stake. I don't think that because we haven't had a fight like we did with NAFTA or with TPP, that we are at a moment where people truly in the Congress, some do obviously, but don't understand what is happening and how we have the ability to turn it around. I will just say something. I was in the room with 6 of us and with the trade people, the Trump trade people, and we're debating forced labor. You get, how in the hell could we as the United States of America be having a conversation? No, there's no forced labor. That's it. It's not going to be equivocated in any way. But that's the kind of...
Only if it's not too expensive.
Right. But that's where we have to go. Listen, we are woefully out of time here and so forth. But I just want to say, you really are listening to panelists who live and breathe these issues every day. Their public service and that commitment is so apparent in the knowledge, the commitment, the passion for these issues. So I'm so pleased to be with them. And what I really want to leave people with is we have a moment when we need to take on corporations, 55 of whom pay 0 taxes, another 39 who don't pay. How does this translate to trade? Yes, they are there, they are in force, and they're going to try to push us back. We cannot allow it to happen to us again. And if we don't do that now, then we will have opened the door to going backward rather than to go forward. And I hope people are, fired up really in a way that corporations, we have to hold them accountable and not have abusive trade policy for their own goals. So with that, let's try to galvanize the Congress. Let's try to organize outside and do it. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Appreciate
Hear,
it.
hear. Thank you to the whole panel and folks for the breakouts. Healthcare here, next door, or the other way around. Here is
the other way
here
around.
Here is the Business Labor Partnership, and next door.
moment. Whew. No podium, we're free. All right, so we have so many partners, and we've mentioned a few of them already. Some of them have been featured on panels, but I did want to take a moment to recognize all of the people who have sponsored the panel. So ticking through those, Demand Progress, Digital Content Next. Was there a clap for Demand Progress out there? Okay, yes. Digital Content Next, Economic Security Project, Future of Music Coalition, National Association of Convenience Stores, National Community Pharmacists Association, National Farmers Union, National Grocers Association, News Media Alliance, SEIU, Stop the Merger, a coalition of UFCW locals, Small Business Majority, Writers Guild of America West. We're not done. Justice Catalyst Partnerships, Ford Foundation, Nathan Cummings Foundation, which we mentioned earlier, and the Omidyar Network. Just please give a round of applause to all of our sponsors once again. And they're not just sponsors, they really are teaching us about all these market areas, and we are so grateful for their patience and understanding and time. So now I am going to invite Maria Langholtz to the stage from Demand Progress, the communications director, one of our strongest partners, and she's also a fierce long-distance runner, so look into that when you have some time. Please, Maria, come up to the stage and introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Hello, everyone. As Morgan said, my name is Maria Langholtz, and for the last 3.5 years, I've been a proud part of the team at Demand Progress, which has played a key role in growing the anti-monopoly movement and making sure that the administration and its agencies are staffed with champions of the people. So I'm especially excited today to introduce you to two of the greatest of those champions. They will be discussing the future of the anti-monopoly movement. Bharat Ramamurthy is now a senior advisor for economic strategy at the American Economic Liberties Project. He recently served as the deputy director of the National Economic Council and advisor for strategic economic communications in the Biden-Harris administration. At the NEC, he played a key role in the administration's efforts on competition policy, student debt, small businesses, financial regulation, among other vital subjects. Before joining the administration, Bharat served, among other important roles, as the top banking and economic policy advisor for Senator Warren, including during her presidential campaign. So he and Senator Warren have probably had hundreds of these conversations about the future of the anti-monopoly movement, and today we get to listen in. I also have the great pleasure of introducing the senior senator for Massachusetts. I won't go into all of the highlights of her career, as many of us are fully aware of all of the great things that she has done. But just to name a few, she is a distinguished Harvard Law professor, godmother of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, elected to the Senate in 2012. Yes, go back to cheer for the CFPB a second. A clarion voice sounding the alarm about corporate consolidation and its harms to workers, consumers, and communities. Famously, she doesn't walk in pride parades, she runs. And that's how she approaches everything. And somehow, she has all of this energy without drinking coffee. Shocking. She's also a mother, a grandmother, and a dog mother. Shout out to Bailey. During her time in the Senate, Senator Warren has been the essential leader in protecting consumers and small businesses, in holding corporate executives and institutions accountable, and in fighting for a government that serves the people instead of special interests. Recently, she has called out the potential harms from the proposed merger of grocery giants Kroger's and Albertsons, and United Health's plan to gobble up Steward Healthcare in Massachusetts, which I imagine may come up during this conversation. So you all know that, and it's why you're here and why you love her. But I want to share at least one fact that is not on her Wikipedia page. A bit over 4 years ago, I was in Des Moines, Iowa, working in support of her presidential campaign. At a relatively swanky Super Bowl party, a volunteer snuck in He was all sweaty from knocking doors that day and was sporting a Warren for President sweatshirt. That was our first conversation, and this Saturday, I am actually marrying him. So that is the beauty and the strength of Elizabeth Warren. She brings people together just as effectively as she fights to keep the corporations apart. Please join me in welcoming Bharat Ramamurthy and Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Just see me afterwards, back door. Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. I want to start with the main topic of the panel, which is, and as we've heard over the course of this morning and this afternoon, we've made a lot of progress on antitrust and competition issues over the last 3 or 4 years. But there's a lot of work that's left to be done, and there's new challenges that are emerging. So I want to start right there. As you look forward for the next 4, 5, 10 years, where do you think that this anti-monopoly movement needs to go, and what are the issues that it needs to be most focused on?
Okay, so let's start with the fact that Lina Khan and FTC and Jonathan Cantor and DOJ have done a great job. They're doing a great job, yes. They've started with mergers because that's the easiest, right? There's action. It's right in front of you. They clearly have approval, disapproval power, and they've started moving in on that. Great to see. Obviously, next step is going to have to be, and we'll talk more about this, break them up. It's not enough just to say don't let them get any bigger. Too many of them are already too damn big. But the part that interests me right at this moment, that in a group of nerds like this, that we should talk, that's said with love, that we should talk about is how using the concentration that these various giants have, industry by industry by industry, how many ways they have exploited their market power to boost their profits. You know, I kind of have this vision. I don't know that it was ever true, but I kind of have this vision that you look back 50 years, and when the big guys got together to do price fixing, you know, they got on the phone or they met in some smoky room, and they kind of said, well, I don't know, I could go to $1.85. How about you? You know, and then they would talk about it, and they would set their prices. They would do the things that undermine competition and, frankly, undermine the whole premise of a market, and that a market will deliver both lower prices and more innovation, and that those are supposed to be the benefits. And every time they get big, the answer is, how can I undercut that and boost profits instead of keeping prices low and keeping innovation up? So let's focus on this. You help me as we go through this. But look at all the sneakier ways that these corporations now do it. One of them is this whole notion you think you are living as a consumer in a competitive market world. How many fast food restaurants are there out there, right? 8 zillion. The answer is no, actually, about 2. You know, but they are all a whole bunch of different names, just owned by one corporate parent. How many snack products are there? Oh, man, there must be 50 different companies. The answer is, nah, there are 3. And they buy up all the shelf space, and you think there's lots of competition, and therefore price competition and innovation competition. And the answer is not at all. Why? Because they are able to use this dominance to be able to set prices, not to pull away from the competitors, because they're not competitors. They set prices to maximize profits for the overall arc, and to be sure that what you're doing is making sure no new candy bar makes it onto the market, one that's not owned by the group. So I use that as just an example. When you start to look at another one. Landlords, small landlords, modest-sized landlords in any medium-sized town, big city in America, man, there is a competitive market, right? You own 4 units, you own 12 units, you even own 100 units. Big market, lots and lots of rental units out there. They use now a third party that gathers all the information and for a fee helps you set your price for your 4 units, your 12 units, your 100 units. Now, the landlords never talk to each other. They all just talk to this central outfit. And as they talk to this central outfit, the central outfit not only tells them what everybody else is charging, it tells them all, you know, if you would just raise your price by 12%, we estimate based on our algorithms that everybody is going to get richer. We're going to squeeze more money out of the pockets of consumers. So now we've got these third parties who are making other things happen here. What else? What am I leaving out? I'm trying to think.
Well, I think when I was at the National Economic Council, one thing we did was look at, as others have talked about, there's been inflation over the last few years, and we looked at the data about inflation in industries that were highly concentrated.
Yeah.
So we looked at, for example, meat processing. Mm-hmm. That's an industry where for most poultry products, most pork, most beef, there's 2 or 3 competitors. And what we saw in the data was that there was an enormous spike in the cost of bacon, of chicken breast, and so on, and it was driven in large part by outsized margins among these highly concentrated industries. And the thing about all of this is that there is harm to the consumer in the form of higher prices, but there's often harm to the initial producer or the small business that's on the front end as well. So you would hear stories about a farmer or a rancher saying, you know, I sell my cattle for $160 a head. It used to be $185. But then when I go to the store, the pack of ground beef is twice as what it used to be. So where's all that money going? It's going to the middleman. So, you know, there's, as you said, there's a spectrum in terms of sophistication and technological sophistication, but a lot of this at the end of the day also just comes down to a sheer lack of competition in the form of very large market share by a small handful of competitors.
But that's what makes this interesting, is all the different ways to figure out how to exploit that market dominance. I was just thinking of another one while you were talking. Think about junk fees. Junk fees are a way to advertise that a plane ticket only costs $199. And it's after you buy that you discover, oh, wait, it's actually $224. And that's very, very relevant, because if you're only comparing $199 to somebody else's $209, you end up picking the pricier item. And the fact that junk fees have become these staggering profit centers. Banks. What do banks make their money off, right? Well, you might think it's the float on your money when it's in the checking account. It's the fact that they're there to sell you a credit card. It's also that they want to sell you a mortgage. Oh, I'm sorry, this is starting to sound like vertical integration. But it's all of those things. But what is it really for a slice of the customer bank, the customer pool? It's that you will bounce checks. And that you know your paycheck comes in every other Friday for 26 times a year. And so I, as the bank, can see that you've got 8 checks pending to be cleared, not enough money to clear them all, knowing your paycheck, it is the last Friday. But the law doesn't require me to credit your paycheck until the end of the day. So what do I do at the beginning of the day? I bounce not just any check, I bounce the biggest check to draw the most money out of your account, and then bounce checks number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so that the fact that you're off just a little on your timing means it can literally cost someone hundreds of dollars. And that, no surprise, there's a repeating customer clientele in this. And who is it? Is it the richest people? No. It's the people who have to run their budgets right to the edge. And I say this, you realize the banks make billions of dollars off this. This is not $1.95 out at the edge that the banks make off this. They make billions in profits off bounce check fees. And we just, over and over, credit card late fees that you can get charged, according to CFPB, up to $41 for being a few hours late on when your payment makes it in, whether it makes it in electronically or by paper. If it's a few hours between when they set the time, you can get dinged for $41. Again, credit card companies are making billions off this, and it's exploiting this market dominance. And I go back to, it undercuts the benefits that a market is supposed to bring us.
Right. So one thing that I found interesting working on these issues was that, I don't want to overstate it, but there are kernels of real bipartisan and Republican support for this work. And so I think back on, Lina Khan, Jonathan Cantor, we heard from both of them today. They got 60-plus votes in the Senate.
Yeah.
10,
of course, that was before people knew them and loved them.
Yeah, exactly. The president called for reform of the ocean shipping industry because it was highly concentrated. We had a bipartisan bill on his desk within a few months to reform that industry. That was essentially a pro-competition reform. At the state level, you see Republican AGs bringing cases to try to promote competition alongside, of course, Democratic ones. So how sustainable do you think this is? And how possible do you think it is to continue to grow this coalition so that this becomes truly a fully bipartisan issue and those kernels of support in the Republican Party become, I guess, a fully grown popcorn?
So that's a really interesting question because you can't yet call it a movement.
No.
I'm sorry. The Republican Party is still the party of no regulation and cut taxes for billionaires and giant corporations. Is there anything more? Oh, yeah, I forgot, an extremist social agenda. But that's it. And that is the heart still. And the heart, and the reason I say this, it's important, is the heart on the economic side is still beholden to the lobbyists. And I also want to be clear. They are not the only ones beholden to the lobbyists. But the lobbyists, this whole kind of circle of we don't want regulations, and that also means we get to grow our company as big as we want. We get to buy anything we want to buy. We get to integrate vertically as much as we want. We get to price fix, although we won't call it that. We'll call it dynamic pricing. We will get to do all these things, and nobody will get in our way. That's the whole point. We will make sure that markets do not work the way markets are supposed to work, and we will call that freedom. So that's still the center of where the United States Congress is. House and Senate, Republican Party really drives that, and more than a handful of Democrats sign on both sides. But here's the fun part. It is changing. Oh, man, just go out early in the morning and sniff the air, It's a little competition out there. And here's the part that I think is so much fun. Nothing like napalm in the morning, right? Here's the part that makes this so much fun. This is a place, there are places where when you have a microphone and you're willing to use it, you kind of have to explain it a lot of times to a lot of people for people just to get why this is a problem. Investor-state dispute resolution didn't just roll off the tongue for everybody the first time they heard it. So you kind of got to work through why it matters, why it would matter to you. But corporations are too damn big, have too much power, and are tricking and trapping American consumers. I got to tell you, the folks who understand this best are not the people who live in Washington, D.C. The folks who understand this best live everywhere else in this country, and they live with it every single day. And that becomes powerfully important to answering your question. If it's just left up to the lobbyists and the guys who write the checks to the PACs, the answer is it ain't never going to change. And yeah, maybe they can occasionally put up with, a a senator from a place like Massachusetts, but we'll find a way to fence her off and keep her from doing too much harm. No, it's the people out there get it. Think about it this way. Why do you think why do you think that Joe Biden, I'll get this straight, why do you think that Joe Biden stood there at the State of the Union and talked about junk fees? He wasn't explaining to people what junk fees are. All he needed to do was name it and say it's happening and say the President of the United States gets what's happening to you, your pocketbook, your family, your economics, and I'm in this fight, not on the side of the giant corporations. I'm in this fight on your side. And I think that's the context you have to understand it. We have some Republican senators, as well as some Democratic senators, who have looked around and said, what the hell? People are getting cheated, and they know it. And I want to be a senator. I want to be a representative. By golly, I ought to jump in front of that and claim to be leading this parade. And so I see it as the more we talk about this set of issues, the more salient they become, and the more, now we're going to go to an even deeper level on this, the more you show you can actually fight back and make something happen. The more you can show that you can make government work. It's not just enough to say the corporations, these giant megalomaniac corporations are bad. It's that you show we've got tools, we fight back, and sometimes we win. That's what gets it going. Because now, a cap in place on overdraft fees, a cap in place on credit card fees, getting rid of the fees that Ticketmaster charges, right? The new FAA bill. Want to talk about the new FAA bill? That each one of these things not only helps a consumer in that moment, it helps all the rest of America start to believe that you can make government work. And as long as that's the case, it was a long answer to get there. I think the future of this, I think we're going to find more and more people in the Senate, people in the House who look at that calculation of which side are you going to stand on in this and decide that actually standing with the American people, yikes, but in a democracy might actually be a good place to be.
And I would just add to that the more that you speak out about it, then the more you force other folks to defend it, the sillier it sounds. I saw a clip of a member of Congress, a Republican member of Congress, saying the American people love paying credit card fees. Why would you cap them? But that is the position that they are forced to defend when you are outspoken and pushing these issues
right.
forward.
The one I love too is around shrinkflation. Right. That has been so much fun because once again, as soon as you name it, people are like, yeah, no kidding. You think that happened on the Doritos? You should have seen what happened on the Oreos. People live this, and frankly, I think it just really makes people angry because they're being taken for chumps. People get it that costs go up. People get it that corporations got a profit. They understand that, but they don't like being taken for chumps and just trying to sneak a little bit out and leave the size of the package the same and do it in so many ounces that it becomes impossible to calculate what the difference was. I think people are just damn sick of that. And again, that's going to give now what we're starting to see since 2021 is we're just starting to turn a little bit of a virtuous circle going, and a little more is a little more. Lina wins another case, Jonathan wins another case. Somebody has to stand up and say for the whole world to see, yeah, Americans love paying those junk fees. And it's getting a little better. Have we won? No, game's not over, but we are moving in the right direction right now. I love this.
So you touched on enforcement, which I think is an important part of where we go over the next 5 or 10 years. There's obviously big cases against big tech that are still pending. There are potentially other cases coming, according to reports, and both the FTC and DOJ have brought a number of actions, some of which are pending, some of which have already been resolved successfully. Of course, at the same time, in Congress, we saw, in my view, a step back in terms of the funding that goes to the DOJ to do antitrust enforcement, a promise to remedy that in the years ahead, but clearly a step backwards there. So my question, I guess, is two parts. Number one, on the enforcement side of things, where do you see things heading over the next 5 or 10 years, and what do you think is important to, again, keep up this momentum? And second of all, just because it's very timely, we have a case against Google where the question of the remedy is at issue. And so curious, because there's been a lot of discussion about this, what do you think is an appropriate remedy to be imposed in that case?
Okay, so let's do all these. So the first one on the question of where we're going to go on enforcement, you hit on it. It's money. The enforcers can't do their jobs if they don't have money, and the playing field is so tilted against the government here because Google puts more lawyers in a single courtroom than the entire FTC can field to manage all of its actions. I mean, this is the kind of tilt in the field because Google has a bigger budget than the FTC does, and the FTC has a lot of things it needs to cover instead of just one. We have fought to get somewhat more funding for DOJ Antitrust Division and for FTC. And we'll talk a little bit about CFPB, how it fits into that as well. But I want to say on this, our ambitions are too modest in this. We're like, oh, please, could we just have a little bit more? Can I just say, any agency that puts out a reg that literally saves consumers billions with a B of dollars, by golly, ought to have enough money to be able to do the investigation, to bring the lawsuit if that's what it's going to take, and to be able to prosecute that lawsuit without the head of the agency saying, well, if I do that there, I guess I could stop this action over here and borrow from over there and, kind of put this together with baling wire and chewing gum. Damn it, these agencies are doing work that is important to our economy, it is important to our competitiveness, and it is important to the financial health of all of America, and they ought to be fully funded to do that work. Just damn. I want to say one more impolitic thing while we're at it about enforcement, and that is the judges. Look, I appreciate that we are getting a lot of Democratic nominees in now, and we are getting them through the process. We brought a lot of diversity by many measures to the bench. As a Democrat, I'm very proud of that. There are a lot more women who are making it into positions on the federal bench, more people of color. Look at those backgrounds, though, and look at where they are on issues like antitrust law. Nobody stops and asks them about that. We ask about civil rights laws. We ask about their backgrounds. We ask a lot on the criminal law front. But dang, most of these people learned law at a time when it was all free market economics and consumer welfare standard, top to bottom, side to side. And so we end up with judges who are caught back in the 1980s and 1990s in just how they see it. And here's the remarkable thing. Look, in so many areas, I am out there fighting, and so are others, to say, we got to have this new law in Congress, we got to have another law in Congress. And there are places, no doubt, we need to modernize and upgrade some of our antitrust law. But the bottom line is, we have some really powerful antitrust laws as written. But since the 1980s, Ronald Reagan, we have not enforced those laws as written. What we've done is taken this kind of, oh, well, you know, if everybody's better off with a monopoly, then it's a good monopoly. I'm sorry. I've read those damn statutes, and I didn't see the phrase good monopoly in there anywhere. This idea that somehow all this shit is somehow okay, it is not okay. And I would settle right now, not with judges who are forward-leaning and deeply creative. I would settle for judges who read the damn law and apply it as written. Shocking, I know. So, okay, I got that on my chest. All right. Ask me what I feel strongly about. Well, I just do, because this is so important. And there's so much more we need to do, but at a minimum, we need to be following through on the law that already exists. So those were the two you asked me. Then you asked me about
Google. Curious
Google.
about that.
Yeah, break them up. So I think there's a lot else that we need to think about enforcement. And I know the phrase now is called structural separation. Kind of sounds like what you tell the children. We love you, but we're going to have a structural separation here. No, we're going to break them up. Giant is a problem for the reasons we talked about at the beginning. Giant is a problem because it creates the power to distort every market. And I think it is powerfully important, first, that we not grow them. So here we are, we're all talking about doing AI, right? Who's talking about doing it? The giants. And the idea that nothing will go wrong if the same giants who already exercise enormous economic and social power in this country pick up this additional power. And think about it. If they are allowed to expand in this direction, forcing every programmer, every healthcare outfit, everybody that wants to use the product that comes out of this has to go through, learn their way, and live in their walled garden. We are creating an opportunity here for the incredibly powerful to get even more powerful. So I'm not even to remedies. I'm just saying, can we start by stopping that level of growth? The second thing I want to say, because I see we're going to run out of time here, is it's horizontal mergers. We talk a lot about horizontal mergers. The statute does not distinguish between horizontal mergers and vertical mergers. And damn, the vertical mergers are every bit as dangerous. In fact, perhaps more so than the horizontal mergers. The idea, think of it as just a vertical merger. When Amazon not only runs the marketplace, but also has Amazon's own products, and my personal favorite, Amazon's own products that don't bear the name Amazon's own products, right? So they are vertically integrating. And how are they vertically integrating? They take all that information they got from running the platform, and they say, oh, you over there, you're running a really nicely profitable business. I can see that, see what kind of activity you're getting. I think I have an idea. I will run a business that looks just like yours, capitalizing on the information. I will move you down in terms of where you come up in the search, and I will insert Amazon's own product in that. Or in healthcare right now, you knew I'd get there to Stuart, United Healthcare. Do you realize they are the 7th biggest business in the entire world? And it's healthcare. And I just want you to think about that for a second. Healthcare, not exactly an industry designed for profits. It was supposed to be about delivering a service for people in need, a part of how we make our country work, our humanity, right, around the world. They have built such a profitable business by not only getting huge at every level, but vertically integrating. So they own, help me out here, they own the insurance company, they own the pharmacy benefit managers, they own the pharmacies, they own the hospitals, They own the doctor's practices, and guess where everybody refers? You keep it all in the family. And what are the two ways to make money in healthcare? This is not hard, right? What are the two ways? You cut costs by denying care, by telling people they can't fill that prescription, by telling doctors that they can only spend 6 minutes in a well baby checkup, right? You squeeze more out, right? And the second way you boost profits is you get the customers to pay more. And customer may be the individual paying out of pocket. More often, it's the United States government. I could do a whole thing around Medicare Advantage that is sucking literally billions of dollars out of our healthcare system and privatizing those dollars. And how are they doing it? By upcharging, overbilling the taxpayer and providing worse care for the seniors who are entitled to that care. By the way, the next time you read that Medicare is about to go broke, we have these financial problems in Medicare, if they fail to mention Medicare Advantage and how much money, how many billions of dollars are being sucked out of the Medicare system every year by Medicare Advantage, absolutely throw that piece to the ground, step on it, and set it on fire. Because these are people who are not being straight with you about what the economics are in healthcare right now. One more thing on this, on vertical integration, not that I get wound up on this. Did you know that today 1 in every 10 doctors in America works for the same company, United Health? Mm-hmm. Does that, I don't know about the rest of you, but that just kind of terrifies me. 1 out of every 10 in all of America is listening ultimately to one voice explain how many minutes you get with the patient and the conditions under which you must always do a throat swab, which will then be handled by our ancillary company and billed to your insurance company, if it's us, well, maybe not, or to the federal government as a big part of what's going on. So, to me, on these remedies, yes, I love what Jonathan and Lina are doing. They're trying to block the places that we are growing, but there is so much more we need to do. We cannot lie down in these cases and say, well, if we've at least stopped a merger, we have done our job. No, stopping mergers is the first step in starting to turn this ship around so that instead of going in the pro-corporate direction, they just get to get bigger and bigger and take more and have more power. We're going to turn that back around and say no. But there are many more problems we need to be willing to attack directly. And I realize we're way out of time. There are many more parts to the remedies we need to use to make them effective. I believe in markets. I genuinely do. I think markets are just a fabulous invention. The whole notion that people come together and buyers can shop around, sellers can shop around, people can have new ideas, people can have great ideas, people can have stupid ideas. And if you can have marketplaces that work, think how much value that brings. There was a moment early on when I thought Amazon was going to be the best thing since sliced bread, because I believed this is how all those little businesses that really couldn't compete with a giant department store, with some big retailer, they could get their product out there, and because of the beauty of the internet, they could get it out there cheaply, they could show a picture, we would solve the problem of how they would do the billing and the shipping, and that our markets would become a countrywide ability to compete for buyers and compete with your products. And when a handful of people figure out how to pervert that, and then once they figured out how to pervert it, they stop innovating and they start just acquiring, and then they figure out It's about acquiring, and the next step is having more influence in Washington so that they will leave you alone and let you just continue to suck more and more and more money out of people's pockets. It is a perversion of something that was good and strong. We have an obligation to fight back against that, and here's the good part. We are starting just a little bit to win.
That's right. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, I could listen to Senator Warren all day long. Brock's great too, but no, give them both a round of applause. A round of applause, really. And as Senator Warren was saying, if this movement continues, which it will because it's growing, and we have more wins as a part of that, then we really do have to start thinking about markets and how we structure them. So as I invite our next panel to the stage, it is going to lead into that exact thing, remedies, and how we think about markets once liability has been established. So I have the pleasure of introducing that panel. I want to just take a moment, too, to recognize the fantastic titles we come up with at American Economic Liberties Project. Marketing geniuses. Now what? Antitrust remedies after antitrust liability. I mean, you just can't make this up. We're fantastic. Okay, so as we've heard throughout the day, this is going to be a big moment for us. There's some huge lawsuits that are currently in the courts, including Google, as was referenced. And so thinking about guiding us through this discussion to think about those remedies, we have Leah Nyland, who is antitrust reporter at Bloomberg News, Tim Wu, professor of law, science, and technology at Columbia University and former special assistant to the president for technology and competition policy, Chris Miller of StubHub, and Bill Baer, visiting fellow at the Brookings Institution and former assistant attorney general at the Antitrust Department of Justice. Leah, take it from here.
Thank you so much for that. That was a hard act to follow, but we are going to be talking about one of the things that they were getting to right at the end, which is we have these cases in the pipeline, and what are we going to do about this allegedly anti-competitive conduct going forward? So, Tim, I sort of want to start with you. You know, the U.S. has a sort of long history of antitrust cases, particularly against monopolies. What can we sort of look to from our history for potential remedies?
Good question, and thanks for having me on this panel. And, you know, this is quite possibly the best topic to be talking about at this time, because I think, you know, as Elizabeth Warren was just saying, this movement has gotten a long distance. We've rethought a lot of things, whether it's, you know, the original intent of the various statutes, enforcement policies, things like that. But there's one area that hasn't fully been re-explored, and that is the issue of remedies. And I will say to you that this anti-monopoly movement, which has been ongoing, will not have any lasting meaning if we don't get remedies right. I think there's, you know, if you, I just say, yeah, I'll take the applause. You know, you learn this first day of law school. If you went to law school, law is about remedies. And over the last, you know, several decades, Bill's here, so I feel a little sensitive saying this. He was heading, but there has been an unfortunate tendency in the antitrust law to get too wimpy about remedies and to be too optimistic about, you know, consent decrees. And I think everyone sort of knows this conversation. And, you know, I think the senator said it right. If people, you know, if the law is not working for people, they start to distrust it and not really believe, like, what is all this fuss about if it all comes down to kind of a random consent decree that's put in the file cabinet somewhere. I'm not saying all consent decrees are like that, but they are. But some of them are. We've also had some very strong consent decrees. So that's my wind-up. I want to say that I think one of the strengths of this movement has been learning from history, has been going back to what worked best. And there is a, you know, scholarly undertaking of trying to understand which were the most effective remedies in the history of the antitrust, anti-monopoly laws. And obviously I don't want to deliver an entire seminar on that topic, but I do want to point out that in tech, there has been some extraordinarily effective remedies that in some ways help create the U.S. tech industry as we know it today, as sort of in many ways the most successful tech industry in the world, the U.S. industry, that is. And I want to point particularly, this is something many scholars talk about, to the treatment of AT&T, not in the 80s, but in the 50s. I think arguably the most brilliant Justice Department settlement of all time was its treatment of the AT&T monopoly during that period, if you will allow me to tell the story. The Justice Department sued to break up AT&T. They didn't end up breaking them up, but they settled, and this settlement was no wimpy settlement. They had two requirements that were important. Number one, they told AT&T that it would never be allowed to be in any industry other than telecommunications. So they said, you've got your monopoly, you're going to stay there. And most importantly, that meant you are not going to go into computing. Now, why did that matter? It mattered because at that time, there was a nascent computing industry being born in the United States. IBM, which was then a data processing company, was kind of coming in computing. Other companies were coming in. And not having a sort of subsidized monopoly able to live off its telecom profits and dominate computing, I think was an extraordinarily important industrial policy for the United States. So that was a big one. So to some degree, in some ways, computing industry owes some of its origins to AT&T antitrust action. And then the second thing the Justice Department did is it said, you're going to license every single one of your 7,810 patents for free to anyone who wants them. Among those patents was the patent to the transistor, arguably the most important technology of the 20th century. One of them. There's a lot. But one of them. And so suddenly this was free for anyone to use. A number of people during that period quit Bell Labs, started their own companies, started Shockley, Fairchild, all these semiconductor companies. And in many ways, the U.S. semiconductor industry, a major player, owes a lot to this moment. So I'm saying when we look at Google and we look at these industries and we look at a couple giants, we need to take inspiration from that 56 decree and some others and say, what would it look like to create conditions for a new generation of companies to come in? Nothing so wrong with, yes, they violate the laws, but the old guys, like they had their day. Is there something we can provide here so the new generation, so people start quitting companies and saying, I'm going to start, like people did in the 50s. I'm going to start a computing company. I'm going to start a semiconductor company. So that's what we need to do. I can say more, but I have gone on.
I don't want to let you monopolize because this is an anti-monopoly conference.
Yes.
But Bill, I'd like to bring you in here. Ultimately, what these cases are about is conduct. So how important do you think conduct remedies are to remedying it versus straight structural or breakups?
I think... I'll switch here.
Push it up.
I think you got it.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So structural versus behavioral versus other stuff. I approach this the way Tim just outlined it. To the extent you can find a structural solution which includes compulsory licensing. There was a parallel decree in 1956 involving IBM after finding of monopolization violations, which required them to do some broad cross-licensing as well. That stimulated competition. The 82 Bill Baxter consent decree involving AT&T at least opened up the long-distance market for effective competition. It got rid of the monopoly power AT&T had over, at the time, both local and long distance, and opened up long distance in a way that made sense. I think imposing conduct remedies, and we're going to talk more about those limitations as this panel goes on, it's a bit of a fool's errand. When Bill Baxter, who was my antitrust professor, came in as AAG at the Justice Department in 1981, he eliminated the compliance department because he said, unfairly and in his own kind of sharply critical way, that problem with my people is they like to catch them, they don't like to clean them. That was unfair, but we are trained as lawyers, as government officials, to do law enforcement. We don't have the sophistication to oversee, especially in the tech space, these complicated potential conduct remedies. And to the extent we do, the defendant is always a step or two ahead of us. And by the time we find out, enormous injury to competition and consumers can result. So this bias for structural remedies, which would include compulsory licensing, I think is a thoughtful and important policy that the enforcers are articulating. We moved very much in that direction when I was at the Justice Department. But there was, I think as Tim said, a culture of finding a way to help companies resolve the problems with the deal and let major parts of the deal go through with conditions. And those conditions always, not always, particularly in vertical mergers, tended to be behavioral. And as we agree, those behavioral remedies are hard to enforce, easy to evade, and to be avoided at all costs.
Chris, I'd like to bring you into this as well. You know, you are approaching this a little bit differently from some of the other folks on the panel, coming from a business perspective. So from your perspective, what sort of remedies do you think the government should be seeking in monopolization suits?
Well, first I would say that I think I echo both of these gentlemen's point of view, because in our space, really, with this just in ticketing, you think about Ticketmaster's dominance over the ticketing space has been, and I've been doing this for 23 years, has been the same and has grown over many years, and in fact happened to start in the 1980s. And there's a lot of different ways that one could approach it, and I think the insight from the ticketing industry, or those that are in ticketing operations and things like that, will have a perspective on the best way to remedy this circumstance. And some of these ideas that have come up in the past, I think, are really good examples. And when you see the sort of merger between Live Nation and Ticketmaster in 2010, behavioral remedy was really the only sort of subjective thing that they put in place, which is really about, you know, whether they could encourage a venue to use their ticketing system or not, you know, based off the content that they could drive through concerts and other types of things. That's failed miserably. In fact, there was an investigation that went again in 2018 and found multiple instances of that being violated. They decided to just extend the consent decree further into 2025, and here we are. We're still, you know, dealing with this issue. And I think the truth is that structurals are probably the only way to solve for it. You know, we have a bunch of different ideas. Some of these things about licensing, you know, interoperability, being able to access the tickets that are on the box office manifest itself, that's something that StubHub would be very, you know, focused on as well. So we do believe in structural remedies. Things, at least in our world, is it could be way more effective.
In a bunch of the cases that the Justice Department or the FTC have brought, they've been somewhat explicit about what they want. In both the Facebook case and the Google ad tech case, they have explicitly asked for a breakup. But some of the other ones, like the Google search case and the Apple case, they have been a little bit more vague. Tim or Bill or anybody else on the panel, I wonder if you have some specific thoughts about what sort of things the Justice Department or the FTC should be seeking.
In Google, right? Yeah.
In Google.
I'll talk about Google if you don't mind. So I'll go back to this point that I think we do need to think about antitrust as industrial policy. You know, it's a different kind of way of thinking about industrial policy. The traditional way is you give money to a bunch of companies. It's a kind of loose track record. But the opposite of it is, instead of using a carrot, you use a stick. And you limit, you sort of prune the big tree to more growth for new trees. And I think that's the sort of vision we need. So I'd say four things about a Google remedy, speaking a little generally and then down to specifics. So at the general level, I think the most successful remedies in history have been more forward-looking than backward-looking. You know, in some level, the contest for search, I don't want to say it's totally over, but, you know, it was a battle of the 2010s. Any remedy which is only about trying to reinvigorate competition in search, I think, is too limited. If you look back at that AT&T decree I said, I mean, what did it move forward? It moved forward semiconductors, computing industries of the future. So this remedy, if it's not thinking about competition in the AI ecosystem, is not doing a good job. Number two, I think it's important that the remedy not be end up being some kind of guarantee of monopoly for Microsoft, just to be explicit. You know, there's another big company in here, and I think sometimes it's easy to see, well, you know, we knock down Google so Microsoft can get its fair share, just to be very explicit about this. And I think that is really dangerous. We have to be thinking very strongly about what this does for a broader base of companies. I'm not saying even startups. I know it's harder to be a startup in AI, but it's not impossible, particularly if Remedy gets it right. I mean, again, going back, those semiconductor companies that came in the 50s were little companies. Third thing is, I said we really need to be serious about the no wimpy remedies. And if we end up with our big remedy is users have to click on a bunch of stuff, if that's like what we end up is like I got to click on it 5 shitty little screens, like that's what government did for me, we failed. All right, when government's like thing is you need to read more shit and click on it, that's what we're doing for people, like you have failed. So I know there's some better versions of that, but like let's get down to how people experience it. This stuff has to be self-executing. It has to be cannot rely on billions of users taking extraordinary efforts to kind of figure out things and, becoming their own guardians of their own data or something like that, or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Let's have the confidence for government to take action that is self-executing and opens this market, and not rely on some fantasy about users choosing things. I mean, the GDPR is kind of I won't get into that too much. So I know that's the third, and then
you
the
said
fourth
there
thing,
were 4.
What's that? Yeah, I did say there was 4. Was that third?
That was the third.
Okay, so the fourth, to be most specific about this, is I think you need to think hard about what Google's, the best remedies are ones that understands the business model of the company and its maintenance of monopoly and the barriers of entry, and tries to, study it, understand it, and disable that particular model. And, and companies like, they have DNA, they do the same thing over and over again. So in the case of Google, my immediate instinct is that its go-to is dominating the channels of distribution. So the most straightforward thing is to get at dominating data, and channels of distribution. So the remedies targeted at data, for example, letting anyone train on its data for their AI models might somehow be useful if you can make that work. And distribution channels, which is something like divestiture of Chrome, maybe Android. Those are kind of ideas I'm throwing out there. I know there's other ones out there, but I said 4, and that's what I got.
Bill, I wanted to bring you in here if you had any thoughts on remedies for Google. And also, one thing that you often hear judges like to say is they don't really want to be doing this for 10 years. So maybe you could talk a little bit about oversight of remedies as well.
So the AT&T consent decree in 1982, modified in 1984, had Judge Harold Green doing nothing but regulating AT&T. That is, he did a good job, but it's not the best solution. The challenge here is that for somebody who has been found to have illegally maintained a monopoly, there has to be a meaningful cost. Otherwise, there's no disincentive to monopolize and to work to maintain it. And that is what needs to come out of some of these cases. That said, it's not easy. I think the government was right to say, let's do liability first. Let's not, and then let's find out where the problems are that you the judge, has determined we've proven. Then let's get into a remedy debate, and let's think about fencing in the bad conduct. Measures that, you could say you don't get to be the default on. I've heard people say, more than X market share. That doesn't really solve the problem. It's Tim's point. It's got to be meaningful. It's got to open things up to competition and open up not just to the other big tech platforms. This problem with remedy in the tech space, is going to persist throughout all of these. It may well be Google Ad Tech is the one that's most susceptible to some kind of clean structural remedy, removing the ad tech business from Google and having it administered by a third party. So Google doesn't have all the data, all the control over who gets access at what price to the Google search engine. But those problems are going to come up in the Facebook case. Instagram and WhatsApp acquisitions are what, 08 and 11? How are you going to unwind that in a meaningful way? So There is a lot of work to be done, but the point is, for the specific bad conduct and to deter future bad conduct by others, these remedies need to be strong and they need to be meaningful.
Chris, I'd like to talk a little bit more about Ticketmaster. I mean, as you said, for years we've sort of had a consent decree with Live Nation and Ticketmaster that says don't do bad things, which a lot of people have said is not a particularly clear or useful remedy. But beyond just a breakup, what do you think the government could ask for there that would really help the industry?
I think it's complicated, but I would sort of echo some of the panel about the future of what the consumer experience is going to be like, because I think there's the integration and the sort of the scale as to which Live Nation and Ticketmaster have is what's really the problem, and their influence over things is really, really challenging. So there's many competitors in the market in the ticketing space that would love to be in the business of retailing tickets on the primary side, but can't because of exclusive contracts that have been created over many years that are perpetuated because a lot of the money is then reinvested into the industry, and artists can play a role in this as well as the venues. But overall, the reality is that the exclusivity of these contracts, in particular for the most high demand venues, most of the arenas, things like that, is where there's most of the stranglehold. In particular, it's certainly on the music side. So exclusivity contracts is one I would take a look at. Another one is interoperability. I do think that there's some element of being able to access the information and the data that Ticketmaster does have to be able to validate certain tickets. We see this in sports leagues such as Major League Baseball. We actually have an integration with Ticketmaster, so we can validate tickets and the availability of tickets and actually sell primary tickets in a lot of cases. So if there's a ticket that's left at the box office, we actually have the ability to sell that in addition to Ticketmaster. So we think that there's a good way to, you could imagine instead of there being one channel for every single on sale, maybe there could be 7 or 8 different ticketing companies that could help try to sell all these tickets. And you also have to remember that it's not just all about the highest demand events. That's like actually the minority. There's a lot of events that are out there that don't sell out, that could use a lot of help from the ticketing companies that are out there, that will market and that will invest in other innovations and other experiences. And I think interoperability is one that should be considered. And there's others. And I think that to what this was brought up before, there's structural remedies within the sort of the retail channel versus the enterprise side of the software. So a lot of venues use Ticketmaster's software because they have to, and then they sort of tie in the retail exclusivity to that as well. And there's a lot of companies that can do the enterprise behind it, and maybe breaking up those two. So I don't think that just breaking up the company is gonna be that effective. Live Nation's got tremendous scale. I mean, they have the management company of the artists. They've got they're the biggest venue operator in the country. They also went on a buying spree, for many years, buying a lot of concert promoters all over the country and the rest of the world. So they have huge influence over the music industry. That's where most of the independent promoters that are out there only can compete on festivals and other types of things and can't compete effectively on buying tours up for artists. So there's a lot of different ways to sort of approach it. I think that the vertical integration that they have is really, really challenging. They obviously can put their own water company in their venues, and they can put their own video services in their venues, and that becomes a challenge in itself. And so I think that you would have to look at a lot of different things and a lot of different ways to consider how they might be broken up in different parts and pieces. And I think there would be a lot of interest and a lot of willing participants to explore those.
Can I add one quick comment here? I agree with Chris, and really the point I think we're all making about structural remedies, and rather conduct remedies, is that it is silly to think that you can tell a dominant firm, do not do what is in your economic self-interest, and they won't try and cheat on the margins. So we got to go back to square one on Ticketmaster, Live Nation, and think through all of the ways in which they could, even with a breakup, use their market power to control much more of the whole process than they should. That competition needs, the light needs to be let in, and a simple breakup may not be enough.
I was going to say, I like this idea of interoperability, particularly when it comes to Apple, because that was obviously a key point in the Justice Department's complaint, which is ways in which Apple has sort of deliberately broken the ability to interoperate with other systems. And as we've sort of seen in the Epic case, Apple doesn't really want to change things unless it's required by a court order. So, it now is supposed to be allowing link outs, and so it is now allowing link outs but charging 27%. So actually a little bit more than it was charging before. So I wonder if you guys had any thoughts about a potential remedy in Apple, either interoperability or even if you wanted to talk about whether the courts do have to sort of get into a little bit of price regulation when we're talking about these high prices with monopolies.
I mean, I think ideally, just on this price regulation point, ideally you would want to be able to do a cleaner break with a like a firm line that is setting a zero price for something. Not to bring net neutrality into this, but one of the things that I think was successful about the net neutrality rule and remedy is it took something that was already there and said, look, just zero. Not like we want reasonable contracts, we want no contracts. And many of the most successful bans are like thou shall nots. So as everyone knows here, it's hard to do this stuff well. It does. It's a science, and it's something I'm glad that people are spending more attention to. I don't know if metaphors are helpful, but a kind of butchering metaphor I thought of once is like the most successful remedies really are ones that cut at the joints, not at the bone. You need to figure out where in like the company's situation there's already a kind of a spot that makes for a natural cut. Just to go back to history again, one of the most successful things the Justice Department ever did was put enough pressure on IBM so that IBM unbundled its software from hardware. Now, at the time, software was a service. It came with the hardware. But, Justice Department was smart. They had a cleaver, and they agreed to a cut. It turned out to be an incredible, bountiful cut. I mean, people might accuse or think that we're kind of being hard on tech companies, and we are. But frankly, the track record of industries like the United States, industries like tech, which have been subject to intense antitrust enforcement, are much better than industries like, say, aerospace, where the attitude has been, well, Boeing is and those are our friends, and we should never, as I said earlier, how's that going? The whole let them, these industries be free because they are, our happy friends and our national champions has not gone well. And, the tech industries, the United States, when it holds the feet of industries to the fire, actually helps them, even though they don't like it. And of course they complain, but the longer track record is if you all things have cycles, all industries become stagnant and slow and bureaucratic. Google in this day and age is not Google the way it was 2004. In fact, I was thinking about those days when, Google was so against the idea of advertising-driven search in its early days and said that, founders wrote an essay about how advertising was going to distort and ruin search if it got into the sponsored listings. And now, Google's, basically indistinguishable from the results, and the ads are very hard to tell apart. So anyway, all things become corrupted over time. Sort of dark about this, and the answer is renewal and refreshment, and that's what remedies is all about. So that's like metaphysics meets antitrust law.
So renewal, refreshment, that it did come to mind that it's clear Tim has cut the turkey at Thanksgiving more than once, right? The joints, not the bone. But the challenge here is, with Apple out on the West Coast, it's the same thing that's going on with Apple in its efforts to evade compliance with the Digital Markets Act. They come up with bullshit solutions that actually, if allowed to engage in, will just maintain and enhance their monopoly conditions. If I were the judge out in California, I'd hold them in contempt. I'd impose a escalating fine. You got to hit them in the pocketbook, and then I would I would go further than perhaps the injunction initially obligated them to do, and to open up the App Store, allow side loading without a commission even. I mean, they have misbehaved previously, and they're misbehaving now, and they need to be held to account.
This is something Tim and I were talking about right before our panel, which is, how far can the courts go here? Like, is there a limit to what they can impose for a type of remedy? You were mentioning fining. Normally in the U.S. we don't generally fine people for antitrust. That's something they do in Europe. But what do you think?
Yeah, I think this is an area that speaking now as a law professor, that is due for some refreshment as to how people think about this. I think there has grown a sense, it's kind of repeated periodically, that the remedy needs to be sort of narrowly tailored to the offense. But I think Bill said it right. I mean, that's not how remedies work, particularly not in equity. Law, that's a very legalistic point, but particularly not when you're talking about injunctive relief and the kind of remedies that are available. And the antitrust department, FTC, in the states did not see themselves as so limited when they were taking action in the 50s, 60s, 70s. There's grown up a recent culture that has tried to push remedies into a very narrow kind of legal-like kind of hole, when this is actually, you might speak this more than me, there's actually an area where the equity powers are quite broad, and the ability to achieve deterrence and do what's needed to be done, to speak in equity terms, is at a very high level. So you probably know more about that than I do.
I don't.
The other thing I did want to get back to is a little bit of oversight. The courts have done it, as you mentioned, in a couple different ways. They've had judges sort of oversee it themselves. In the Ticketmaster case, the Trump administration did impose a monitor, although it has not been, my understanding, particularly useful. Bill, I wondered if you could talk a little bit about the use of monitors as like an aid to the courts and antitrust agencies.
I think monitors are an essential component of effective oversight, but it's more than monitors. In the Microsoft consent decree, which was entered into 2001, I believe, early on in the Bush administration, also had a technical advisory committee, and I think about thinking about that, how to match wits. It's still a challenge, but you maybe even out the playing field a little bit more. And the monitors in the past have often tended to be, lawyers like me who don't know what the hell we're doing in terms of handling the tech industry. So getting people who are experienced, knowledgeable, as we move into AI, you're going to need those kinds of expertise to help make sure that the decree is crafted properly and then properly enforced.
Chris, getting back to Ticketmaster, not that we want to say anything bad about the Ticketmaster monitor, but I was wondering, do you think it would have helped or could help if there was somebody who was very familiar with the industry sort of advising on sort of compliance there?
Yeah, probably. I think monitoring is only going to be as effective as a person that's monitoring the actual outcomes and probably knowing as well as they do to understand exactly the nuances of everything that happens. In our industry, there's tremendous amounts of sort of unique nuance, which I'm sure every industry has, that makes things slightly complicated for somebody that's not necessarily educated. I mean, even myself has been doing this as long as I have. There's things that I continue to learn all the time. So I think the reality of the monitoring trustee in some places around a behavior remedy is probably still not going to be that effective, because it's going to be really difficult to understand if someone's complied with the behavior, because some of these things are implicit. I know in the case of Live Nation and in the influence that they might have over where concerts are going to take place, naturally they end up happening at Ticketmaster buildings There's a saying in ticketing that no one ever gets fired for hiring Ticketmaster, and the reason is because it works, and it's a constant sort of like cyclical thing that it's really hard to sort of break and challenge. And I think that even in that case, because of the behavior, no one's willing to take the risk. No one's willing to move off of the system. I mean, those that have tried, our friends at the Barclays Center in New York, they get fired, and then they end up working with a competitor that's SeatGeek, and then they get kicked out. And so there's situations like this, which is a constant. And I think money trustees are only going to be good if they're really, really knowledgeable about the space and the industry, and they're impartial. But going back to it, I just don't think that from a behavior standpoint, it would have been that helpful.
Go ahead, Tim.
First, let me say, if or when the Justice Department of the United States files suit against Ticketmaster, Live Nation, that will be a happy day for the Republic. I just feel like... And, I just want to point out that if you ask the average person in the street, is there they may have whatever feelings about Google or Apple or whatever, but nobody likes Ticketmaster monopoly. And I think there's something to that. I think that we have in government to be, I'm not in government, but we have to be showing we're taking people's concerns seriously. And, it's just like sitting in front of everybody's faces that Ticketmaster and Live Nation is this kind of unmolested, untouched monopoly, not molested, that molests everybody, but that untouched monopoly that's just sitting there. It's a little bit, when going back to history again, Theodore Roosevelt at some point, it started antitrust, and he was like, we have to break up Standard Oil. Like, what is this? If this law was written for something, it was written for the Standard Oil monopoly. And in our times, if this movement means something, it's got to be taken on Ticketmaster. That is like the monopoly of our time that everybody hates. Now, I don't want to prejudge the case. I guess I just did, but but I do think that I just think it's important that Popular Will says something in there. But on monitors, I think this is maybe slightly wistful thinking, but once again, the best remedies are self-executing, and the violations are so open and obvious that it doesn't take like some kind of genius to figure out this. I'm not saying that stuff is easy, but if you do it right, it's and to some degree it's something that is naturally happening already. If you're going totally against the course of where the industry is, I'm not saying you bow over and don't do anything, but if it's something, it's again about trying to cut at the joint instead of the bone. And I know that's a weird metaphor, but I think that's the kind of skill and insight and thinking that needs to be going on when we're doing these remedies, that ideally they're self-executing and that the violations are obvious.
Thanks. I actually do like the cutting at the joints metaphor. I think it is sort of smart, and that it's probably much better than requiring a lot of clicking of buttons. The head of the EU competition commissioner, who was here in March, had been asked if she had advice for future antitrust regulators, and she said that she actually wished that she had been much bolder. That she had wished with some of the tech giants that they had done something more than just, choice screens. So I wonder, sort of in that vein, what is the advice that you have for the Biden DOJ and FTC in terms of being as bold as possible with our remedies going forward?
My first advice is, and they know this, be humble of what you can do in terms of behavioral requirements. And the second thing, Tim mentioned this, is go bold. I mean, there have to be consequences for systematic, long-standing monopoly maintenance behaviors. It takes 3 to 7 years, not including the investigation, to get court resolution on this. There needs to be financial consequences. There needs to be equitable relief so that people can be hauled into court, like Apple just has been, if they're not successful. So you got to go bold. You got to convince the court to do it. But there's enough history out there about behavioral remedies that are systematically being evaded, that we should use that learning to educate the judges to the need to embrace a bold structural approach.
Chris, I wonder, I'll give you the last word, Tim. So, Chris, well, what are some sort of final thoughts you have on remedies here?
Again, just in our space, I think that's right. If I just equate it to what I've seen over the years, I mean, you're talking about a company that's had the disproportionate amount of control over the fans' buying experience for concerts since the 1980s, and nothing's really changed. And I think the only way to think about it is what's in the future. What should it look like? And there's a lot of really innovative companies that are out there, and we'd like to include ourselves, of being able to find more ways of being more effective at distributing tickets and getting them in the hands of fans, and there's lots of different ways to do that. And so I think if you can think about remedies in the way that the panel has discussed it, thinking about ways of like, well, where is this going to stop, and where is this going to be in the future, and what does the future look like, so that the consumer is ultimately going to benefit from it. And you have to introduce ways that's going to force the competition on it. So again, going back to a simple breakup is probably not a really good, effective way to do that, because Live Nation, Ticketmaster were not merged at one point, and Ticketmaster had a lot of control. So I do think you have to really dig under the hood to try to understand the whole business and understand where the scale got to, why the scale is the way that it is, why it's in so much control over influence over the music industry, and sort of chip away at that and see how the other industry providers can participate in competition in the future.
Tim, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I think it's this is a slightly novel suggestion, I think. But in addition to being bold, I also think that it's, in a sense, particularly important that the government not, I don't know for a better word, not to get too fancy or too pointed-headed about this. I think the mistake has been with remedies. It's kind of secretive. It's a very small group of people who talks about this. And, we have a track record. I don't want to say anything negative about the European Union and Commission, but they're kind of the worst offenders in coming up with kind of very fanciful, kind of academic paper-style remedies where, okay, we're going to force people to choose between Windows Media Player or Windows. It's very fanciful kind of remedies that depend heavily on ambitious models of consumers choosing and having full, all kinds of stuff that isn't the way people operate at all. I think that in a way, I think they should consult, even though it's secret. Also, consulting broadly and having a kind of a broader conversation, particularly with those who are meant to be the beneficiaries of it. For example, potential entrants. Would this do anything for you? Somehow that question doesn't get answered. Would this actually be useful to you if you, for example, were able to in a Google remedy, get access to all this data and train your models on it in some way? Would that be useful, or would that not be useful? If you could figure out that level of what would actually work for you, and also stuff that that also, and it doesn't have to necessarily make total sense to people on the street, but it doesn't have to be so far-fetched and fancy and academic that we end up with something that, as they say, if it doesn't work in practice, it doesn't really work in theory. So that's what I'm saying. I think it really requires a lot of stress testing. That's what I'd say. Try to stress test a lot and plan for the future and learn from history. So that's where I got.
Okay, great. Well, please join me in thanking our panel.
Okay. Hello. Hi. So we're going to be moving in. It felt like we were going to get a break, but that was just a fake out. It's not real. No break. We keep going. But I will update that we now have over 8,000 people that are watching on the live stream. So shout out to all the people online that are staying with us and making your way through our great content. And I just want to underscore a couple of points from that panel, which was great. And thank you again to Leah and all of the panelists for guiding us through that. The key of having the strong enforcers and for all of this to even have lawsuits that we're discussing, you've heard from a lot of them today, check. A point that Senator Warren made, judges. We don't always talk a lot about that, but stay tuned. Economic Liberties is going to have more to say on that front too, and criteria for who's in the position to decide liability and think about these remedies. And really being forceful and humble in learning about what is going to make for the best market and being in touch with the players in that market and potential entrants. And that's why we were so happy to have Chris Miller also on that panel sharing his perspective. So without further ado, I mentioned this morning, I don't know if anyone remembers, I barely do, that we have an award. That is one of the new things coming this year at the Anti-Monopoly Summit, and we're really excited about it. So to lead us through the discussion of what that award is, why it's happening, and who's getting it, very worthy, I invite our Director of Research, Matt Stoller, to the stage. Thank you.
So thank you, Morgan, for this opportunity. So I'm Matt Stoller. I'm the Research Director and co-founder of AELP. So I am just overjoyed here to offer the first award that AELP has ever given out. It's something we haven't done before, but we are starting with something called the Achievements in Antitrust Award. And we couldn't think of anybody more deserving of this award than Bill Baer. So for those of you who don't know Bill, I'm going to give you a brief recap of his career. So in 1975, he joined the Federal Trade Commission as a young staffer, where he began his journey as a steward of the anti-monopoly tradition. In the 1990s, he was director of the Bureau of Competition at the FTC, and in the second half of the Obama administration, he ran the antitrust division. And I want to go over some of his achievements, but before I do that, Bill, we have two gifts for you. So the first is a six-pack of beer. And the second is an inscribed hammer. So it's a real hammer. You can use it to build things, so I'm told. We believe in real tools here to build things, to make, not silly trophies. Okay, so the beer. What's the beer for? The beer is for your work in the 2013 merger, the deal which helped turn the beer market in the United States to be more competitive. So you forced Grupo Modelo to spin off its U.S. line of business in order to complete a global merger with AB InBev. Modelo began gaining share in America, got access to more distribution, and today it has the best-selling beer in America, and the beer market is healthier and better because of the work that you did in that merger. So thank you. And the hammer is for this quote, which I'm going to hold as I read it because it's more intimidating. It's from testimony you gave in 2016 to Congress, in which you said about two companies trying to merge to monopoly in a specific niche in the movie industry. This is representative, quote, this is representative of an anti-competitive transaction that never should have made it out of the boardroom, end quote. So why do I like that quote so much? Why do we like that quote so much? It's because you were yelling at boards in corporate America before it was cool. And for that, you get a hammer with an inscription. There is a righteousness there, a recognition that antitrust does not belong to the technocrats, it belongs to the people. Now, I started by saying that you're a steward, and I mean that. We're I think we're all stewards of something bigger than ourselves. So the anti-monopoly movement in America is both very new and very old. You can trace its origins back to the English Civil War in the mid-1600s. Some of the first laws passed by states when they were formed were anti-monopoly rules. But it also fell into disrepair in the 1980s and 1990s when the public and our policymakers and our citizens saw anti-monopoly rules as belonging to technocrats. In that period, a few hardy souls kept the flame of anti-monopolism alive. And it is hard to do that. To be like, this is a thing that matters, even when no one else is really paying attention. It's lonely. Many people in this room can attest to that. So that was a lonely task, to try to articulate a role for antitrust without a political movement behind you, a strong political movement. But you persevered. You kept that flame alive. You started your career a few years before competition policy came under withering attack, and you're still going strong as antitrust is seeing a new moment of renewal, and we thank you for that. So I just want to say a few things about what he did at the Obama administration. So we're known somewhat as critics of the Obama administration competition policy, but I noticed something when I went over statistics comparing this new approach today to previous administrations. And the big difference is that today enforcers go often more to trial. They do it against big companies, billion-dollar-plus mergers. That was generally true. They didn't usually do that. But there is one exception, one period when enforcers prior to this group did go after multi-billion-dollar behemoths on a regular basis, and it is when you ran the division. You helped stop the merger of semiconductor equipment makers Applied Materials and Tokyo Electron. So thank you for saving the semiconductor industry. It turns out we need it. You helped prevent the combination of Comcast and Time Warner Cable. God knows what would have happened if Comcast had gotten Time Warner Cable. You helped block AT&T T-Mobile, leading to years of falling cell phone prices before they screwed that one up with T-Mobile Sprint. You greenlit the difficult multi-billion-dollar trials of Aetna Humana and Anthem Cigna. Bill Baer, you are a big game hunter. In 2001, the great business historian Alfred Chandler, in his book Inventing the Electronic Century on the Creation of Computing Electronics, called antitrust enforcers gods of creation for their pivotal role dispersing knowledge in the whole economy through antitrust suits. He might well today call your work preserving the semiconductor industry something similar, unnoticed, unremarked, but pivotal nonetheless. You are the inheritor of the legacy Chandler described and the caretaker of it. We learned from you, you inspired and inspire us, and we just want to say thank you for what you have done and for what you will do. We are excited to work together for many more years and together to steward the tradition that goes back hundreds of years, the tradition that you helped keep alive, and one that will hopefully go forward hundreds more years, bringing justice to all. I'll take this.
Wow. Wow. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, everybody. It's an honor, as Matt sort of quietly alluded to. It was a little bit of a surprise when I was told last week that I was going to receive this much appreciated honor. I do think both the beer and the hammer are great gifts. If you could chill that now, that would be good for the way home. But in any event, negotiating that beer consent decree was a good example of the power of saying no. I had the CEO of InBev in my office a couple of times, talented lawyers just saying, well, we have to work this out. We need to find a solution. We will find a distributor in the U.S. We'll provide them with beer. And I said, no, it's got to be structural. You have got to give up all your brewing capacity on the northern border of Mexico, the capacity that today serves and in the future will serve the U.S. They got sold off to its distributor, Constellation, which was mostly distilled spirits and wine. And now, today, it's about the beer distribution of Modelo products is about 80-85%. of their revenue. Saying no just works. One other quick little story. Shortly after we negotiated that decree and it was being implemented, I did my first trip to China as an antitrust official. We had a day-long meetings, 30 or 40 people reporting on what they were doing, and it's sequential translation, which means everything is 2 to 3 times as long as it would be if you were all speaking the same language, and we all had our 5 minutes of bragging about what we were doing. And the first thing I started with was we just negotiated this deal, and it's important for 2 reasons. It really is going to maintain and enhance competition in the beer industry, and because I'm from Milwaukee, beer is very important personally to me. And every Chinese official in that room laughed before the translation, which allowed our delegation to realize that, in fact, they all could speak English. This was just a way of slowing it down, all right? All right, but look, I want to congratulate American Economic Liberties Project for this event, the outstanding physical attendance and online presence, and I also want to acknowledge what this organization and its sister and brother organizations have been able to achieve over the last 6 or 7 years. I realize this organization, Economic Liberties, has only been in the game a little over 4 years, but you and others have accomplished so much. You've changed the competition debate. 6 or 7 years ago, the question was the Chicago School's mission statement. What can we do to limit antitrust enforcement and promote shareholder welfare as our goal? That really, in essence, was what the Chicago School was all about. Hands off antitrust. Let's assume there's near perfect competition in the economy, and pursuit of shareholder wealth will produce consumer benefits, innovation, competition, as well as price and quality. But now the questions that you are asking and this administration is asking, it's sort of zero-based. Where is the economy not working to the benefit of consumers, workers, and innovators? And what can effective competition and consumer protection policies and enforcement do to make a positive difference? I was up in New York for a lecture last week, the Handler Lecture, which my friend Tim Wu gave the year before on antitrust, and the audience expected me to focus on win-loss records and on, a hypothetical monopolist test and merger guidelines. But I said I'm not going to start there because I want to focus on what this administration has done across the economy, unlike any I've ever been involved in. First of all, they gave meaning to that old saying that personnel is policy. Well, between Lina Khan, Jonathan Cantor, and Tim Wu, personnel choices help make policy differences. Second thing is that July 2020 one executive order. We've all seen executive orders. This one was on competition, set up the Competition Council. They're not unique, but what this one did, and I credit Tim and the National Economic Council and the president with this, it set up an enforcement mechanism. It said we're going to have a whole of government approach, and we're going to haul your butts in here every 6 months into the White House, and you're going to tell us what you've done, not just as an individual agency, but in coordination with other agencies to make markets work better for consumers. There was accountability here. And so Senator Warren talked about this. Coordinated action on junk fees, on health care, on prescription drugs and generic pricing, joint FTC, DOJ, and HHS coordination on the competitive effects of roll-ups in the healthcare industry. They have shined a light on problems in a way that had never been done before. And it was the progressive movement, many in this room and online, who helped lead the Biden administration down that path. But there are other things, and I'll finish in just a minute. There's unprecedented state and federal coordination on these big antitrust lawsuits. And there's always been a friction with the state AGs. That has largely gone away. There is more state AG coordinated involvement with the FTC and the Justice Department that at any point we've ever seen. And a second but underappreciated thing is by talking in plain English about the problems in our economy and the consequences, that rhetoric, those concerns have reverberated down to the states, and state legislatures are acting. You know, the FTC has this no-poach rule. It's going to be challenged vigorously in the court. But in the meantime, by holding hearings, I don't mean no-poach, I mean non-competes, by holding hearings on this issue before they issue the final rule a couple of weeks ago, the states have taken to this heart. It's become a political issue, a consumer issue in states. Almost 20 states have passed new laws prohibiting completely non-compete agreements or strengthening existing laws. And it's not just a blue state phenomenon. There are many different red states that have seen this as a working person's issue. So, you know, it's been wonderful and it's been productive. How do I know that these efforts are succeeding? Well, you know, you could start with the over 90 hostile Wall Street Journal editorials attacking this administration. That's one reliable indicator of success, I think. The increased public focus and support. Senator Warren talked, too, about the congressional focus and increased financial support for the agencies. Now, we're not anywhere near the end of the battle. We're just at the beginning, and we all know there's lots of money at stake, and that money is going to be spent lobbying to maintain the status quo. We understand that the judiciary does not fully appreciate how increased monopolization and concentration is a drag on the economy. The efforts at the FTC and the DOJ to bring those lawsuits, to issue reports, is going to help, but it's going to take a while. Bottom line is that Biden's phrase that capitalism without competition isn't capitalism, but it's exploitation, sums it all up. You folks are on the front lines. I urge you to keep up the good fight, and I'm proud to be in the trenches there with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are at our final speaker of the day. But first, I do just want to congratulate Mr. Baer again. I think there's a lot of focus on the last couple of years and the momentum that's been building, or the failures of the past 40. But remembering, like Matt said in his remarks too, that we've had people like Bill who have been continuing to keep up this flame of fighting for truly fair markets. We are really honored to be able to give him that recognition today. So, without further ado, I have the real pleasure of introducing Senator Chris Murphy to deliver the final keynote. Senator Murphy was an early leader in the fight for everyday Americans' liberty. He actually introduced a bipartisan bill to ban non-competes all the way back in 2019. For economic liberty's timeline, that's like ancient history, 2019, okay. And was an early critic of college sports antitrust exemption. But as good as he is on the substance, Senator Murphy has also proven himself to be a uniquely capable communicator for our movement. Close followers of the anti-monopoly movement might recall how he famously channeled the frustrations of fans and artists across America when he flatly declared that Ticketmaster sucks on MSNBC last year. I was close on that, right? Yeah, I was pretty good. Okay. His substantive but accessible antitrust explainers online, his interview series that he started, has reached viewers nationwide on social media, covering everything from the Google search trial, which we've heard about today, to the impacts of airline consolidation. We know that winning the fight for a more fair economic future depends on having champions who are willing to use their platforms to call out the dangers of concentrated corporate power. And Senator Murphy, we thank you for being such a champion. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
I mean, Ticketmaster does suck. Thanks, Morgan, for that introduction. Really glad to be with you guys today. I just walked in, so I haven't heard all of the discussion today, but there's a six-pack and a hammer on my table. And I sort of feel like if the symbol of a political movement is a six-pack and a hammer, that is a political movement I want to be a part of. I don't know why it's I don't know why it's there, but it just seems to make sense. Listen, I am the last speaker today. It sounds like you have had an incredible day. You've gotten into the weeds. You've sort of had a medium lens. And so I figured maybe I would just try to pull back out a little bit to talk a little bit about the bigger picture of how what you are engaged in fits in to the zeitgeist of the country, the spiritual center of this nation. So I'm a big baseball fan. And so I follow a lot of baseball historians on social media. And the other day I was really captured by a post. It was a post about Willie Mays and how if Willie Mays had played his entire career, if he hadn't missed 2 years to serve in the U.S. Army during the Korean War, he actually would have been the all-time home run leader. It was those 2 years that made the difference between him and Babe Ruth. I'm a baseball fan, so of course I know that a lot of the greats from the 1950s, Willie Mays, Whitey Ford, Ted Williams, Don Newcombe, they all took multiple years from baseball to serve in the Korean conflict. But for some reason that tweet, that post got me thinking about like how many million miles away that world feels, a world in which the most famous athletes, right, the most famous celebrities would walk away from their fortune, from their fame, to serve the country. A world in which we expected everybody, even the most privileged, to sacrifice something for the greater good, and that it didn't like feel heroic. You know, it didn't feel unusually selfless. It was kind of normal. It was kind of expected. Listen, we've always been a wildly individualistic place, this country. Any decent post-neoliberal conference, probably you've already done a ton of de Tocqueville by now. But if you haven't, right, it's worth remembering what he thought. He thought this country was going to fall apart. He thought this country was way too obsessed with individual achievement, without enough stitching us together. He believed there had to be this earnest, creative effort to check greed and to create more space for the common good. Now, I think that our success as a nation, the reason why we survived our first 200 years, is because we did a decent job of balancing individualism and the common good. It's one of the key narratives of the first 200 years. And I get it, you know, blind nostalgia for the 1950s, make America great again nostalgia. It's dangerous, it's simplistic, it's dumb, but I do think it's true that for all of our faults during the middle part of the last century, there was this time when we believed in our gut that there was something more important than just our own individual material achievement. How else would it have felt normal to be in a world where we had rules that expected the biggest celebrities, including Willie Mays, to just walk away from their celebrity and be an ordinary soldier for a couple of years? I get it. This is like a strange story to tell, but I just think it's important to remember that it's a choice whether or not to build a society where the common good matters and have laws that elevate and protect our collective health, or to choose to maintain a society like we have today where selflessness is for suckers. And the point of the game is to just grab as much shit for yourself as you can before you die, no matter who you climb over to get there. I'm a believer that people in this country do not want to live in that world any longer. They are, right? I've traveled my state. I've done a little bit of travel around the country, and I just meet people who are exhausted by this culture of scarcity that teaches us to look out for ourselves first, second, and third. We are not solitary or greedy by nature. We are solidaristic. We are a species that are forged based upon our ability, our need to cling to each other as a means of survival. The governor of Utah, Republican Governor Spencer Cox, and I, we've convened a conversation, a small conversation, but I hope an important one, about this longing we both feel in the country to recapture the value of the common good. putting the health of our neighbors and our communities in a place that at least rivals our concern for our own health. We both believe that there is a realignment afoot in America. I'm sure you've talked a lot about this today, right? That our divisions over things like abortion or climate or guns, they are important. They are vital. These are big issues that impact millions of Americans. But those very high-profile fights, they serve to mask an alignment between people who may currently identify themselves as left and right, but agree on a strategy to give government the ability to turn our economy from a simple machine that prioritizes only profit and efficiency, which just feels increasingly soulless to America, to an economy that prioritizes broad-based happiness and the common good. And so I just want to talk for a second about some of the things that I see as I'm traveling around the country that people on both the kind of conventional right and left have in common that suggests that there's maybe a renaissance like that you're digging at today of concern for the common good. I'll start with Oliver Anthony's song, Rich Men North of Richmond. So I get it. It's kind of a silly song. It's got all sorts of weird right-wing tropes in it. But, you know, why did that song go viral only on the right? Like, that was a singer talking about low wages and concentrated power and the soullessness of work. Why did I get pilloried by the online left when I suggested that maybe our movement reach out to the people that were listening to that song? Because maybe it turns out that the left, not the right, actually has solutions to these economic gripes. The feeling that was sort of portrayed in that song, this feeling of economic emasculation, it is real. People feel like the only actors who have economic power and agency are CEOs and investors. It's harder to start a business. It's harder to get a promotion. It's harder to earn a living on 40 hours a week. Economic inputs just don't match economic outputs because the rules are rigged to protect the status quo and concentrated economic power. People on the right and the left get this, and they just aren't satisfied with solutions that don't speak to economic power, where it is and where it isn't. I supported the child tax credit, but that didn't shift economic power. I supported the bipartisan infrastructure bill, but that didn't shift power. 70% of Americans today agree with this statement, that our economic system is so broken that it needs major changes or to be completely torn down. 70%. That means that there is agreement on both the right and the left. And that's where your work to break up concentrated economic power comes into play. People are feeling lonely and isolated today, not just because they're stuck on their smartphones, but because the epicenters of economic power feel a million miles away from them. The owners of the company that they shop at, they don't live in their community. They live nowhere, right? Because they're just shadowy private equity firms. The most important rules that people live by aren't set by an accountable government, but by corporations that have close to zero accountability because, in part, of monopolies. People feel this, economic power being so far away from them that they feel economically alone. And what they're looking for is structural changes, like the breakup of monopolies and monopoly lookalikes, the empowerment and preference for locally owned commerce so that it feels closer to them, economic rules that disincentivize short-term profit-taking, incentivize investment in the common good. The other place where I see, and everybody sees, this alignment happening between right and left is on this increasing frustration with the pace and direction of technological change. I swear, if you took a vote in this country and you just said, you know what, just pause for like 12 months, 24 months, just give me a chance to catch up on crypto, on AI, on social media, like that vote would win right now, right? Because people feel exhausted by the nature of this change. And they remember this time when government used to sort of see a new technology, like powerful medicines or the phone or nuclear power, and realize that the function of government was to try to regulate it so that people, normal people, would get as much of the good and as little of the bad. But that no longer happens. Government doesn't touch new technology. And so these new technologies just pillage people. Social media, it gives us the illusion of control, but mostly it's just destroying us, breeding resentment and fragmentation. Automation and online commerce, yeah, I mean, it makes stuff cheaper, but it also erased our local economies. It erased our local meeting places. It gobbled up local news sources. AI, unregulated, that might be the technology that ends all technologies. And people haven't missed that somebody is profiting in a huge way from these technologies. People are getting rich, and it's not them. The legacy technology companies have rigged the rules so that no startup can compete with them. People know the new tech is frustrating them, it's making them angry, but they also know that it's making somebody very far away from them very rich. And then finally, and this is maybe the hardest sort of piece that I've picked up to articulate, so I won't spend a ton of time on it, but you'll know what I'm talking about. Both the right and the left are also exhausted by this relentless commercialization of everything that's not tied down, right? The erasure of everything that matters to us, healthcare, education, electricity, from the common space. Right? The reason why the idea of Willie Mays getting drafted and leaving baseball, it feels so foreign to us, is that today citizenship is just consumerism. To be a good American, all you have to do is just buy things. And that's exhausting people. People still believe that values should matter, that the only thing that matters shouldn't be commerce. So if you believe this, right, that there's this realignment happening, how does it play out? Well, I mean, maybe it plays out by both parties just cooperating more together. You see examples of that, right? You talked about it. We're seeing the grassroots of industrial policy, right? Big cooperation between Republicans and Democrats on restarting domestic industry. You see it in medium-sized ways. I'm glad you talked a lot about non-competes. I'm so, as a Lina Khan fanboy, I'm so excited about what she's doing, but we have a bipartisan bill with an unlikely list that, yes, we've introduced now for 5 straight years to ban all non-compete agreements. But I'm not sure that in this really polarized political environment that the ultimate solution is going to be cooperation. Maybe. But maybe it's a race between the two parties, right? Maybe it's actually a question of which happens first. Does the Republican Party get more economically populist, or does the Democratic Party decide to open its ranks to conservatives who may disagree with us on social and cultural issues, but support a higher minimum wage or more regulation of technology? Now, both parties, if it's a race, have significant handicaps, right? The right is still run by generations of political leaders, corporate backers who have this unbending faith in market fundamentalism, free markets, lower tax rates. Sohrab Omari's recent essay is probably right? It's titled, "I Was Wrong. The GOP will never be the party of the working class," right? They've got a lot of pieces that control that party that won't allow them to make that leap. But on the left, many people are convinced that by opening up the Democratic Party to include people who are not totally aligned with us on social and cultural issues, that we're going to compromise our movement's fight for things like abortion rights, sexual and gender equality, climate policy, gun safety, things I deeply care about. I understand that fear. But if you're just trying to win elections, I don't understand how you build a big enough coalition if you don't start to think about opening our doors. And there's plenty of evidence in history that by creating a bigger tent, with that tent pole being the breakup of consolidated power, that you can actually win a whole ton of fights on both economic issues and non-economic issues. In the 60s and 70s, when Democrats did have a more diverse coalition, we were able to build sizable majorities in the House and the Senate. We made huge progress on economic issues, right? We built Medicare and Medicaid. There were regular increases in the minimum wage, but there was also steady progress on social issues, on civil rights, on the environment. And frankly, why not have people who don't line up with us on social issues in the tent rather than sitting on their couch outside the tent watching Fox News and living in an information super bubble? Right? Aren't we supposed to be in the business of conversion and persuasion? And isn't the only way you can do conversion and persuasion if you have a means to talk to people? So I'm convinced that this realignment is there. I'm convinced that it's centered around the set of issues that you're talking about, breaking up economic power, building more healthy local economies, and restoring, this is at the essence of it, restoring this value in the common good. And that's why I'm so excited that I got asked to come here and talk to you, because I think what you're doing and what this day is all about is at the center of the most necessary conversation that exists, trying to address this spiritual unspooling of the country that is happening as people become exhausted with power being so far away, with technology that rules them, with citizenship being replaced by consumerism. There are a lot of happy people in America today. There are plenty of people who have fulfilled, meaningful, purposeful lives, but it is also true that there are more people in this country today that are unhappy than ever before in our lifetime, that are more disconnected, more frustrated. And they are in an active conversation as to whether democracy is worth it any longer. A lot of them are considering giving up on democracy, because democracy to them has just continued to deliver power to economic elites, ship jobs overseas, destroy local community identity. And Donald Trump, he gives them easy answers. He's not going to actually solve any of their problems, but he takes that anger and he channels it into a campaign of scapegoating and victimization. He takes people's frustration, he supercharges it. He openly campaigns against democracy because he bets that my side won't actually propose real ways to use democracy to shift power from people who have all of it to people who have none of it. Maybe I'm naive, but I don't actually think people want to be turned against each other in this country. I don't think that they are ready to give up on democracy. I'm talking about people who currently identify on both the right and the left, but they want a party and political leaders that are willing to take on concentrated power, abusive technology, the replacement of consumerism for citizenship. They are ready to reject market fundamentalism and embrace a return to the common good, where we actually have obligations to each other rather than just an obligation to shop at the same stores, and where we have rules that protect us against those who are seeking only greed and profit. This is like the most important work that you can be engaged in today. Because this country is ready, across the political spectrum, to have a conversation about a fundamental shift in the way that this economy works. To remember the days in which we did have a healthier balance between our own individual success, which is always going to matter in America. It's probably going to matter more in America than anywhere else. It is the story of how we got here, people having a rabid sense of entrepreneurism, a belief that they could do better, that they could break through ceilings. But there is an ability to marry that sense of individualism with a stronger belief in the common good. And I am so proud of the work that the American Economic Liberties Project has done to try to make this conversation more real than ever before. Thank you for convening this incredibly important meeting, and just be confident that you have lots of friends and admirers on Capitol Hill. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Senator Murphy, for your thoughtful remarks. We've had a lot of conversation today about the law and policy solutions to take on the harms of monopolies. But as the senator so eloquently put it, what is also at stake is our emotional well-being and connection between all of us, our sense of place and belonging. So thank you all. You know, you're still here. You made it in this room, and about the 10,000 people who are watching us online on Twitter for being with us today. One consistent theme across today was how much outside advocacy and organizing has made this progress possible. And to us at Economic Liberties, this is not just a conference. We really believe that this is a gathering of our community, a new sort of political home for people who deeply care about concentrated corporate power. So I hope you leave here energized and ready for the next set of fights. As multiple people have said, this is just the beginning. So gear up. And most importantly, I hope you're all willing to recruit more anti-monopolists to the movement. So that is your charge. So now I know I'm the only thing that stands between you and happy hour. It's not a great place to be. I'm also ready for a drink. But I need you to stay and bring one final round of energy and joy as I thank some important people who made this incredible day possible. So once again, thank you to all our partners. Morgan listed all of them. We had a lot of people, and we really could not have done this day or this work without them. We learned so much from you and are so grateful for your partnership. I want to thank Black Ops, our Black Ops people here in the room. Right, there they are. They are an amazing Black-owned event planning business who came back again this year to put this on with us. I think you're going to be back next year. It's going to be bigger and better. Thanks to Act TV, who work with us on all our virtual events. They've been streaming this seamlessly online. We've been getting a lot of great feedback, so they're out there in the back. Thank you to all the hotel staff who've been helping us stay caffeinated. We've gone through a lot of coffee today. We've been well fed. The food was good, guys. And the rooms have been clean, so thank you to the hotel. If you loved our opening video, it had me so hyped. That was made by a fantastic video creator called Sam Quigley. Look him up. Love it. Okay, planning a summit like this is not easy, and especially when you're brought on board to do it in 4 months. And I could not have had a better partner than Sarah Barron. So Sarah, come on, stand up. Give it up to her. She did this with so much grace and joy. All right. And can I ask my colleagues at Economic Liberties to all stand up? All right, come on, everyone, stand up. All right. Give it up to the best team who brings so much passion, dedication, and joy to this work every day. Also, make sure you connect with them at the happy hour. We got business cards, guys. So grab a business card. All right. All right. And last but not the least, a day like this is only possible when you have the right MC. She's our office camp counselor, a style icon. So let's give a big cheer for Morgan Harper. All right. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for joining us online. I am filled with so much joy and gratitude, like truly. And let's go for happy hour. It's outside, so it's going to be awesome. It's at Yardbird. Let's go. Thank you.